Alright, we're back. Good. The Three Dog made a 2029 save, so I went in looking for a 2029 save. But I guess the dates on our PS3s are not aligned or anything. We always keep fucking around with the dates to, make the end die of old age or make Snake's beard grow again in MGS2. So, yeah, and I guess when I copied the 2029 file, it turned into a 2025 file. So I had to go by the time here, 323, 28. We got it. It's right here. It's just different dates on the PS3s. So I was like, what the fuck? I kept copying it to my PS3 and it wouldn't show up. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought it was the wrong version for a second. But yeah, we're back here at the Tinker Holds. Pretty cool. The dog was showing the David O dog tag 2002. Usually we don't do dog tags in European Extreme, and if we pick Extreme, we forget to pick 2002 dog tags. So that's pretty neat. Got the two rations here. I guess we don't need to go there now. We got the last save call with Mei Ling, but actually there's just one more. We're just Snake asking what happened to Mei Ling. That's the very last save call. And what's interesting about these save calls is that there's actually one in the original Sons of Liberty version that didn't make it into Substance. One of the many sayings and proverbs that Otacon has, there's one about the frog in the well in Sons of Liberty. And he's really pretty silly about it. I wonder if they thought it was too much or something. That frog in the well call is not in Substance.
What happened to Mei Ling? She got mad and went offline. What did you do? Nothing.
What did you
do? Get back to the mission? So much to do, so little time.
So what I think happened is that Mei Ling made Otacon a little cheat sheet with all the proverbs and their meanings and stuff, and Otacon lost it. He either lost it or he decided to just do his own thing instead. So he's got all the sayings, but he gets all the meanings wrong, and he's really confused about the whole thing. So Mei Ling gets pissed when he keeps fucking it up, basically. And that's when he shows up. He's like, what did you do with that cheat sheet I gave you? I think that's what happened. Alright, so we are on Extreme, we're on Previews. Okay. We already did the dog tag here, we already did the projector with the porn. We have a lot more stuff in here. There's so many little details in here. Yeah, Mei Ling is like somewhere else, but they're not physically together, yeah. Like Mei Ling, Nastasha, a few other people kind of help philanthropy or join philanthropy in some form. But it's not really explored much. But here's one thing. See, the suppressor doesn't do that in MGS2. Then again, the Marines' AI is a little different than the regular enemies. Although the Marines that walk around, like that guy over there, those guys are regular enemy AI. So you can distract them, you can hold them up, you can put them to sleep, they go down instead of standing up. Because in order to get all of these guys in here, there's a lot of NPCs in here, especially the second area. In order to do that, they had to kind of tone down the AI, the simplified AI that the Marines have. There's only a few that are walking around that have the full enemy AI of getting distracted, investigated, falling asleep on the floor, all that stuff. The majority of these guys just stand there and sleep standing like that if you put them to sleep without holding them up. But they still manage to get God, what is it? Like 50, 60 plus Marines. It's crazy. Alright, so since we already fucked with the projector, actually there's more to the projector, of course. While it's on, let's see what's going on. Oh, unfortunately, when you load a new save, it doesn't keep all the pictures you had. So yeah, it's empty now. Whatever pictures dog was gonna show Otacon, they're gone, unfortunately. But we can take some more here. When this projector screen is on, we can... Ooh, who's that? When Snake is some sort of reaction to the photo you take, that's when you know Otacon's gonna say something about it. This Kojima ghost thing here is a little wonky. Sometimes it doesn't work. I think it has a chance to appear, like maybe 25%, 30%. We got kind of lucky with that one. In particular, the HD edition seems to, even when it does appear, it seems like Snake doesn't always grunt at it. But he did this time, so we're good. It's also not appearing again. Damn. There he is. See, this time Snake didn't grunt at it, so Otacon's probably gonna think it's just random nothing picture.
I have a daughter.
So we have, actually there's 5 ways into the last area. There's 2 on each side on the first and top floor, so that's 4. And there's 1 underneath. There's a vent you can crawl into. And that one's special because if you go there, it's the only way we can see Ocelot ahead of time. I don't want to do that yet though, because there's also something here. Once you get into the 3rd area, that's where the checkpoint starts, so we would have to come back here to see this.
Identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower.
We'll just wait for... I don't know what the fuck the cameraman's doing, looking at people's asses and backs, but... You might think that that's like a simple loop on the projector or something, but it's actually not. It's a bunch of different scenes. They don't loop, they go in order. So there's a beginning and an end, and certain things happening at certain points around, you know, however much time is left. You can kind of tell where you are in the video. So if we wait maybe another minute or so, there's something. Also, these got like zoomed in and cut and not really upscaled at all, more like stretched for HD, so they kind of look really blurry and grainy, and it's missing. At some point you can see like the back of Ocelot's head, but that's really hard. You can only maybe see the very top in HD because it got caught. But let's pay attention to this catwalk here. See, that would be, see, there's a guy there getting dragged by one of Lukovic's men. It's kind of hard to tell. And then you can see the other Lukovic men rushing in. There they are. So that would be up there. That catwalk over there. Oh crap. We don't have... Oh, we do have boxes. Okay. So we can see them going in there ahead of time. And if we take the path underneath the floor, we can also see Ocelot.
Right.
We're just waiting for him to stop fucking around here.
To move on.
Move on. And I got 4 dog tags. Nice.
The proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology are about to render agreements like the NVT and START obsolete. There are also forces at work trying to exploit this
So you can get down here. Also, as the speech progresses, you get more calls from Otacon about what the commander is talking about. Let's see if we can get some more now. Hey, what's up, Loaf?
Snake, they'll find you if you make any loud noises, even inside that duct. There's no way you can take on that many of them. Don't even think about firing a gun, okay? Please? Snake, the tanker's holds are divided into 3 separate blocks, and Metal Gear is in the
Snake's
farthest
thoughts are not working for some
you need
reason
to
in
head
here.
north. You know the number you're up against.
Yeah.
Snake, take those pictures before the commandant finishes his speech. It's
Dumpster
the only
dog.
chance we've got.
A
As soon as he
DD.
finishes up, the Marines will go back to their posts. That's way too many pairs of eyes watching out for Metal Gear. There's no way they'll let an intruder with a camera slip past.
Yeah, the camera's
Do
the
what you
problem,
have
not
to
the
before that
guns.
happens.
Into sneaking suit.
You absolutely can't let anyone see you in.
Oh my god, okay. Talk about the speech, please.
The Marine Corps' defining character is that of an emergency response team in crisis situations. But the Army's been steadily enlarging its own crisis response capabilities, building on the strength of their medium brigade. Analysis is that the Marine Corps sees this as an infringement on their own domain and is more than a little alarmed. We both know that Metal Gear Rex was being developed for deployment by the Army. So it does make sense that the Marines are trying to compete with their own version of Metal Gear. You absolutely...
Maybe it needs a little bit more time on the speech. Let's crawl in there first, I guess. Russian roulette, huh? This guy drops magazine here.
Forget about it.
He's looking down when you see his shadow. Hey.
Has been fueling a cottage industry in nuclear weapons since late last century. Add Metal Gear to the mix, and the result is the renewed proliferation you see the world over.
So we have a handful of different scenes depending on how we enter the last area. Probably Scar Alien, you can find a lot of interviews and stuff. You can find the voice actor panel that we had in NGSCon. Nothing I recall of the top of my mind here, but I'm pretty sure he talked about it at some point.
You absolutely...
Come on, Otacon, why do you do this?
You once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine.
I'm sure there's some line in the speech that triggers a new call or two from Otacon.
Never know that here again.
And don't worry if it looks like we're running out of time here, we're not really.
Snake, they'll find...
He's just focused on me being in the hole right now.
You Snake, the tanker's hold...
Okay, fuck it. I'll just let it go some more and get out of here. We, the Marines.
This Metal Gear Ray is a prototype designed to be operated by an onboard pilot. In its final phase, Ray
I wonder what part of the speech it is that unlocks the call.
and an autonomous control system.
But I think going into the third area kind of messes with some of the calls. So maybe let's let him talk some more.
Next generation technology such as C4ISR and RMA in battle situations has been discussed time and again. But Ray is the first to deploy it so fully. Ray's completion, the Marine Corps will lead the way for a new age of military tactics. The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion in 2005. However, the NMD trial conducted in the year 2000 was a complete failure, and the success of the 1999 trials is now considered a chance happening.
That's right now.
You heard the Commandant
There we
mention
go.
the NMD, the National Missile Defense Program. It was conceptualized late last century as a defense network to detect and engage enemy ICBMs launched at the continental United States. But at the same time, it came under fire for contributing to nuclear proliferation. The merging of ballistic missiles and the increase in weapon lethality were some of the byproducts of these defense R&Ds. There was a lot of opposition from the international community on the grounds that the program violated the anti-ballistic missile treaty. Russia and China were especially vocal in their criticism. Program deployment is a ways off in any case. The military hasn't been able to come up with a good technology to discriminate between actual targets and decoys. There are also other tech issues that have to be addressed.
I guess it's the NMD line that triggers that call. Maybe there's one more? I'm not sure.
You absolutely...
Okay.
You absolutely...
Alright, let's just get in there. Oh. Intruder in my ass.
Intruder took...
Wonder if he keeps doing that after this scene here, or he resets the speech. So we're going in here from below, so we get this scene. And only by doing this you can see Ocelot.
Metal Gear.
There was no technological solution in sight.
Yeah, he's not
and the
doing that
program was
anymore.
already attracting strong criticism from Russia and China for its potential violation of the anti-ballistic missile agreement.
Oh yeah, Otacon was just talking about that. Nice.
Okay, we're finally there.
So, this is the new Metal Gear.
Yep, and we're gonna show the whole world its baby pictures. Get the prototype on camera. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Once you have the photos, use the workstation in the southeast end of the area to transmit them over to me. Send me something I can use. I'll explain how to use the camera.
I'm good.
Once you've got the photos, use the workstation in the southeast end of that room to send them over to me. But if they aren't what we need, I'm gonna have to ask you to take another set. Once you've got the photo...
That's funny, we're gonna run out of time as we look at Ocelot. So by climbing on this platform, we could only get to from here.
Let's go on a little bit longer.
The first time he does that, and it just gives you a couple extra minutes. So once you're on this platform without a weapon equipped, you can look down, and there he is.
Plans for the $100 billion program budget that actually arranged the legislative approval.
And then if you look away,
We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct top secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons.
ominous mystery mode clue sound effect plays, because he disappears. Also, Otacon's gonna treat these pictures as the same thing. He's gonna treat them as spooky ghost pictures.
Trust me. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military,
Come on, guy, turn.
seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding
That
this
guy down,
nation
too.
back to its original path.
He's deaf. Oh well, that works too.
This exercise is but a first step towards that goal. The future of the country rests with you tonight. Former President Sears did also act towards reducing the nuclear stockpile
If you have any
while
new
nurturing the
Otacon calls
NMD
here.
concept.
Sound effect. I'm a fan, big fan.
Get the prototype on.
I guess the next call would be the one about the computer here.
To approving a revision to the KBM treaty.
How do I use this? But how does it work? But how does it taste?
That workstation is the transfer point between the tanker's intranet and the outside world. Use it to send those pictures over. All you have to do is face the computer and push the action button, and the photos will be sent. Hope you took a good one. That workstation is hooked up to the greater military network. The speech in the holds is being relayed out through that machine. We'll be making use of it too. I managed to get in through an Army IC router in Ohio. All I had to do from there was use the Link 16 to remotely install a few drivers and an application onto that workstation.
Thinks it's falling
so your
asleep.
camera can talk to their computer now.
But he's just
Hey,
tired of
even
his
military networks
nerd
use
speech.
products based on commercial technology. Nothing too unfamiliar there. Besides, I cut myself a back door when I still had access. I had a lot of access privileges when we were developing Rex. Hey, are you listening?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Anyway, the program will compress, encrypt, and packetize the photo's image data. I used Baton for encryption, by the way. And the beauty of it is, the packets are disguised to look like the Tadil-J message format. Get it? It's the standard tactical digital information link message format. And the packets will be sent out cloaked by their own speech broadcast. Tell me that isn't brilliant. Want me to go over it again?
No. Once was enough.
See, the thing is, Snake might be smart, 180 IQ, speaks 6 languages, but computer talk? He has no fucking idea what's going on. I always wonder if that's maybe a reflection of how Kojima was kind of being picked on at first when he started working at Konami. He was like the idea guy for some things, and people wouldn't like listen to him or respect him or talk to him about like programming things, or like he didn't have much technical expertise in things. So he kind of got bullied at Konami for that at first. I always wondered if Snake being stupid with computers is not like a reflection of that. I don't know. But that was kind of what Kojima was going through at first working there. So when he made his own games at first, you know, going from working on Penguin Adventure to Snatcher, yeah, it was quite a big change. Apparently somebody at some point gave him shit for that. You just have to go the way that I went and not have a gun equipped and looked where I looked to get Ocelot to appear. But yeah, Snake has no clue what's going on with computers and packets and networks and whatnot.
You absolutely.
Hey.
The arms race from Shadow Moses.
Let's give him these pictures, actually. Now, this little startup, like, Unix-like system thing here, it's full of little references and Easter eggs to loading MGX, Konami computer or something. It scrolls really fast. One of these days, you should really slow it down and look at it one line at a time. There's Otacon trying to brute force his way in there. Login Scott password. But when it does work, the password length is 6 characters, and we have the Police Knots host name there. August 8th. Date. There's a bunch of Police Knots and other references. I wonder if the 6 characters are Helena. You know, the password might be Fortune's name.
Codec moments from you, Snake?
Yeah.
The first image is... Hey, this is the Marine Commandant. Are you a fan or something? The next image is...
Yes, big fan.
The Commandant again. Look, if you like him so much, I'll print this out and make a panel out of it. Put it over your bed or something. What's next?
Band 69.
Don't send me creepy stuff like this. What if I get possessed or something? Sorry, but this doesn't work. I hate to ask, but can you try again?
This guy's pretty creepy, I guess. Yeah, Rapid Madness, thank you for the 82 mods.
The next image
This one might be just nothing to him. Yeah.
Huh. It needs to be a little more clear. What we need is top-notch quality here.
It just didn't register. Snake didn't grunt when I took that
The
one.
next one's... Yeah! Another spooky photo? I told you to stop, didn't I? I need to go get some holy
So he
water or
treats
something.
Kojima's ghost and Ocelot the same way. As ghost
What's
pictures.
the last one gonna be?
Ocelot's a ghost.
Will you please stop sending me pictures of the commandant? We need 4 images. One from the...
Yeah, okay. Too bad we couldn't
Even though
bring the
development
pictures
of
over
Metal
the
Gear
dog
Rex is still
took
outside the
with the
bounds of
save.
official truth, everyone in the international military community knows the facts.
So now we're gonna
Specs
fuck
spread
around
across
a
the
little bit
globe like wildfire.
and wait for...
Nuclear race
You know what, I'm
is on
gonna
again.
wait actually
The
until...
only thing that can reverse
Let me
its
get one of
course
these guys close here.
is Metal Gear Ray.
I really want to test the suppressor thing we were talking about and then just one.
Because
it already looks like it doesn't do it here. See, if this was MGS1 who suppressed, that guy would turn around and notice me, and that guy just noticed me from afar. That's okay.
Means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on
Okay.
this opportunity.
Now, I was talking about how the regular Marines AI is kind of dumbed down here to have so many of them. But these guys that walk around have the full regular AI. So maybe wait for this guy
Bear that in mind.
to come close and try on him, or maybe we'll try it later on
National Missile
the
Defense
plant as a
Program was initiated
Raiden
in
and
the end of the
Krulukovich soldier,
20th
but...
Projected
Okay,
to
let's do this
completion in
right here.
2005. However,
Oh! It does do that in MGS2. Okay, cool. Just like in MGS1. It's the Marines with the dumbed down AI that don't do it. Makes sense. But if you're really close to someone, they'll still hear your gunshots,
Snake,
even with the
respond.
suppressor.
Snake! Snake!
What happens if you keep
there
sending
was
me
no
more commandant
technological
pictures?
solution
He just
to
says,
the threat
will
that
you
was already
please
attracting strong
stop sending me
criticism from
pictures
Russia
of the
and China.
commandant? Well, once he reaches that line, he just keeps repeating it.
The fact that any development in missile defense
We use a dumbed down AI for every soldier at MGSV. No, because if they did that, they could have more than 12 people. There's just no excuse. Can only have 12 people in that shit game, and meanwhile, in MGS2, you have like 50, 60, 80 something. Oh, I guess we can still look. We can take another look at Ocelot.
was a military interest with plans for the $100 billion program budget that actually arranged the legislative approval.
Alright.
The proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology are about to render agreements like the
Okay, so the full AI guys do hear the suppressed shots. But these guys don't. Like if I do it here, yeah, they don't turn around for it. That makes sense, I guess. Now we're gonna...
I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to
I guess
old
we're gonna
age.
take some more. That doesn't even count.
Top secret field testing of Ray.
So if we wait for the time to run out, depending on difficulty level, he will do the thing where it says, I'm gonna roll here, and adds like 2.5 minutes to it. I think he does that once or twice, depending on the difficulty level. But you can also force it by going in and out of the area repeatedly. And there is a special message that he has for the player. Now, he's supposed to be speaking to the Marines, but it's a message directed at the player during his speech, if you keep doing that. And let's just send these first. He's just gonna keep saying the same thing.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first image is... Will you please stop sending me pictures of the commandant? And the next one is... Huh. It needs to be a
this
little
one
more
register.
clear. What we need is top-notch quality here. Okay, last one's coming up. What is this? Snake?
This one didn't
this
register
isn't a
either?
game we're playing here. We need 4...
Oh, that's weird. Okay. He just thinks of random pictures. The weird thing is if you do take random pictures of nothing, like the wall, or the ceiling, or this guy's ass, just things that don't count, he actually reaches like a breaking point at some point. Which is interesting because remember when we sent him the ghost pictures and he said, are you trying to freak me out or something? It's weird because he also says the same thing when you piss him off. Which, I don't know how it works in Japanese, but like, I guess in English it works. Because you could use freak me out as, you know, spook him or annoy him.
Oh, I don't think we can use this.
We keep sending him random shit.
The next image is... What is this? Snake, this isn't a game we're playing here. And the next one is... Snake, get serious, will you? We need those pictures. The next one's... What is this? Snake, this isn't a game we're playing here.
We're gonna take a few more.
Okay, what am I seeing now? Snake, get serious, will you? We need those pictures.
This is not what we came for. I can't believe we're planning around at a time like this. Really. Okay. So he's going through all his reactions.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first one I'm seeing is... You're on a mission here, remember?
Wow, it's a pretty nice ladder, I thought.
Next one's... Stop it,
There we go.
okay? Are you trying to freak me out?
So this is kind of interesting to me from a linguistic standpoint. Because he has the same exact reaction if you keep sending him pictures of either Ocelot or Kojima's ghosts or just things that, you know, spook him and he's scared about. Then he says, are you trying to freak me out? In that context is like, are you trying to spook me? But he also says it if you keep sending him random pictures or random shit where he gets pissed. He says, are you trying to freak me out? Like, are you trying to annoy me? So that same line, that same reaction works for both of those. In English, how does that work in Japanese? I wish maybe Dim were here to double check. The first time I got this reaction by sending a random picture, what I thought happened is that I found a random picture of a ghost hidden somewhere. It's like, holy shit, wait a second, is there a ghost hidden in this picture? Because it's the same reaction he has to that. But no, it's just,
The next one.
are you trying to annoy me?
Stop it, okay?
Okay. And that's, from now on, that's all he says when you send him a random picture.
This exercise is but a first step
Okay,
towards that goal.
now we're gonna fuck around with the commandant some more. Maybe we should take the actual pictures while we wait.
That also act towards reducing the nuclear stockpile while nurturing the NMD concept.
You don't have to wait for the timer to run out to do this, but it messes with it some more, so it's interesting.
To bring Russia around to approving a revision to the ABM treaty. Everyone believed the world was headed for the end of the arms race when Shadow Moses happened. Even though the development of Metal Gear Rex is still outside the bounds of official truth,
And then we can play
everyone
some
in the
Marines
international
bowling
military community knows
while we wait too.
the facts. Its specs spread across the globe like wildfire. The nuclear race
That was
is on again.
kind of decent, I guess.
Only thing that can reverse its course is this Metal Gear Ray. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows
Cheers, man.
the
Glad you guys
specifications
enjoying the
of
stream.
the Marines. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states.
Is that like a new Twitch meme? I feel like that might be a new Twitch pasta.
To compete with the US's nuclear strike capability. The
Ooh,
world
that's
is
close.
about to see the Marines Metal Gear derivatives.
You think he was looking down at the
We
guy?
initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal
Alright,
Gear
10
is, of
seconds
course,
left, and he's
another
repeating
level.
the beginning of the speech here. So now, if we start doing this, whatever line he has next, which is hopefully not "We the Marines."
I'm on a roll here.
Okay, yeah, he's doing it again. See now,
We the Marines.
oh, see now he's not on a roll anymore because I changed areas, so that fucks with it. So now we'll get infinite repeats of "We the Marines."
will lead the We the Marines.
I wonder if he also does it for his last
We the
line.
Marines.
It takes quite a few of these loading screens.
We the Marines.
Because what happens normally is that the
We
timer
the Marines.
keeps going down,
We the Marines.
but the speech reset.
Will stay on the same
There we go.
ground. We the Marines. A mission. And that means moving forward. Take pride in being a Marine. Remember what that means. We the Marines lead those who are willing to take risks and achieve victory.
He's supposed to be talking to the Marines there, but it's clearly a message for the player. If you keep fucking around with this, don't stand on the same ground. Keep moving forward.
We the Marines.
Let's stop fucking with the loading screens. It's interesting how he was about to add time
On a
there.
roll here. We the Marines. A little bit longer.
What the fuck? He did it again!
We the Marines.
So he's not adding time here, but he's adding time here. So maybe it also depends on where you are.
I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer.
That's crazy. So the speech is over on this side,
We the Marines.
but not on that side.
I'm on a roll here.
That's crazy.
Let's go on a little bit
He wants to
longer.
keep going in this side,
We the Marines.
but not here.
Will lead the
Hold on, let's let him add the time, I guess.
My butt.
I'm on a roll here. Let's go on
He
a
was
little
doing "We the Marines" on both sides early, right? So that's interesting.
The hundreds, if not
Maybe it's
thousands of Metal Gears
it fucks with it somehow.
no longer a threat. The blind rush to
He added 2 more minutes.
and it will be the Marine Corps and our
He's just repeating the beginning of the speech. Nice.
We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct
Like, I knew that it forced him to add more, but I thought it would be
Shadow Moses
on either side.
against
Yeah.
weapons development. This training needs to stay
Now, the dog tags here just to see how many you have.
covert.
It doesn't do anything equipping them. You have to go into special menu to see which ones you actually have. Oh shit.
We cannot risk jeopardizing the program on the eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover. Ray is well worth all those precautions. Trust me.
Wonder if we can do it again.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand
Because I
up to
think
a Metal Gear is,
on
of
hard,
course,
normal,
another
easy,
Metal
you
Gear.
get 2. I'm on the roll here. And then on extreme, you pick extreme, it's 1. Which we already got earlier, but you can force a second one by fucking with the door like that.
And it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this.
So let's see if we can do it again.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears
Guy's just gonna get
obsolete.
punched in the nuts from
Nations
behind.
building up their own Metal Gear
all the
force
time.
will think twice about their nuclear
There's
strategy.
actually some ammo in the
Like
first
military
area if
dominance
you're
spelled out by
desperately
Ray.
out of ammo. Before you even climb down, you can
Shift in the balance
backtrack
of power will mean a new
through the
world
door
order.
and find some
We,
ammo
the
there.
Marine Corps will play a central role in its military affairs. The
That's kind of a
proliferation
bad
and
one.
development of Metal Gear technology are about to render agreements like the NPT and START obsolete.
I remember this not working at all in Sons of Liberty.
Trying to
I was
exploit
trying
this
it.
disturbing trend
Just
to
the
further their
hitbox
own
and the
power and
Marines,
influence.
when you send them flying,
The human
is
race is
not
about to
enough.
slide back into the endless arms
Oh,
race of the
was a good
last
one.
century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again.
Shit, the time.
Metal Gear Ray UC
Oh, shit.
is here to prevent that possibility. We,
Yeah,
the
okay.
Marines, will lead the charge.
Nope.
We,
Huge
the Marines,
thank you for
will
the 15 months.
We, the Marines, will lead. We, the Marines,
He was doing this
will
too
lead the
earlier on both sides, and then he started trying to add time.
We, the Marines, will lead the.
Let's just see.
We, the Marines,
Do it a few more times.
We, the Marines, will lead.
Oh shit, I had to get rid of that guy too.
We, the Marines, will
Nice.
We, the Marines, will lead.
The double.
We, the Marines, will lead. We, the Marines, will lead. We, the Marines, we, the Marines, we, the Marines, will lead.
Oh man, this is gonna be, especially with no ammo.
Will lead.
What am I gonna do? I'm gonna flip that guy and then use the computer for the other guy. Let's check. He doesn't seem to be doing it now.
We, the Marines,
He's not adding time, and he's not telling me to keep going. He only does that once.
will lead the charge.
From this, at least.
Will lead the.
Nice.
We, the Marines, will.
Good, good. Let the channel
We, the
points flow.
Marines, will lead.
Okay, so now we're technically fucked,
We, the Marines,
but
will lead.
he does take a few seconds to finish saying that line.
Will lead.
And I already have the good pictures, so I should
We,
be
the
able to.
Marines, we, the Marines, lead the charge into a new world. We, the Marines.
No. Okay.
We, the
Okay, here we go.
Marines,
Flip this
we,
guy.
the Marines, charge into a new world order.
Nope.
We,
I hope
the
these pictures are
Marines,
good, because if they aren't, we're
we,
completely
the
fucked.
Marines.
It's actually gonna go back in time now. He's gonna say "We the Marines" again. Hey, Plutonic, I was just testing the suppressor thing, and it's.
Okay.
You were right.
I'm receiving the
Go
images.
figure.
The first image is.
It worked on the full
This is
AI
great.
Marine,
The Marines lettering shows up really well.
but it doesn't work on the the half AI Marines are standing there listening to the speech. So that was, I guess, my confusion came from there. It works on the full AI, guys. Red Dot, thank you for the 10 months. Jack Charisma, thank you for the 26.
The next image is. You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. Okay, what am I seeing now? Okay, this works. It's a great front view.
Oh, you know what? You can only show that on lower difficulties. It doesn't work. I think on hard and extreme it doesn't work. But on lower difficulties, if you have less than whatever amount of time left, Otacon will take 3 pictures instead of 4. He will be like, there's no time left, this is good enough. So to make it easier on lower difficulties, he has a little lines, kind of a special line. And he's like, okay, this is good enough. He'll take 3 instead of 4 pictures, but we can't show that on extreme.
So, what's the last one gonna
It
be?
just reminded me of it.
Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag. Okay, now we have all the photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
We, the Marines.
You said it again?
We, the Marines, into a new world order. We, the Marines.
How many times did we make him say?
That is all. Dismissed. We, the Marines. We, the Marines,
Excellent speech, my friend.
who the...
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
Bisexual.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Ray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Golukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War.
Ah!
Metal Gear only has room for one! Golukovich, You and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
We, the Marines,
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
Ocelot!
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid!
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies.
Was he though?
But I live on through this arm!
Liquid's on.
The simple explanation is that Kojima didn't want to kill off Liquid when they figured that they were gonna make him just do. Kojima was like, oh shit, now I wish I hadn't killed off Liquid. So he comes back somewhere. But to me the whole crazy arm thing plays with, you know, the rest of the crazy stuff that's supposed to make you question reality, and just to the vamp and Fortune's powers and all the crazy stuff you see, that it just plays in there. Even though this is more of a anchor thing, widening thing, but Technically speaking, we're always playing as Raiden. We're always a player. So, it works. It turns out people don't really care to question reality and figure out for themselves what to believe in, let alone what to pass on. Nah. Kojima, explain this now.
You're going down, Snake, with this tanker!
Yeah, they retconned the absolute shit out of Big Boss's background, so he was, what, 47? They cloned him? Not late 50s, late 30s. So, he was off by 20 years. Doesn't matter, none of that was supposed to happen at this point.
Proceeding as planned, sir.
Cut off Stillman point from the dead.
We, the Marines,
Yes, at the location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's news flash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
Hey, J Cash with the $5 donation. Sorry I missed it. Thank you. Don't worry, guys. Snake will be back with Colonel Campbell to take care of this. Right? Right? So one thing that unfortunately never made it to substance or the HD editions, because they're all based on Substance, we
Everything
can
in that
see
turn's path turned into shit.
the sky effects in this intro to the Big Shell chapter. Unfortunately, because Substance first came out as an Xbox version of MGS2, there's something about the Xbox not being able to handle the sky effects. So, and then after that, everything was only ever based on Substance. So yeah, that's one of the things that we missed out on if you look at this intro in Sons of Liberty. There's clouds, there's sunlight, there's all the light reflecting, filtering through the different colors in the sky. But in this version, every version that's not Sons of Liberty is just a flat color, solid color in the sky. That really sucks. So that's what we got, and it got ported over and over and over and over, and that's all that's left of it. You'll notice as Raiden, or I should say Snake for now, before he gets the name Raiden, he has this kind of back and forth with the Colonel where they're like kind of like on the same level, yeah. And he's acting like the tough guy with his tough guy voice. Before he's given the name Raiden, he seems to be going back and forth on the same level with the Colonel. But then, as soon as he's given the name Raiden, we have the voice change, and the first thing they talk about is how he went through VR missions of Shadow Moses and the 300 training missions and all that. But if you start on the plant chapter, because you could totally skip the tanker, especially if you play the original Japanese or the European versions of Sons of Liberty back in the day, the game would ask you if you played or seen the ending of MGS1 yourself, and if you said no, it would start you at the plant. You wouldn't even know that there's a whole tanker chapter that you can play. That's something that we also missed out on, because Substance didn't have that, and every version after that was only based on Substance. But you had this neat little menu with the Rose AI voice guiding you through the choice of difficulty level and tanker or plant chapter. Except it wouldn't tell you that. It would just ask you, did you see the end, or did you play the end of MGS1? And is action your strong point? And if you said no to seeing MGS1, then you would skip the tanker entirely. Yep. And if you do that, when Raiden is stripped of the name Snake, instead of starting to talk about VR missions, I've completed over 300 missions in VR. The Colonel will instead say, right, this will be your first sneaking mission. So the tanker is made for MGS1 fans, basically, in a lot of ways. Well, you could say the whole game is, but specifically, the tanker is made with, to appeal MGS1 fans as much as possible. It's just a constant, just solid Snake fanboyism, recalling things like the Discovery from MGS1, Discovery, the submarine MGS1, the tanker's name, and of course, just making Snake as badass as possible. Meanwhile, if you tell the game you haven't played or seen MGS1, you just completely miss out on that. It's funny, you can see old forum threads back in the day, people be like, "What the fuck, man, my game is defective. I'm gonna return to GameStop. I don't have this mission." What do you mean you play Snake on the tanker? Where's that? Because people just said no to seeing MGS1 and they started at the plant. Yeah, that's definitely the inferior way of doing it, because MGS2 definitely heavily relies on not only having played the shit out of MGS1, but having seen both endings, remembering everything down to the little character interactions, the tutorial calls, all that stuff. Anyway, we'll be going through all that.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
Demands.
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the big shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the big shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant's struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the Big Shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden.
My butt!
All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the Big Shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
There's a lot of pressure on my ball sack. Alright, let's start by taking a look at everything here. First thing Raiden notices, emerging diving suits. Take a look here, we'll get the shaver as well. And that's a little wonky in this HD edition. Electric razor, smooth and quick shaving performance, nothing is left behind.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Right, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Okay. What about this mini sub here? Same thing.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the Big Shell and for studying deep sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
And again, we're told to forget about it and return to your duties. It's non-operational, it doesn't work, and the diving suits are all rusted over, they don't seem like they've ever been used. So all these things are just gonna put there for show as a prop. They're not really operational. They're fake in a way. What about the bugs here? Wait a second to start crawling all over Raiden's ass.
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
That's why it says ration. Because they would be on your rations in your inventory. Right now we don't have any. So it's just a sea-wise. Shake your equipment. Just do this to make it go away for now. So the bugs are also artificial. They don't exist naturally. And what about maybe Raiden's blood?
Raiden. That's right. You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
So Raiden's blood is also artificial. And the name of the big shell too. All these things put together. It's not something you would pick up on your first or even second playthrough, but if you look at every item, everything around you, and even Raiden's blood, you'll see that everything is just kind of set as a stage here with all these fake and artificial and unused things or natural things. And the name of the big shell too being a shell hiding something. When people talk about the simulation of MGS2, it's not so much about the VR simulation if you ask me, but it's more like how all these things are in place for Raiden or the player to kind of feel at home in a fake stage. The whole thing about it being mostly an MGS1 recreation, you know, with the dock where you arrived and the forklift, the elevator. When we get to the elevator in MGS1, you see Liquid Snake go up the elevator, and in MGS2 you see Solid Snake go up the elevator when you get there. It's more calls about the stages being similar later once we get here. All those things kind of set the stage, and the Colonel also correcting himself. In fact, I think we can do the second call where he does that before we even get there. The Colonel correcting himself when he says, when we need to reach you, contact you. Why does he correct himself there? Because that would have made sense too to say reach you, but the exact line that was used in MGS1 is contact you. So from the very beginning, you can see that the Colonel and the stage that has been set for Raiden, they all just kind of repeat MGS1 tropes and MGS1 lines. Oh yeah, if we fuck around. This also happens in MGS1 actually. If you wait too long in the dock area without crawling through the thing in MGS1, it tells you how to crawl there.
You should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with
you
your
get a
mission.
call.
The clock is
Yeah. Okay. So that tutorial call, if you just wait around too long in the starting area in MGS1, also happens. We can also get the tutorial call about the corner view. If you were here for MGS1 while I was doing that part of MGS1, we have that exchange between Snake and Naomi in MGS1, where she's kind of holding a grudge against Snake. She says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you?" And then Snake uses that as a chance to flirt with her. Only beautiful women like yourself. So when we do the corner view call in MGS2, the Colonel will repeat not just the corner view tutorial, but also the little exchange between Snake and Naomi in that call. So that's supposed to show you, just like when the Colonel corrects himself, saying reach you, contact you, that from the very beginning he's already taking in block the entire line from MGS1 and reusing it in MGS2. And sometimes it's a hit or miss, because while most things are aligned, you have a little correction there he does, and you have the Colonel almost accidentally repeating the whole exchange from MGS1 here, which has absolutely no excuse and no context of existing otherwise. Because there's nothing going on between Raiden and any female character right now. Yeah, Rose hasn't been introduced yet, it has nothing to do with her. It's just showing you that for the most part, the Colonel takes lines from MGS1, and the entire game takes, you know, the environment, the obstacles, the level design, the events, and the characters all coming back from MGS1 in terms of voice actors, especially in the Japanese version. It just takes all of that in one block and reuses it in MGS2. So sometimes it's not a perfect match, and sometimes we can see these little discrepancies. Let's see if we can get that call now. Just go through a few of these.
To get to the elevator.
Yeah.
The punch is the basic.
Now, that's the beginning of the tutorial calls. The punch.
Move in close to the enemy.
The throw.
Move in behind the enemy and push the weapon.
Yeah, okay. The grab, and then we have, later we'll have the
right. Push the R.
The radar tutorial also being word for word the exact thing that Mei Ling says in MGS1. Unfortunately, we don't usually get that because we're playing extreme. But if you play it in lower difficulty in MGS1, you have the radar, then Mei Ling's explanation of the radar is again word for word the exact same. The Colonel just takes that in block from MGS1, and it just so happens to fit in MGS2. Later, when the Colonel goes crazy, he's still kind of doing the same thing. It's just pulling lines from the previous games. But at that point, of course, by the time you reach Arsenal, they don't match anything that you're around. But he's still doing that same thing, taking line from the previous game. It just happens to match for most of the game. You know, for example, when you meet the ninja, he's like, "No, we have no one like that in our unit." Again, repeated from MGS1, and it just happens to match.
Right. When you're
okay, there we go.
Against the corner, you have the ability to survey the scene behind you while staying concealed. This is called the corner view. Use it to find an opening in their surveillance and move ahead undiscovered. Strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. Peek by using the L2 and R2 buttons, and make jump-out shots with the weapon button.
In this first part,
of the different options.
in this first part of the call, he says strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. Each time there's some sort of new controls that weren't available in MGS1. Actually, both the Colonel and also Snake do the same thing when they're explaining controls and like how to move and how to use weapons. They will refer to VR training having different controls because Raiden's VR training is MGS1 and MGS1 VR missions with, of course, the more limited actions in MGS1 controls. So some people seem to have the theory that maybe Twin Snakes is Raiden's VR mission of Shadow Moses. No, because that wouldn't fit here. Obviously, Twin Snakes already has all those controls, but let's just leave that alone.
And push the punch button to knock.
Okay, here it is.
You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
There we go. So those last few lines, deception should be one of your strong points. Naomi's line, you're good at tricking people, aren't you? Only beautiful women like yourself. So those two last lines have absolutely no business being here in this context of what's going on right now with Raiden just getting here. But it is taking those MGS1 lines in that MGS1 call in its entirety and reusing it here. So sometimes there's little inconsistencies, just like the Colonel correcting himself for the codec reach you, contact you, the exact same thing. Let's get in there for now. Yeah, now Twin Snakes doesn't really have a place in the lore. It's just a result of real life events, collaborations, and people agreeing to make it happen. It's not the lore of Raiden's VR mission.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov.
5.56ers and
All
pineapples.
his equipment is Russian-made.
Must be a Gurlukovich man.
Gurlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists.
And Raiden, for his part, being
an army without a country.
Being an MGS1 fanboy, being the player, being somebody who has played the shit out of MGS1, supposedly, remembering things from it. You know, he goes along with it when the Colonel says something that matches MGS1, and we'll see a lot of it here actually. And Raiden is comfortable with it. He goes along with it. You know, he repeats basically we first see an enemy analyzing their equipment, just like Snake does in MGS1. There's a lot more here. Let's get through this little scene. Like I was saying in MGS1, when you first get to the dock and the elevator, you see Liquid go up the elevator. In MGS2, you see Solid Snake go up the elevator. And if we call again immediately after this call, there's more to it.
There's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
Yeah, he's comfortable with it.
Uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high. Should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Okay, if we call the Colonel immediately here.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
This is level 1 of VR missions. I see it now. So this could be referring to 2 things. Of course, we already went over how the starting area in MGS1 also has, you know, the dock, the crates, the forklift, the elevator, all that stuff. But also the literal level 1 of VR missions, sneaking mode, level 1, the most basic mission you start with, also has this exact layout where you start at the bottom left, then you go up, and then there's even these little nooks you can hide in, which are the exact same on the way up. Then there's a guard at the corner, and then the goal, in this case the node, just at the top right. So this level layout is the exact same as VR mission level 1 sneaking mode. And yeah, there's other crap on the other side of the room here, but if you look at the original level design for this area, it's even closer. It's pretty much just this left part of it that resembles it more. And then when we get here, we talk about the guns, not being able to pick up the guns.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean.
Item
you should
box
know this from your VR
from
training.
VR training.
Okay.
Hey, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
Well, there's a possibility, because the Colonel definitely lies to Raiden a bunch of times through this. But when he says, you should know this from VR training, you should know this from MGS1 and VR missions, that you can't pick up enemy weapons, because they definitely had the technology to do it if they wanted to do it now. So it's unclear to me whether the weapons are really ID locked or not. But what's important about that call is when the Colonel says the item box from VR training, and Raiden immediately goes, okay, I know those. See, he's comfortable with it because that was the mechanic in MGS1. So he doesn't really question it any more than that. He questions it a little bit, but he's like, item box, like you used to, you know, from MGS1, from your VR training. You should be comfortable with those. He's like, okay, I know those. So, every time things kind of align in a way that Raiden is comfortable with, he just rolls with it. But when things start like deviating a little bit, things start getting crazy, when the C4 and Fat Man are introduced, you know, those are not part of the simulation. Those things Raiden's not really comfortable with. He starts kind of applying real life logic to things, because at the very beginning, we don't know yet that Raiden was a child soldier. It has all this fucked up past and experience, right? Raiden is just, for the most part, at the beginning of the game, he's just an empty shell. For the player, he is just somebody who has played MGS1 and VR missions before. So he's comfortable with all that stuff. But as soon as things start getting a little crazy, you know, that's when he starts whining and complaining and applying some sort of real life logic to things. There's many different ways to look at it. That's one of the beautiful things about MGS2. The many ways it's interpreted, and people can have, you know, all sorts of discussion about it. One of the key things that was floating around for a long time was, is MGS2 VR? Is it the MGS2? Was it a simulation? Was it real? What do you mean real? It's a video game. Of course it's VR. At least my interpretation of it is that they use that interchangeably between, it kind of permeates that line between real universe, real life, and game universe, while also in itself being a game. So when people say, is MGS2 VR? I would say yes, but not in the sense that, I don't know, Raiden in the game universe is sitting down somewhere with a VR headset plugged into his anus. No, or into his optical nerve or something, I don't know. I would say that it's VR in a sense that it's literally a virtual reality, because it's a piece of software in real life. So that constant going back and forth between the real universe, the real life, and the game universe, the thing that makes it a little tricky with MGS2 is that it's very much I guess the series throughout the entire series, it basically pretends to be in the real world, right? With the constant references to the real history mixed in with game history and game facts and mixed in with real history. So it just constantly pretends to be the real world plus whatever Metal Gear pieces of history happened in it. And we can see that throughout the game, throughout the series, with all the historical figure and events that are referenced, mixed in with events from the game. So it knows it acts as if it's a real universe, but it doesn't. It's, how do I put this? Raiden is almost like an isekai. Like, I'm a guy who played MGS1 and now I am in MGS2. Holy shit, it's a video game. You know, he doesn't quite say that. So instead he just kind of gets uncomfortable when he sees Fortune, Vamp, when he has to defuse the C4s, when he's being fucked with by the Colonel and all the AIs, the fake Rose and all that. They can't fully go like, holy shit, I'm a guy who played MGS1 and now I'm in a video game myself. It still treats it as real life, right? It just gets uncomfortable with things. And all these things lined up to recreate MGS1 details. You could almost make the argument, I'm gonna blow your mind, that Kojima remade the same game, not 3, not 4, maybe 5 times in different ways, starting with Metal Gear 1 or 2. Because MGS1 is a lot of ways a remake of Metal Gear 2, and MGS2 is in a lot of ways a remake of MGS1. And then we won't go too far into it now because we're playing MGS2, but MGS3 is also a recreation of MGS1 in a lot of ways, although for a completely different reason than MGS2 and in a completely different way. Both MGS2 and 3 are recreations of MGS1, except MGS2 is kind of set as a stage for the player to go through and question things, while MGS3 is set as a stage for the player to go through and enjoy things from MGS1. You know how MGS3 is largely about giving the snake back to the people. Just having that simpler story to follow and all the events, you know, the escape with the machine gun, with the Shagaha resembling Rex in a lot of ways, of course Naked Snake resembling Solid Snake's ways in a lot of aspects. So you could argue MGS3 is MGS1 again, and MGS2 is also definitely MGS1 again, but for the empty shell that is Raiden to go through and experience things. So, in completely different ways. Kojima's been remaking the same game like 4 or 5 times now. It's just crazy. Anyway, I'm getting close sidetracked. All the MGS3 rambling will come later when we play that. So, why all these MGS1 connections and MGS1 references and why is the big shell set as a stage? It's almost like a theme park. It's like a ride that Raiden goes through, the player goes through and wants to feel at home like he was in MGS1. Initially being told that the S3 plan is a Solid Snake simulation, which even when the Patriots say, yeah, it's not, it's selection for societal sanity, but in a lot of ways you can see all the connection references for MGS1 for Raiden to basically feel at home, feel comfortable with going through it. And then that's when you add, actually let's do it now, when you add Rose to the mix, it's Rose is kind of there. You know, the fact that people hate Rose, to me, probably means that Rose is the most realistically written character in the series. Probably the best written character in terms of realism, being based on Kojima's experience, real life experiences with his wife, with other women in his life he dated or he had some sort of interaction with, who knows. The fact that people hate Rose speaks volumes to how accurately she's portrayed, and how when you add that element to Raiden, who at this point is just an empty shell of basically a fanboy going through a ride, just one ride in MGS2. But Rose adds that basically Rose's purpose in Raiden's life for the S3 plan being all those human interactions that they have and human connections, and so that she's able to pick up on his flaws. And later at the very end of the game, the Patriots, that long call before the Solidus fight, they just regurgitate all the wrong things that Raiden does as a human, which really, if you listen to it, they're things that everybody's guilty of in some form, and using all those things to make an argument that he's not fit to exercise free will. So when you add that into the mix, going through the MGS1 simulation and picking up on all of his flaws is the process of selection, and the point that the Patriots make of humanity not being fit to exercise free will, because Raiden, in a lot of ways, they were right in real life as well. Raiden or the players were not able to pick things up and roll with it, basically, to decide for themselves what to believe in and what to pass on. Instead, the Patriots' argument is that they have to do it for us because we are too dumb as a species to do it. Funny how I always end up talking about the ending while we're talking about the beginning of the game. But yeah, I like to put it this way: MGS2 is like Kojima's a mad scientist and we're lab rats, and MGS2 is a maze that Kojima puts us in just to watch our reaction and how we interact and how we solve things. You could argue that the Patriots do that with Raiden, Kojima does that with the audience. But at the end of it, there's somewhat of a benevolent message in all of it, even though a lot of people are pissed. If you found out that you're a lab rat put in a maze and being observed and how you react and solve things, you'd probably be pretty pissed too by the end of it. But the message at the end is, look, you should be able to decide for yourself what you just experienced, what your takeaway from all this. Snake says it at the end of the game. Everything you heard, felt, thought about during this mission is yours. So you decide to deal with it. It's up to you. And that was, in a lot of ways, the message that Kojima wanted to impart on both the players and his development team as well. Because, okay, so one thing that we kind of skipped over is, why Raiden? Why the fuck do we have to play as Raiden to do all this? Well, a vast majority of the reason is so that you're this empty shell with no background at first. You're this MGS1 fanboy, and when the real Snake shows up, you look up to him. When Snake is on screen, you pay attention to his actions, hopefully, and what he says, especially relevant in Arsenal later. So the real reason, or the vast majority of the reason why we don't play as Snake in MGS2 is because Kojima gets to be Snake, not you. Ultimately, Snake is there to deliver Kojima's message and to be looked at from an external point of view as this mentor figure, right? There's obviously everybody thinks Snake is so badass and so great, and Raiden looks up to him, the players look up to him. So you don't get to be Snake because it's Kojima's now. Snake quite literally becomes Kojima's mouthpiece. Oh, we're an extreme too, so when we find a dog tag later in Arsenal, we'll search Snake, we'll find Kojima's dog tag. It's especially telling that Kojima gave his dog tag to Snake on extreme difficulty, of course, the highest difficulty of the time. You don't get to be Snake because Kojima is Snake in this game. And so he wants people to look up to him, to listen to his message, and also for some strange reason, that's the majority of the reason, but they also had other little reasons, such as we wanted to appeal to Japanese schoolgirls for some fucking reason. Yeah, they had this survey going on back in the day, like, would you play this game about this badass action hero, old grizzled veteran guy? And they were like, ew, no, I would never play a game with that guy. But when you bring in the sort of androgynous, fabulous hair, you know, effeminate movements, or neutral movements as they call it in Japan, sort of fabulous androgynous guy like Raiden, then they were like, oh yeah, we like that guy. And, you know, I've been doing this for a long time. I've seen a lot of people coming and going in the chat. I know that there's no girls on the internet, but Twitch kind of did away with all that, didn't it? I've seen a lot of female viewers and girls coming and going and talking about Raiden, or you can go look. I've had, you know, just real life conversations and direct conversations and in the chat and what have you, and it makes almost no sense to us guys, but it fucking works. I swear to God, it fucking works. There's so many girls that like this kind of different kind of, you know, instead of old grizzled muscular rugged guy, and they like this fabulous androgynous blonde hair, effeminate movements kind of hot guy instead. It makes no fucking sense to the male brain, but it fucking works. I can tell you from direct real life experience that girls really do like that, or at least they do when they're younger. I don't know. So when it came to be this way, when they interviewed, surveyed Japanese schoolgirls, it makes perfect fucking sense that this is what they came up with as a result of that. So it's weird, but it works, especially when you factor in the fact that it's a Japanese game. For example, the motion actor, when making the movements for Raiden, they were not told whether it was a female or a male character, so they tried to keep their movements neutral, as neutral as possible. Unfortunately, the Japanese idea of neutral movements is not quite the same as the Western one, I would say. So, because this is what they came up with, right? But that's one of the reasons it turned out that way as well. Well, I'm reading all the chat comments on this. Yeah. Oh yeah. The Dad Nier is another perfect example. How Dad Nier got turned into Brother Nier. Exact same thing. And then Dad Nier is just nowhere to be seen anymore in the remake. Lost in history. The PS3 version doesn't have a PSN version, so it's just lost media almost at this point. Exact same thing. Def Jam Killers, thank you for 7 months resub. And I don't usually go through all the people who follow, but I'm seeing a few new follows. So I want to thank everybody who just followed the channel, especially Cuntmaster. I normally I ignore follows, but this guy, you can't just ignore Cuntmaster. What a guy. What a Twitch name. Maybe he's a lurker, maybe he doesn't chat, but thank you for following, Cuntmaster. Oh, we're talking about Raiden. Oh my god, these names are so funny sometimes. Okay. Let's move on. Damn. Oh, there he is, Cuntmaster. Thank you for the follow. I hope Twitch lets you keep your account. Alright, we've got a whole bunch of things in this screen. Unfortunately, with each time that this game got released and re-released, this screen in particular was affected pretty heavily, losing more and more details with each new release. Spec Ops Fox, hey, holy crap, 109 months, tier 2, thank you so much. Yeah, I know, we've been gone for a while, especially with these marathons too, so no worries there, thank you. So we're already missing quite a few things from the PS2 version here. On PS2, you would have codename, birthday, nationality, but also sex and blood type. Sex options are yes and no. No, I'm kidding. So those are gone from the HD edition on PS3 already. Gifting a sub to Cuntmaster. Good job. Thank you. I truly hope that Twitch lets him keep that account, because it'd be ashamed if something happens to it. What did 3 Dogs Select? What the fuck did I knock over? Hold on. I don't know. What did 3 Dogs Select 2002 dog tags? Because they're different names and he wanted to show the David O dog tag on the tanker. If you go back a little bit on the VOD, you'll see that part that we're talking about. He was talking about the David O, Major Zero's name, already being a dog tag in MGS2.
Good work. You're as good as they said.
Interesting. Give the sub. Do I have to say it? I don't want to say it. I suck toes. Got a sub. Nice. Thank you, anonymous gifter. So let me go back to the screen here. So on PS2, you had blood type and sex as well in this screen that you could enter in your dog tag, but they got removed in HD because being on PS3 and Xbox, they now have cloud saves that you could upload to the PSN servers or whatever, right? So that being deemed sensible personal information, blood type, oh, and also the year on the date of birth. See how the year is question marks. The year, the blood type, and sex is personal information that you cannot upload without probably, I don't know, something to do with their policies in some way, right? So those had to be taken out of the HD edition because now we can upload saves to the cloud and they contain personal information. And that's just not allowed for some reason. So blood type is gone, sex is gone, birth year is gone. And then when it got re-released again for the Master Collection, they also completely removed this one. I cannot wrap my head around. Like, why the fuck would they remove this? This screen has a bunch of little Easter egg code names. Like, if you enter certain relevant names, like, of course, for example, Kojima. If I enter Hideo Kojima in here, the rest of the information, as soon as I hit enter, look, it's gonna change to his information, which is now missing the birth year. So 1963 is missing there, August 24th. His blood type would have been there too on PS2. And nationality, this one's funny, because it's not just Japan, because there's Japan as an entry. It's Konami Japan. That says Konami in there next to Japan. So I don't know if Konami owns your ass when you're born or something. Apparently, it says Konami Japan for some of the developer names in here that you can enter. There's a whole bunch of different names you can enter. I don't even know all of them, but obviously we're going to do
Everything
Kojima.
in that turd's path turned into shit.
And then we can also do Shinkawa, of course, is perhaps the second most important person at Kojima Productions, working very closely. So those two work. If I enter Shinkawa's name, it's going to change. Well, in this case, it's just going to change the birth year and date. Also going to stay Konami Japan. Here, let me fix that. No more Konami. Shinkawa was born on Christmas, apparently. Japanese Jesus, maybe that's how he's so good at what he does. And there's a whole bunch of other names, not just developers. There's like people of interest in some sort of different ways that you can enter here, and it will change all the rest of the stuff to their data. But so not only we don't get the birth year, the blood type, and the sex anymore, in the Master Collection, none of these names work at all. Nothing. Zero. Like, I don't understand why they took that out completely, but if you enter Kojima's name in the Master Collection, nothing happens. If you enter Shinkawa's name, nothing happens. If you enter any of the other names, just nothing happens. The entirety of this Easter egg and bunch of details here are just completely gone from the Master Collection. It's just really weird. I don't know why, but it's one of the reasons we're on PS3. And then, of course, if we, what date is it? I think it is. Okay. If we, damn it, what freaking day is it? If we put in today's date, we get a little happy birthday cake in the corner there. I'm not sure if that one's gone as well from the Master Collection. I know all the names are. Let me see something. I really should find like a complete list of names you can enter here, but let's see. Why is it so hard? I think it would be. Oh, there we go. No, I think it'd be easy to Google something like that. And I'll just mess with it some other time. Fuck it. Chad. House bag from Chad. There's question mark too. Yeah, the only really weird one is Konami Japan instead of just Konami, or just Japan. North Korea. Okay, I guess that could happen. Somehow somebody sneaks a copy of MGS2 into North Korea. Okay. Oh yeah, the FAP unit, that's right. Oh yeah, there's another detail that's gone. Since the birth year is no longer there, you cannot see this little detail except on PS2. If you put a birth year that makes you under 18, then here the blood would be automatically turned off in the next screen. You can turn it back on, but by default it will be off if you're under 18 in the original PS2, where you could enter the year. Now we can't, so that's gone too. Yep, I know. Instead, they added this back to title screen menu entry, which does not ask you for any confirmation if you click it. Ask me how I know, and is dangerously close to exit. So if you accidentally fucking press confirm on this, everything is just gone. Whoops. Yeah, ask me how I know. Alright.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to
He's just regurgitating him just one lines, so word for word. And Raiden's like, yep, I know those. I'm okay with this.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a
It says
request
here,
if
if you
I
try
may.
to say your name to
Of
fuck
course.
the dog tag
His handle
entry
is
screen,
Raiden.
the game won't let you.
For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
I should
Yes,
try
sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies.
There's one
Jack,
call where she calls him Raiden.
do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well, I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
There's a call you can do after evading your first alert. If you're taking a little bit of damage, she will call, being concerned again. The colonel will tell her to call him Raiden again in that call. And that's where she's once again like, okay, Raiden.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
Holy shit.
Secure the...
Yeah, we're gonna get caught on purpose and strut F when it's time to pick up the Born and the M9. That's where I do it. It's a little complicated to do because you gotta get an alert and then get a certain amount of damage, and then you have to escape the alert and the evasion. And when it goes to caution, you'll get a call. But you can't end the alert too early and get the evasion, whatever, or get the call without getting the caution. It's a little involved to do. We're slapping them in the nuts, but you can also do it from behind, yes. So it looks like it's an ass punch. It wasn't until MGS3 that they had a separate animation for punching them in the ass instead of the nuts.
Call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake.
The head, the heart, and the dick
years ago on that tanker
are the three
after
weak
he blew it
points.
sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
A little reference here. Daylight. VR training.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
And where are the sunglasses at? You can see Raiden here if you zoom in. Just kind of cool.
The big shell
Here
is
he is.
comprised of shells 1 and 2.
And all the
Each
artifacts
unit
from
consists of a
HD.
central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment.
There's just not just an overview of the big shell. It's like right now, Raiden's up there.
First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
So here's the thing about how Raiden's voice acting was directed and sounds like, and in general, that's one of the weakest point of MGS2 as a whole, the voice acting, casting choices, and direction, and especially the translation. But I guess that's another thing that goes with what we were talking about earlier, how, wow, they're already shitting on me, how they were kind of directed to do a neutral motion capture movements for Raiden, but of course, being Japanese motion capture actor, you know, their idea of neutral is different than the Western idea of neutral movements. And it's kind of the same thing for the voice acting, but I guess in reverse, where they saw what kind of character Raiden is, and they decided to give him this kind of voice acting and direction and whiny voice and whatnot. It's the exact opposite in Japanese. If you listen to Raiden's voice in Japanese, it's like deeper than Snake. It's crazy. They have absolutely no problem giving him a super serious guy tone and deep voice, just like Snake, if not even deeper. That is completely unrelated to his appearance and movements. But see, one thing you gotta understand, it took me a while to wrap my head around this, but the more years pass and more people I've spoken to and more times I play the games, I see it now that the Western or English translation, voice acting and direction, recording, editing, everything, parts of these games are just almost completely detached from the Japanese team and the Japanese development. So it's just what you get, I guess, when that happens. There's very little to no communication between the Japanese and the Western teams. So I could give you many examples, one of which, okay, so we have MGS1 scandal with the translation of MGS1. You know what it took for Kojima to know what MGS1 sounded like and was written like in the West? It took the game to be re-released again in Japan with English voice acting for him to notice, and that's ultimately what got the translator, Jeremy Blasting, fired. It was one person coordinating the back and forth, and that was Scott Dolph, the real life Scott Dolph, not the Marine commandant, although he is named after him. Funnily enough, we were just messing with him. International Coordinator Affairs, International Affairs Coordinator, whatever fucking title was at the time. He was the one guy establishing the back and forth and between the two regions, and he was the one guy that basically ratted out the translation of MGS1 and got Blaustein fired. Before that, Kojima had no fucking idea what a game sounded like for years, for like a whole year at least, when the Western release came out. It's just crazy. So yeah, the real life Scott Dolph and the guy who translated MGS1, I would imagine that they're not the best of friends. Since he got him fired. And then one of the remarks that what's-her-face, Chris Zimmerman, talked about, the voice acting director for all of these games. She says she's never spoken to the Japanese people or whoever the Japanese counterpart was more than twice, except one of those times was for a lighthearted joke. These people were just given the script and be like, here, do it. No, like, coordination of direction whatsoever. They spoke twice, and once was for a joke. And then, of course, you have the immense disconnect between MGS2 in Japanese and MGS2 in English that happened. Not just with the translation, but the voice acting, casting choices, and all the lines were supposed to be the same between MGS1 and 2. They just didn't end up being that because they got retranslated or reworded by different people due to that thing I was just talking about in MGS1. And then, of course, you have the whole thing that happened later with... basically, if Kojima doesn't get his way with the Hollywood actors, he doesn't care. So it's really odd. This like, it's odd how Kojima is obsessed with Hollywood and movies and whatnot, but he doesn't much care or look into the English versions of his games. The whole thing with Kiefer, of course. You think he did that for you? You think he did that for the Western audience? You think he's a shit about that? No, of course not. He did it for himself and for the Japanese audience, where they go absolutely crazy about 24 and Kiefer and whatnot. So that's just the state of affairs when things get handed overseas from the two regions and two teams. They don't really coordinate much. So that's what we get. And MGS2, you have these countless examples of, you know, all the MGS1 connections that we was talking about. Many of them are supposed to be the characters and voice actors and their respective lines as well. So in Japanese MGS2, many of the voice actors come back to voice characters that are the stand-in for their MGS1 counterpart. Like, you know, Meryl voicing Olga in Japanese, the DARPA chief voicing Ames, and Baker's voice actor voicing President Johnson. Solidus having Kiyotsuka's voice, so Snake's voice, that's a big one, right? So all those counterparts were supposed to come back to voice the respective stand-ins for their MGS1 characters. That basically didn't happen at all in the English version. If they did things like the Japanese version, Solidus would sound like Solid Snake, exactly. Like Hater should have voiced Solidus as well, which just sounds crazy to think about now, right? You couldn't even imagine that. But that was the intended experience. That's how they wrote it and they made it. And for the Japanese players, you know, being told constantly that Solid Snake is the terrorist leader by the Colonel, and then hearing Solid Snake's voice coming from Solidus, it would have hit just completely differently. And that was the intended experience. Mario, thank you for 116 months. Snake wins with 127. Holy shit, dude. Thank you guys. You guys are crazy. Just 100 plus months resubs. Yeah, you can't imagine it. You know, also, well, you can't imagine that the Big Shell's original name was Big Blue Apple. Now we're like, what the fuck? I can't imagine that, right? But maybe if that was the case from the very beginning, you know, we'd probably be used to it and be like, Big Shell? That would be a weird name if it was the opposite. Anyway, more on that later, especially when Solidus is first introduced on the radio with Olga. That just would hit completely differently. Because they're on the radio, Olga has Meryl's voice, Solidus has Solid Snake's voice, and they're talking about a bunch of MGS1 references. The ninja, the guy in the box, the lasers, taking care of that annoying fly, you know. So it's just crazy. We didn't get the intended experience at all. Due to this disconnect, especially back in the day. Like, if they don't do it now, they didn't do it from even the more recent games. Like, imagine even back in the day when communication, broadband, everything wasn't just as widespread. Like, I don't know, man. Same thing with,
Raiden, the elevator's gone down. There's no need for you to return to the deep sea dock. Proceed with the mission.
And we also kind of had this call in MGS1. We tried to get back on the elevator. Actually, another good source that people don't really comprehend the scale of what it took to translate MGS1 back in the day. I was talking about it earlier, and people have different views on this. Oh, the translator took too many liberties, you know, they changed things too much, they rewrote the game. The translation versus localization conundrum, what have you, but the truth of the matter is, as there was no Google, there was no widespread, being on call, quick communications, and there's just little to no contact with the Japanese team. So what it took, that actually go look it up because it's a crazy article. Jeremy Blossing talking about the immense odyssey that was doing research and translating MGS1 in of his own research, his own resources, with little to no input. So that's another case of you see how there's that disconnect between the regions and the different versions of the games. Let me see. I feel like we should have this article on a link somewhere. Blah blah blah. It's called The Bizarre True Story of Metal Gear Solid's English Translations, written by the man who did it. Blasting himself wrote that article. And it starts with, "The last time I saw Hideo Kojima, we were both naked." What? Oh yeah. Nice. They were some sort of outdoor sauna or something. It's a lot. I highly suggest looking up that article.
Bisexual. According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the president was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location. Cross the connecting bridge between Strut A and B. You can get to the connecting bridge from the first floor. Get down from the roof to the first floor. The node is on the first floor of Strut A. Don't forget to log in. Understood? I see a lot of birds over there.
Yeah.
The tanker accident 2 years ago released crude oil containing massive quantities of endocrine disruptors. The fish that absorbed them were then eaten by seagulls, which further concentrated the endocrine disruptors in their bodies. What sort of outcome this will lead to is still currently under review and is yet unclear. It just goes to show that finishing the cleanup of ocean oil spills does not mean that environmental restoration efforts end there as well.
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
a hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
Yeah, you're constantly told Snake is dead, but he's also the leader of the terrorists. And then when Raiden asks, they just hang up on him. Just imagine all this if you heard Solid Snake's voice coming from Solidus.
That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago, the tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil, the end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a terrorist, and that's that.
Yeah, so they kind of dropped the check for the play, whether the players play the tanker or not, pretty quickly into the game, actually. It's really just that intro section at the bottom of Strut A. I actually specifically tested this. Even if you just start plant only, they still have this call. They drop that pretty quickly because you're just supposed to have done it. That's just the intended way to do it.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal
looked around when she tells him to.
You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve, in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
Because this might just seem like a harmless little joke there, but if she did use the database that they have higher access to, they wouldn't find any of that because none of that is actually happening. That's just the front disguised as a decontamination facility. Oh wow, the poop went all the way down in the water. Look at that. Nice. Look at a little pile of bird shit at the bottom there. So instead she used a brochure that's for the public, where they pretend that there's cleaning going on, environmental cleaning up going on at the Big Shell. Nice, the poop fell all the way down there. You get it. Damn it, sometimes you can slap them or kick them in midair as they take off. They're probably still gonna be pissed or pooped. Actually, birds shit and piss in the same mass, I guess. What we call bird shit, I think, has both. So, there it is. And this bird shit, too, has some lore to it.
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
Hey, it's Metal Gear. You basically have to be a piss and shit expert if you're gonna be a Metal Gear expert. So, the story goes that, we have a command for it. I think it's bird shit. The bird shit command. And just do bird shit.
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
Yutaka Nagishi waited for the perfect bird droppings to land on his car's windshield for a week to get the right look and consistency. Seagull droppings photographs for texture reference in MGS2 were apparently taken by background art director Nagishi Yutaka, who was shooting the windshield from inside a car, but apparently the droppings didn't come out for a week. Oh wow, there's an actual picture there. But to get just the right look, oh my god, this one's shaped like, oh, they ruined it. If only it dropped at the bottom. It was almost a V. It was almost a V. Now it's kind of like a W. MGS V bird shit. I know, right? I would pay money for an MGS V bird shit logo screenshot. Nice. That was almost a V, perfect V there. How telling, and foreshadowing. Okay. So yeah, that's the kind of effort that went into the bird shit, so it took a moment to appreciate it there. Something similar kind of happened with the cigarette smoke effect in MGS1, where they just spent like a month trying to get that right. It's crazy. Hey.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communication...
Get real.
Strut A is a pump facility that supplies the energy to circulate the polluted water drawn from the sea throughout each of the big shell sections. The south side is the actual pump facility itself, while the north side is the control room.
They also jumped into Typhoon in order to create realistic rain. Damn. The bird shit guy.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the president was sighted on Strut B, right?
Yes. Actually, when we get that call with Rose explaining what the specific strut you're in is for, that's the last call. And then they start repeating stuff. Unless we're, interacting with something.
Raiden, that door is locked. You most likely won't be able to get through. Find another way in.
So we keep being told that Snake is not part of the simulation, but Snake is our only way in. You know, he cut the hole in the oil fence, and then he cut the hole in this fence here, so that we can get in. So, I don't know, the Colonel keeps saying Snake is not part of the simulation. But maybe Snake, being told that Snake is not part of it, is part of it, yeah? Well, who knows? You could see Snake as a stand-in for... Well, obviously Liquid Snake when he goes up the elevator, but maybe a little bit also maybe Gray Fox when they're talking about yeah, the other intruder. Like I don't know, it's the whole thing with the Colonel saying he's not part of the simulation, don't trust him. But okay, so the way to kind of solve that for me is that there are two simulations going on, mostly in parallel, so it's easy to get it confused as one. You always have to think about what Raiden's going through versus what the player is going through, which is largely aligned, because Raiden is in many ways a representation of the player, the MGS1 fanboy who goes into MGS2 and finds all the things you'd expect based on your expectation and experiences from MGS2. So mostly it aligns. But there's definitely the stage that the Patriots set for Raiden, and there's definitely the stage that Kojima set for the player to go through. So, and like I was saying, they largely align, but not always, because Raiden sometimes doesn't seem to be aware of the most basic things that you would know from having played MGS1. Or he claims to have read in the Darklands of Shadow Moses, and he doesn't know who the Patriots are, or who Nastasha really, or Ames are. Like, that kind of disconnect there. I don't know if it's Kojima just thinking the people are not paying attention or something, but and then we have, see, the simple thing here, something that they would never do to Snake, like, oh, there's an item there, go pick it up, and they just slip him bird shit. This kind of a ridicule, disrespect that Raiden is just constantly being put through by the Colonel and Rose and the environment. Olga not letting Raiden hold him up like Snake does. Fortune talking shit to Raiden, Vamp, they're all talking shit, Fat Man talking, they're all talking shit to Raiden, basically. As just another thing to set him apart from Snake. You could technically see Snake slip on bird shit, but that came after, that came with Substance and the added stuff, VR missions and Snake Tales and all that. You know, it wasn't there originally. You wouldn't be able to be here Snake in the original game. So yeah, you're not gonna see Snake flip some bird shit usually. It's just reserved for Raiden's this complete disrespect that he has throughout the game in a lot of ways.
Not a chance.
Raiden, look at that wire fence.
Probably, yeah.
You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button.
I see.
Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move.
Oh my god, these re-recorded lines. Whenever they mention the left stick, the lines are re-recorded. But yeah, the Colonel tells you that Snake is not part of the simulation, going back to what I was saying. But clearly, Snake is part of the simulation, if by simulation you mean the game's script and events and gameplay. I mean, obviously, the developers put Snake in the game, doing things for Raiden, so...
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line
He took a step, here's another call.
SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
Yeah, there's another game if you want the actual VR simulation theory to be true. That's what Metal Gear Solid Mobile is. Yeah, people just... I guess it's confusing. It's like semantics. Like, you say simulation and VR. To me, VR is just a play on the fact that it's a piece of software. Well, simulation is just setting the stage for something. It doesn't necessarily have to do with it being virtual or software. But yeah, reenactment, yeah. That works, I guess.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay? Understood.
Hidden humiliation simulation. It is, in a lot of ways it humbles you. Now just Raiden the player too, like playing with your expectations.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in.
But it wants you to rise from that,
Distract
yeah?
them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
It wants you to be uncomfortable and question reality, and then it wants you to sort of take that back, or rise up from that sort of humiliation or questioning uncomfortable reality for a second, and then take it by the reins, yeah?
Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's body. This is how to do it. First, walk...
Shut up, I know how to do it. Raiden's cartwheel is a lot better than Snake's roll, yes. You can easily do it if you're going down the stairs like that. See, if Snake rolled there, he would have just face planted onto the steps with the roll. And even when you're going up, it has a little bit, I might mess it up, but it has a little bit, yeah, that's too much capability of skipping going up as well. The roll just doesn't have any. And then the cartwheel maintains momentum when you're moving. It's actually faster, slightly faster if you're going in a straight line. But the roll stops for a second. Every time you roll, Snake stops for a split second before moving again, so you lose your momentum there. And then you can use the cartwheel to jump across obstacles and stuff. Just jump from one crate to the other, like if you're on top of a crate and the range is just right. Yeah, no, Raiden's cartwheel is just infinitely better than Snake's roll, and it's just not just the cartwheel. Every aspect of Raiden's gameplay, and this is where the irony comes in. Raiden's is better in gameplay in a lot of ways. So the cartwheel is better, the combo is better because it's got 4 hits instead of 3. Even a single punch, see how Raiden is more like slapping from side to side instead of Snake's direct single point punch. Raiden covers more area, and it's a lot easier to slap people in the nuts with Raiden. It's way easier to target dicks with Raiden than it is with Snake. With Snake, you gotta align exactly the one point where the dick is and then jab forward. But Raiden, you have this margin of error, which is a little bit side to side. Raiden also tiptoes higher than Snake, even though I think he's canonically shorter than Snake. Maybe he's just more stretchy, I don't know. You can tiptoe over obstacles higher than Snake. And then I think, I don't know if it's related to the tiptoeing or when you do like some of the boss rush or the VR missions or stuff as Snake, Snake's hitbox like sticks out more. There's some spots where you fight the Tengus where if you just crouch and hide behind something with Snake, they'll still hit you, but they won't hit Raiden. It's really odd. Oh yeah, Raiden can also one-hit KO people by punching them in the head with a rifle or a grenade launcher stock. Snake can't do that. Snake has a different animation when you have a rifle equipped. I mean, the real reason is that the level design and everything was made for Raiden, mostly. And the majority of the game areas are made for Raiden, so... yeah, you can slap people in the head with a gun if you do it with a rifle. You can also do it with a handgun, but it's a lot fucking harder to do it with a handgun. I have been playing this game for 20 years plus, and I can't fucking do it. But I've seen like Platonic do it. I don't know if Platonic's still lurking. What do they call it? The neck punch, the throat punch, or something. With Snake you can do that, but it's a lot easier to do with a rifle. If you hit them in the head, it's like hitting them in the dick with a punch. They go down instantly. Oh yeah, let's go pick up the porn and the M9 and get the call about escaping the alert. Oh wait, no, I almost forgot. There's also this call here about the nerd. Yeah, Dog was here literally less than 3 hours ago. This is a really weird call about the node and the kernel here.
Logging into a node will permit you to use the radar and the overview map of the area.
Definitely.
You will also be able to access other functions such as option changes. Customize the settings according to your needs. If you find an item box,
maybe we had to log into it to the balloon. Thank you for the 102 months. Come on, tell me more about the nerd.
Right. Radar utilization is key. The ability to check the enemy's movements and field of vision through the radar will be indispensable in a sneaking mission. But don't be so reliant on the radar that you miss the obvious. Always check your surroundings in first person.
Why did they put options into the node? Because the game's interface and the Big Shell's interface are one and the same. Especially when we get to Arsenal later and the loading screen's name of the areas change. The map, becomes the World Serpent with the elephants holding up the world, and the options, the map, everything. This is like the Big Shell menu. So when you're using the built-in game, shit, I hope I didn't miss out on that call now. The game's menu is also the interface that the player's using, and is also what the characters are interfacing with. So yeah, come on.
An item box. I don't feel like it.
I remember this being a problem before too. I can't get the freaking call about the node.
Nodes are the
there you
terminals
go.
of the Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the action button in front of the terminal.
Yeah, that is very out of character for the colonel. I installed a program in your nanomachines. What the hell? Since when is allegedly Campbell a nanomachine programmer expert? Like, what the hell? It's very out of character for him.
Once you put a chokehold.
And, you know, never at any point in the game you're told that this is Campbell, but if you look down here, he's got his little name tag. Because of course, it's what you'd expect to have as your CO. As an MGS1 fanboy going into the mission in MGS2, that's based on your expectations and experiences, and the stage is set for you to enjoy the ride, to go through the ride as Raiden. They never call him Campbell, but you know that thing that Otacon says later in the game, the Colonel is in part your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experiences. That's why he appears to be the way he is, because Raiden's an MGS1 fanboy. And that's who he would want as his CO. Got the KO, thank you for the 2 months. Resub, welcome back. But yeah, it's really out of character. There's something a little suspicious about it.
What's up, Jack?
I really, really like that line in the game when Otacon says, the Colonel is a part of your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experiences. I feel like that line is key to understanding the whole game. Because it's not just the Colonel, it's the entirety of MGS2 that's made with the player's expectations and experiences in mind to put them through the maze, put them through the ride, put them through the experience coming from MGS1. Yeah, when asked how do we prepare for MGS2 back in the day when it was coming out, Kojima said, replay MGS1. Play the shit out of MGS1. You're supposed to remember every call, every interaction, every area, every line, every tutorial call, every gameplay element, all those things that come back even though most people don't notice it. It's almost a subconscious thing like Raiden does. Like, oh, there's an item box there, let me pick it up. Oh, Snake has the bandana because Snake has infinite ammo because he has the bandana, of course he does. Or the game starts and Snake has the stealth camo because of course he does. We just played MGS1. Snake has both the bandana and the stealth camo in this game because you're supposed to have seen both endings of MGS1, both the Meryl ending with the bandana and the Otacon ending with the stealth camo. Hey, awesome Brad, what's up? Thank you for the 121 months. Raiden's a true villain. I was looking at Junker HQ old forum posts. Awesome Brad, I think I saw your name there. I went digging a little bit and I was bored and I found some pretty interesting stuff about Twin Snakes, for example, that we were talking about earlier during MGS1. I was like, of course Awesome Brand would be here.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
No, please.
I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough.
Reading the strategy
and we'll
guide.
talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
There's also the grand plan, the grand game plan.
So
we streamed the document.
Is that the
Close
reason
enough.
you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. We should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out
Sometimes there's some wild shit in just all the content that's not like directly in the game. Anything, it could even be in the manual that comes with the game. Yeah, there's some wild stuff because there's a lot of moving parts in publishing, releasing, and writing all that stuff, right? It's a lot of different people writing a lot of different things, and then it more or less correlates to each other. But there's some wild things in strategy guides, articles, manuals, the handbooks, the screenplay books, the grand game plan, and MGS2. It's just all over the place. I like to stick to what's in the game.
Raiden,
Or the MGS4 database.
A type of UAV.
The wiki,
If it spots you, it will alert
the wiki just sort of
exercise extreme caution. But you can use
amassing all those things together.
That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate.
I can give you an example, like Raiden's exact age, the boss's exact age. Those are not in games.
Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Or even Paz's exact age, things like that. But if you go to the wiki, there's somebody who's like, oh yeah, I'm Metal Gear Guru, I know this, I'm gonna put this in there. Source, my ass. Or source, this thing that was written elsewhere.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero.
I can tell you for sure, 100%, what's in the games.
Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package.
But beyond that, it's holy shit, man.
Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that.
People writing wild things.
Alpha Zero, report. Damn it, cover the president. Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
And then there's the comics, there's the radio dramas. There's so many things. That's technically an official source, but is just like I was saying, there's so many moving parts and different people writing things and vetting things that's like it's just all over the place. That's why I don't really care about what's canon and what isn't, but rather, you know, what's the message, the feeling, the takeaway that they were trying to convey for this particular thing. I'm good with the games. Alright, let's get the porn.
Freeze! Oh, freeze!
I guess I'll put them down. We're on extreme, so they won't wake up for a while. The difference between extreme and European extreme in terms of health, damage received, and the sleep timer, how long they stay down, is immense. It's huge. Ooh, that's a nice jump. That might have looked like just a casual jump. It's actually kind of hard to get that jump. It's really fucking hard to land that jump, actually. See, because usually that's what happens. I always try to do it, I almost never get it. Yeah, fuck. Nice. But yeah, that's what the cartwheel can be used for as well. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna send 1 or 2 guys. If it's 2, 3, 4, oh shit.
The situation is normal.
Let's just get this guy to do it. So in order to get the call I was talking about, we gotta get an alert, get a bunch of damage, and then escape the alert and also the evasion, I think. When it goes into caution, we'll get the call. Hey. So I gotta evade him without putting him to sleep, otherwise it will skip the evasion and stuff and go straight into caution. Okay, so when the evasion's up, we should be able to get the call. Come on, you asshole. There we go.
Jack, are you okay?
Rosemary.
Jack, tell me you're okay.
I'm all right. It was a close one, though.
Oh, good. I didn't think it would be this tough.
Hey.
It's the helplessness of it, you know? Just watching with no power to help you. It's like having a ringside seat at a boxing match, but much worse because it's someone I love and the stakes are...
Rosemary, maybe this was a miscalculation on my part. Selecting her wasn't the wisest choice.
That's exactly it.
No, I apologize.
That's exactly it.
I'm all right. I will see this through with you.
Rose?
We fight together, okay? You have nowhere to run. Neither do I.
Rosemary, you're not obligated to continue. You know that.
I'm all right, sir.
Raiden, how about you?
I'm good.
Then the mission goes on. But Rosemary, there's one thing you need to understand.
Sir?
His name is Raiden. Got it?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Oh, she doesn't actually say Raiden. The colonel tells her again. Okay. But yeah, so it's kind of involved to get that call. Is that guy coming back up or what? Oh, there he is. Damn, they really are blind on extreme. So we also have the Strut F calls and calls about finding a gun here, which is pretty interesting as well. Let's get this caution to go away first. So Raiden's actually not as clueless as some people think. There will be certain points in the story where he gets suspicious. And he will ask the colonel about it and promptly will be told to forget about it. You're thinking too much.
Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
Armchair theories. There's a similar call after meeting the president where Raiden just pretty much figures it out. Like she's like, oh my god, it's a recreation of MGS1. And they're like, nah, you're tired. You're thinking too much. Okay, we got the call, we got the M9, we got the porn, we got some stun grenades. And the shaver. Oh no, the Master Collection. Thank you for answering that, Awesome Brand, because I don't know if I could deal with that. What's the state of the Master Collection? Long story short, okay, but if you could find it and you hard to play these games literally any other way, it would be better. Literally any other way, any other platform than the Master Collection. It's technically better. But is the Master Collection functional, serviceable for, you know, casually wanting to get into things? Sure. Okay. Fuck it. Don't make it too complicated. That's kind of the gist of it. There is no real best version because they all have their advantages, disadvantages. You have to pick your poison. So that's a long discussion.
Watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge.
It's
they will spot
very
you and continue on course.
Any recommendations?
subjective.
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
That's why when I see that question, it's like, oh man, it's a whole can of worms, yeah. Anyway, let's leave.
Raiden, the president should be somewhere in Strut B where you are now.
Right.
His life is in danger. Hurry.
Strut B is a generator facility that generates electricity for the big shell. The first floor is its substation.
Not a chance.
Then we have perhaps one of the most obvious and just one connections and references, the bloody hallway. Chapter 3, NMD's V. It does a lot of things better than Chapter 1 and 2, like not existing, for example. If only Chapter 1 and 2 also didn't exist, that would be an improvement.
Bisexual.
are you?
Five today. Or rather,
Bisexual.
6.
Get down! Where is he?
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. Bisexual. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR, and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines. What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Here, take this.
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The president is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name? Bisexual.
Raiden.
Raiden. Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Nice.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
So yeah, the shaver is just a little Easter egg item that Raiden will give to totally not Snake here, because, I don't know, maybe he sees that he has a beard?
I think you can...
Yes. A bad sleep. If you pick up the shaver, Raiden will give it to Liskin here. And what that's supposed to do is, much later in the game, when Snake shows up on Arsenal gear, he should look clean shaven, except in this particular version, the PS3 HD edition, it is bugged and he only ends up being shaven in the codec screen. So he'll have no beard in the codec, but he'll have his beard in gameplay and cutscenes, because they kind of messed that up with all the different models with different levels of details. Because one of the things that the HD collection did in order to improve quality, there was different levels of character models with different levels of details to them used throughout the PS2 version. But in the HD edition, it just swapped out all the low detail models with the high detail ones everywhere. So what I'm assuming happened is that there was no low detail, no beard Snake model, and they just put the high detail Snake model everywhere, and that only has the beard. Or if there was, they forgot to grab that particular model or something. So we end up having the low detail model with no beard in the codec, and then the gameplay one has the beard because of that. It's one of the things they changed in the Master Collection. They kind of fixed that back somehow.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Yeah, he just knows, even when he's asleep, if you're aiming at him. The Ray's names, it was weird because it didn't happen until I installed that mod to have endless rays, so not have the rays fight end after 25. It was weird. I gotta double check that. But yeah, something similar happened with the rays, and there's still numbers on their legs and stuff for the models, where they only remastered some of the models and just copy and pasted them for all 25 rays, whereas the original had individual models for each ray with each serial number. Anyway, we got a... I don't know how it also happens in the HD edition, but it also happened in the PC version when I was messing with it, but only after messing with that trainer. So it was really weird. I wonder... I don't know, I just had to mess with it some more. But for sure, the original had the correct serial numbers everywhere on PS2, and the HD edition just doesn't. So when we saw that bug crawl from under him, when he says how he got in, fast rope descent from a Navy chopper, that was a lie, of course. And instead we see the bug, which is supposed to be a hint about how he really got in, going in the same way that we did, through the bottom strut A, where all the bugs are. So when you see the bug crawl from underneath, that's where he got the bug from, somewhere. The seal house, yeah. Then you have Raiden talking about how great VR training is. Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced. That's some little mistranslation there, again, with the Japanese sentence structure being a little confusing. He's supposed to say 60 sneaking missions and 80 weapon missions, not sneaking mission 60 and weapons 80. But yeah, that's close enough. And if you go and look at the VR missions in MGS1 VR, there's 60 sneaking missions and 80 weapon missions. And then throughout the game, there'll be certain other calls, certain times where they reference an exact call. We already did one of them where they talk about level 1 in VR. They also talk a specific advanced mode level with the PSG-1 during the sniping section, and Nikita level during the President rescue. They will sometimes refer to specific missions, and if you go to MGS1 VR and play those missions, you'll see the resemblance with the particular stage in MGS2 that they're talking about. But yeah, that's the thing. You think Raiden's played MGS1, he would recognize Snake. No, this is more for the player. See, in a lot of ways, Raiden is the player, but he doesn't know certain things that the players would. Like, the Snake is still alive. The Snake didn't really... although Raiden does talk about how Snake didn't really sink the tanker, but he's just led to questioning it continuously by the Colonel. You wouldn't know what Snake looks like. Later, there's a guy hiding in a box, and they have no idea. Nobody has no idea who it might be. You think of somebody who played MGS1 would know. I don't know why I'm teabagging this guy. How does Raiden not know what Snake looks like, or who the guy hiding in the box could possibly be? Come on. That's more to mess with the player than Raiden. That's why I keep saying there's two simulations going on, one for Raiden, one for the player. Because as the player, as somebody who's played MGS1 and got thrown into MGS2, you just know, that guy's Snake, what the fuck? Although you can't really be 100% sure either. Like, when I first played this, I was like, I don't know, 11, 12, I thought maybe it's another clone. Like, what the fuck is going on, right? You can't be 100% sure, but especially if you're playing Japanese and Solidus has the same voice as Snake, it just the whole thing hits differently. And then when you have Vamp smell him, and he's like, you smell like... Are you? It has to be. He was about to say you smell like Solidus there. Because this Vamp is... I don't know, he has the heightened sense of smell, I don't know. And he's, being close to Solidus, he can tell they're related, basically. So I was like, holy shit. He recognized him, basically, and that's why he leaves to go tell Fortune. Oh, Tier, thank you for the Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard. Yes, that's the bisexual powers.
What are you trying to do, kid?
Let's see if we call him now. It's just... He's got the radar frequency. There. Okay. Get back to sleep. So 141.80. Recurring frequency of somebody who's kind of a mentor figure, but is also hiding their identity or hiding some sort of secret from the main character. Of course, you have Master in MGS1, and Pliskin in MGS2, and the boss in MGS3, all with the radar frequencies in some way. They tried to do that with Raiden 2 and MGS4, but it doesn't really work too well. Raiden trying to teach Snake how to follow footprints, and then begging him not to leave him alone. And he's not exactly this mentor figure in MGS4, but he does kind of hide his appearance at first. They do hide Raiden's appearance at first in MGS4 because, it's kind of a big deal, his whole body changing. So yeah, that kind of aligns in MGS4 as well. Why can't we pick up an M16? Probably because they're all M4s. There's no M16s. Now, we were just talking about it earlier. There's that call when you first approach an enemy, and the Colonel tells you that all the all the weapons for the terrorists and the SEALs are ID locked, and you can't pick them up. But the real reason is that they want to have that gameplay mechanic from MGS1. And the Colonel says anything in the item box is yours to use. And then Raiden says, oh yeah, I know those. from VR training, you know? The floaty, spinning item boxes. Those I'm comfortable with. Those are the gameplay mechanic that we should go with. It's both an excuse to have the gameplay mechanic and also a play into you know, what Raiden's comfortable with from his VR training being repurposed or being reused for the player. But you're supposed to believe that the weapons are ID locked, even though he picks up the M4 during the cutscene. He doesn't really fire it, but who knows if they're really locked or not, because the Colonel does lie to Raiden all the time. Yeah, he doesn't bother at all. The real reason is Raiden coming from MGS1, the player coming from MGS1. You're familiar, you're comfortable with picking up the item boxes scattered throughout the game for the player as a gameplay mechanic. That's a secret tool for later. We'll just ignore that. Yeah, let's do some calls here and then we'll mess with him.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The president is in danger. Go now. Don't forget to log into the node in Strut B. The node for Strut B is on the south side of the transformer room. It's to the west of where you found the Navy captain.
The dud guy is waiting.
Colonel, who are Dead Sal?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Why don't you do
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
So cute. Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
Ah, man, you have all these calls where you ask Rose to look something up and then it takes several calls or loading screens or time or whatever, however else it works before she has that call when she gets back. Do I have to equip the Mark 23 probably for the call?
The Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
You should have a call about it.
The Navy captain and the president.
Get real.
Is it because we're near this guy? Maybe that's why. Nice.
Keep in mind, Raiden.
Whatever.
Why is he not talking about it? Come on.
Raiden.
No. Someone mentioned the name Vamp. Do you have any info on him?
Wait a moment, I'll look.
Another one of these calls, okay.
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man.
Yeah.
But the gun itself seems all right.
Yeah.
However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary.
Think about it. Solidus was president during MGS1. And Solidus has a very, very accelerated aging. So you also see that artwork of Solidus when the president is talking about him, or when Pliskin is talking about Dead Cell here, you know, Gorge Sears. I don't know how that happened, but they somehow managed to typo that. But considering that it's been a few years, and that Solidus is really fast, accelerated aging, he must have looked pretty different when he was president. You know, he didn't have the beard, he didn't have the white hair, And people didn't really know what Big Boss looked like until he got quote-unquote famous. Yeah. From being a villain. Or later in the story when MG4 declassifies Big Boss's files. So, I don't know. That's probably how he ends up looking different, way different now. But yeah, I mean, that's just some armchair theory, as they would call it, that I have about his accelerated aging and the time had passed. And who actually does know what Big Boss looks like at this point? Yeah, not a lot of people. Like the public or whatever. That doesn't happen until MGS4. They declassify Big Boss's files. So maybe it's not that big of a deal. And I guess you can throw in the eye too, yeah. Take a nap here.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has...
Get real.
Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said.
Probably, yeah.
The VR training you underwent is the
Probably,
best
yeah.
training program there is.
Huh?
There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident.
Whatever.
Do you understand?
Well, there's also the fact that people like, yeah, the DARPA chief would know. Because what? Because Sigint saw Naked Snake when he was younger. None of that was written or existed at this point. Remember, the games are always, they should always be looked at a product of their own times, self-contained to what each game was written to do during its development process, not thinking of the later games, because each game was written to be the last. So,
Select a weapon.
What's that supposed to mean?
Is he done with the calls here now?
You can straight.
No doubt.
Yep. Okay. Let's mess with Pliskin a little bit here.
Think you can shoot that?
Yep.
He's asleep?
We just put him to sleep, okay?
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep? Wish I were that relaxed.
You can hear him mumbling Meryl's name.
He's still sleeping.
Liquid.
Huh?
I wonder who it could be.
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep?
They also have a set of calls purely for punching him. If you call him exactly as you slap him, he's got all the grunts.
Right. All right.
He picks up just to say that.
I don't know. Not a chance.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. What are you thinking?
If we shoot him a little bit, he retaliates just once at first. I guess it doesn't matter.
What are you thinking?
You can regenerate a little bit of health.
Damn kid.
And if we keep doing it, oh nice. Eventually he'll just shoot on sight the whole time. Yep. And he does those longer bursts too. Nice. Now he's pissed. Could have another call.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Why don't you do it?
Are you though? I don't recall seeing I was on yours.
I'm on your side.
Is that the only call he has?
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Who the heck do you think you are?
Look at this blue point magic. So the laser module on the M9, not the laser itself, but the attachment on the gun. Look at it. It's see-through. You can see Pliskin in it. X-ray vision. What the fuck, man? And then when you go outside, it always glitches out outdoors. It like starts being like, I don't know, it's like this white-ish reflective color. It's like all glitched. It's weird. I have a Pliskin sticker on my laser attachment. And look at that. His gun
told you have some issues.
His gun doesn't render through that. It's just the character model. He's not holding a gun. What the fuck? This is the kind of weird shit that happens in the HD editions. Okay. Yeah, I think we can reset him like that. Good. Look at all that brass. What's weird? It's like... Oh, okay, there's the Z's. I thought he was snoring without the Z's. I guess they're not there all the time unless you put him to sleep. But the real reason I think it says in the script, he says, I need a few more minutes to like recover from his injury. The real reason he says that is that he doesn't fully trust Raiden yet. And for good reason, like we're beating the shit out of him. So he just doesn't want to go together. Let's see. I think it's almost dud time. And normally you get a call from Rose here, but I already saved. So the first save call is always the same here. Nobody has anything to say about this bomb here. We shouldn't even know it's there right now, but closing the door and it kind of helps for later. I think we will dud it up soon. Let's see if Rose maybe looks some of that shit up she was talking about.
Jack, do you need to save?
Not sure how I feel about that.
Jack, I found some information on Vamp. He's been a member of Dead Cell since it was first founded. And like Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin said, he's a master with knives. He's originally from Romania. He's apparently no ordinary knife specialist.
What do you mean?
He can parry bullets.
Yeah, I saw him do it. How the heck?
I don't know. Also, it looks like he secluded himself from other humans on several different occasions. There is no detailed information on him, though. Be careful.
Missed the most important fact about Vamp. He's bisexual. See, you always have these calls where Raiden asks about like the ninja or the members of Dead Cell or the football with a nuclear button or whatnot that Rose can look up. But often there will be a counterpart to that call with Pliskin. So they offer a lot of the same information, and usually Pliskin's calls are more detailed. And of course we have the guy with half a handcuff here, and of course his name Pliskin, both being a reference to Escape from New York with the president having in the briefcase itself. The president with the briefcase with the tape in it. In this case, it's a nuclear module, a nuclear activation thing. And then Snake, or Pliskin's name. Later, when he does reveal his identity, he's like, "Oh, I get the Pliskin part. But what about Iroquois?" There's a call about that. So Raiden gets the Pliskin part of his name. So maybe Raiden watched the movie. I don't know. Actually, the similarities. Wasn't there some talk of? I forget what the exact story is here. Like, I forget if there was some talk about the similarities like being too much, so much that that there was like a possibility of a lawsuit or something involved. Like, damn, man. I forget what the exact story is of that. I think, it was like Carpenter said something about, I could sue, but Kojima's a nice guy, I'm not going to. Technically, they had enough basis for a lawsuit, but they just didn't want to do it. Because Kojima's a nice guy or something. They didn't want to do that to Kojima. Yeah. What are you talking about? Jay Dern, what? Better not be the Dud guy. It would break Kojima's heart if he started getting sued by Hollywood actors and directors. They're like his heroes. Okay. What should we be looking at for? A slight oversight. When you regain control, don't move and look around in first person? What? I mean, Raiden does move around a little bit during this scene. I don't know if I would try doing that. Okay. I'll get your dudders ready. That's okay. Premature adulation.
Oh shit!
Hear the sax in the soundtrack that Fortune was supposed to be carrying. Maybe she would have been playing her own theme or something.
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
Come, put me out of my misery.
It was
impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Straight into the president's body.
Queen.
Don't let them take the president!
Be detonates.
Ready grenades!
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
Nice. Turn into a dud.
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness?
Yeah, I'm curious. I want to see what happens.
Monsieur Miller!
You bastard!
I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Fuck you, asshole!
Nice. Things were bits. Asshole. So Raiden's just there at the doorway.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The president can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to simulation 2?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
I won't let you be just a dream. Okay, so what happens if we go in first person without moving here?
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
What am I looking at? How does Raiden see fortune? Because he's like right here, and he's doing this, but he was doing this. Because there's shit in the way here. Yeah, he's like doing this, but there's these containers or whatever the fuck they are. Ah, you can't really see from here. That's what you mean. Okay. Like, you would have to be, like, here at least. Even tiptoeing. You can actually tiptoe. That's what it looks like. These containers here, whatever they are, they block the view. Oh, I see what you're talking about now. I wonder why. I don't know, I was more bothered by the fact that the SEAL's bullets, when they get deflected by Fortune, they go into the president. Yeah, that's exactly how Raiden hits Vamp too. When he's standing next to Fortune and bullets get deflected, so... Why? Like, I shouldn't really... I don't know, whatever. Well, you beat just a dud. Max, thank you for the 100 bits.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move. Go to Strut C and locate the bomb disposal expert. Take the BC connecting bridge on the north side of Strut B to get to C.
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a V-STOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where did they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand.
I see.
Do you understand?
So when they're talking about finding the bomb disposal expert and defusing C4, and Raiden says, "Is this according to simulation too?" The Colonel says, "What are you talking about?" Because the whole gameplay element of Fat Man and the C4s that you have to defuse, none of that was in MGS1, of course. Many of the other characters and level design, obstacles, and enemies and story plot points that you go through are directly from MGS1, but the whole thing with C4s and Fat Man isn't. So when Raiden is talking about it being part of the simulation, the Colonel has no idea what he's talking about, because the simulation is an MGS1 event. It's not part of it. So this actually came to be from purely gameplay perspective. How this came to be was that they had this notebook that they would pass around between all the developers, and each person would write down little ideas of what to put in the game, and somebody came up with the idea of having the player find and defuse bombs, and I guess they liked that, and Kojima liked that, and they put it into the game. So it has nothing to do with the whole simulation thing. Instead, they put it there as a test for Raiden. They kind of shoehorned it almost into the story in a way, where Fat Man working with the Patriots or for the Patriots to test Raiden before, as Ocelot describes it, before letting him tackle the exercise proper. So before we get to the DARPA chief / Ames and Baker / President Johnson, you have to find Fat Man, and then the first thing that happens when you beat Fat Man, the ninja appears, and the first thing the ninja says is, "You pass with flying colors," because the whole thing is a test. So it's not really related to the MGS1 simulation yet. Let's pick up these chaff grenades. Chaz D, thank you for the 14 months. Should maybe do some toilet porn.
It's possible that
you just missed a dud.
Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look her up for you.
Oh, fuck's sake, Rose. I hate these calls that just get queued up here. Come on.
Jack, is that you?
'Cause inevitably, we're gonna miss one or two. Unless we call Rose every single time. Who wants to do that?
Rose, are you okay?
Yes, thank you. It really scared me at first, but I think I've gotten used to it. I'll be behind you all the way, so don't worry.
I guess women really are strong.
Not quite. It's not women that are strong. It's me.
Just as long as I can count on you.
Actually, that's not true. It still scares me to death. But I'll be strong. I'll try. For you. Good luck.
Because technically we already had 2 of those calls. One about Dead Cell in general and one about Vamp. And now we have one about Fortune lined up. We got the call back about Vamp. But I don't even know if that Dead Cell generic call has a response call from Rose or not. And now we gotta wait for the Fortune one before going too far forward and mixing things up, which is kind of annoying. And I still don't know if it's based on actual game time, real time, or like loading screens, areas you go through, or number of calls. It just happens eventually. It's going down faster for 2 reasons, because my health is low and because Raiden's using one hand. It's really fast. Oh, now he uses 2 hands. Holy shit. I shouldn't be that fast. Yeah, normally. So you get that one animation with one hand. But then it doesn't change. Even when he uses 2 hands towards the end. Now there's a bunch of areas where he will grab on like that. Mainly where you don't have a room to shift around. Hey, I guess it's kind of unique in some parts. You only grab to the thing in one hand. Fuck it, let's see if she has the call already.
What can I do for you, Jack?
Get real.
You can get real.
Jack, when you get home, let's have a homecoming party. Just the 2 of us.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll make dinner.
What?
Oh, what's wrong?
Well, that sounds good, but how about we eat out at that one restaurant instead? You know, the place that we went to recently with the amazing lobster. I really like that place.
Well, yeah, I guess that's okay too. Huh?
Nothing. I just love lobster. Yeah, can't wait. Woohoo!
Well, then I'll make a reservation. Promise me you'll come back safely.
Don't worry.
Ooh. Dodge it. Rose is cooking. They just love lobster.
What's up, Jack?
Apparently Rose can't cook for shit. And remember, Rose is largely based on Kojima's real life interactions with women. The whole thing with Raiden forgetting their anniversary and Rose asking over and over that was a real thing that happened to Kojima with his wife. Apparently she got pissed at him. He really did forget. So is this Kojima's way of telling us that his wife also can't cook for shit? I don't know, maybe.
Hang in there.
You got nothing right now? Okay. Poor Kojima. No wonder he ended up scanning feet instead. Alright, before we go meet Stillman, we have a lot of toilet porn humor to go through. Toilet porn. Alright. First we'll fap.
Raiden, what are you doing there with that?
I don't believe it. What are you thinking? Enduring your duties?
I highly disapprove.
Even though every one of us is scrambling to do our best to support you, this? And what exactly are you going to do? Drool over pictures of voluptuous girls?
Did you see that?
Exactly.
At least use a picture of me instead.
Get real. What?
I mean...
Anyone?
I completely disapprove.
Exactly.
Rose nudes are canon. She wants Raiden to use one instead of the porn book. After a fap, take a piss.
It's possible the terror.
Uh-oh. Oh, don't do this. Come on. Sometimes, maybe because I fapped first, sometimes it just doesn't work.
It's possible.
Man, why is it not working? I wonder, maybe the order matters.
It's possible that.
Okay. I remember this one time, it was so bad. I just couldn't get the calls to work. It's like the whole save was cursed. Even restarting, reloading, saving, like it just wouldn't trigger the urinal calls. And if you exit, it's even worse, and then it saves whatever calls you went through already. And if the order of calls is what matters, it just healed it.
It's possible.
Oh, what the fuck, man? I really don't know why it does this sometimes. Maybe we shouldn't have fapped first. No, I always do in this one. I think somehow the flags for the calls get messed up.
It's possible.
God damn it. Well, we do have that save from earlier, so let's just reload. I mean, I guess I have the save, so it doesn't matter if I get on the checkpoint. I don't think this is gonna fix it. Next thing would be to reload that save. Let's see.
Raiden, what
Oh, there we go. Huh.
Oh,
it works.
Rosemary,
What?
could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can.
Oh, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
Okay, so we're just taking a piss. Yeah, it did work. I was afraid that it would save that I already fapped there, and then if that's what was making it not work, then it would have messed everything up. Alright, so you look at the urinal, and apparently that means you're taking a piss. But then it gets more interesting. You put spin on it if you crouch. We are now sniffing the urinal.
Raiden, I didn't know you had such weird interests.
Did you see
Not
that?
there's anything wrong with that,
Did
though.
you see that?
Just that, well,
What a
it's a little
dimwit.
weird.
Jack,
You're really
I
selfish,
think
you
that's
know.
a little weird.
So for each, there's a normal call and a sniffing call for piss and shit. Go take a shit in here.
A Raiden.
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties.
No doubt.
That's what I feel like saying, but
What are you
I'm
talking
beginning
about?
to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
Yeah.
Sniff.
Raiden, I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to ask. Do you do that in my room too?
How do you know that?
My room being bad translation for like my place or my apartment. But unless, I don't know, maybe Raiden keeps Rose in the bathroom. And then we just wait a little bit in the ladies' room. A few more calls by just being in here.
Handguns are aimed by pushing down the
Definitely.
Sure. Okay, I think it's maybe time-based. So instead we can look... Oh, the bomb's there. We can look at the reflections. How reflections work in this game. They're just a window see-through window with another character model, and everything just doubled to mimic your movements. It's a nice, efficient way to get reflections working. But really what's there is another Raiden model. You can see this, how it doesn't perfectly recreate everything. The laser is not there. Bullet holes in the wall behind me are not there. Like if I look here, there's put a few holes in there. They're not mirrored, because that's another wall. It's not really the same wall, but mostly it works. Yeah. Other things like, now that we use the porn, we can put it down. Let's see, that's reflected. Nice. Hold on, I'm trying to figure something out. Is it like facing the wrong way? No, it's actually mirrored. Nice. Oh yeah, we don't have to cool it yet. They're just vampire bullet holes. Nice. That does reflect it too. Interesting. Okay, hopefully we've been here long enough for them to notice.
Right. The tranquilizer
What?
rounds very ill.
Oh, come on. Maybe if you leave and enter again. I wonder if the brass gets reflected. Let's put some brass over there. Damn, there's a weak-ass ejection on that Mark 23. I never noticed how weak it is. Okay, well. Let's see. Oh, nice. The brass is reflected too. That's crazy.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
Now they noticed.
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
You never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom.
Definitely not.
You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But
It's all right. Right. Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
what, sir?
Nothing. Right. That's that. Return to your duties.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are unbelievable.
What the fuck is going on? Spam in the chat. Let me just ban this guy. I don't know how you would go about reflecting an item box, because you can only reflect what's here. It's not like you can move those boxes. Who knows? No, there's no urinals here. The game is actually highly serious. There's a gameplay flag. Whether the player has been in the women's bathroom or not, that changes things. There's a whole call that changes. There's these call that trigger in here, and there's a call with Stillman that changes. Yeah, it's a big deal. Yeah, Japanese toilet humor. And have you been to the ladies' restroom or not? It's an important detail. So that was the first one, and there's a second one for staying even longer. Oh, Dragon Guard, and you know what? I didn't even think about that, because I usually play European Extreme. The guards just don't drop any items at all, ever. There's just no items that you can find from guards. On Extreme, well, they have the dog tags, and they have the one item. They have one item that they will drop, but the way it works in MGS2 is actually a little bit tedious, because the difficulty level doesn't just influence how many items they have, but also how easily they drop them. So you might have to sit there and shake the guy for like, I don't know how many attempts, like half an hour for them to drop something. But yeah, technically it should work because we're on regular extreme right now. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of that at all. Hey, come on.
Raiden, I doubt that the bomb disposal instructor would be in there. Look someplace else.
There we go. Okay. And then, so later we have Stillman's call about it, and then there's also the crazy Colonel call much later in Arsenal. He has a call if you commit twisted acts, as he calls them, in the women's bathroom. He's like, I can't believe it. Somebody who committed all those twisted acts in the women's bathroom would make it this far. This is the end of the world. So I assume you have to go in there and get those calls to get that call later. Let's see. I think there's some more calls still lined up here.
What can I do
Oh
for you,
shit,
Jack?
she was looking up. Also, there's no guards here right now. So...
Jack, here's the data
Oh, there we
I found
go.
on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps, Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident.
Yeah, training
Her husband
accident.
was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
Okay. I wonder if there's that generic Dead Cell call still that she was looking up. It's like the first thing Raiden asks to look up. Yeah, don't go worrying about ways to potentially cause harm to Fortune, because that's not the point. Applying real life physics and logic to her things isn't gonna end well.
Handguns and...
Not a chance.
I kinda wanna get that Dead Cell call out of the way with Rose now, because after the Stillman cutscene there'll be a lot more with Pliskin.
Jack, is that you?
Whatever.
It's probably too early because you just talked about Fortune here.
See ya.
Yeah. Am I hyped for Death Stranding 2? Hyped about Kojima game? After Phantom Pain? You out of your fucking mind. I mean, I'll play when it comes out, but I'm not like counting the days until it comes out. Yeah. Sure, yeah, we'll check it out when it's out. Fuck it.
Jack, is that you?
That man has killed my hype 9 years ago, 10 years ago.
Talk to you soon, Jack.
Whatever.
It's Kojima Unleashed. Kojima, that Stranding was already supposed to be Kojima Unleashed. Come on. I wonder if I'm making it worse by calling her. Like if there has to be some sort of delay between the calls for her to look shit up. Yeah, that reminds me, this is very similar to what the kitchen, the bathroom floor looked like in Metal Gear 2. And when you're looking for Gustava, same color scheme, plants, the kitchen tables to the side. Here, we can't go in there yet, but in that room. And even the bathrooms, the women's bathroom on the right, the men's on the left, same thing as Metal Gear 2. I'm surprised you don't have to go look for Olga in a women's room or something in this game. copy and paste. Yeah, I gotta say, Kojima just keeps making the same game 4 or 5 times in a row. He gets away with it every time. Okay, Rose, do you have stuff now?
What's up, Jack?
Oh, there should have been an elevator in there.
Take it easy.
Okay, maybe you're just useless now. Let's just go meet Stillman. Is it like some sort of building code that dictates that the women's room should be on the right and the men's on the left? Is it just a coincidence that they followed? Nah, they probably referenced that Metal Gear 2 level design.
Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
I'll try to pay attention to that next time.
Did I tell you could
I
move?
see a public bathroom.
He's not one of the bad guys.
Maybe it's a thing.
Pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
Lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden.
The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and... there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about
You can
Fat
move
Man.
the camera
Is
here.
there anything that'll help us locate
Impossible.
the bombs?
Next you'll tell me that Snake
Take
closes his eyes every time he
This is what
talks.
they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
Usually enough, he doesn't do it on Sons of Liberty, only Substance.
I know Fat
Is he
Man
like doing
well.
the cool anime protagonist
I
thing?
know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Closes his eyes to talk.
Signatures?
Yes, on every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent
Old
spectrum.
lady piss.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one.
Whoops.
Right.
Wrong
All
character.
I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card, issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The two of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And Who Dares Wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists, then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in there too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by codec from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
Alright, we got a bunch of stuff to do now, but if we just immediately run out this way, which is where Pliskin just left, we can catch him. Out the soldier here, and there's somebody in a box. Or two. Or three. Might as well get the camera now. Because he's just got infinite layers of boxes on him. If you keep shooting him. And now there's a whole bunch of calls about who could the man in the box have been. Nobody can tell. Nobody has any idea. But you can ask him, you can ask the Colonel, ask Rose. But all those calls, they don't happen for a while. They don't happen until we get all the other bed cell calls out of the way. I'll just torture this guy a little bit first. Look at him go. Get back down there. And the first time you fall through a hole like this, the game will play the game over scream, the death scream for Raiden. Oops. Oh, he was still there. Sorry. This poor guy, he can't do anything. He's just desperately trying to get to the previous area, the nearest door to call for up. I never understood which direction they go flying, and there's a way to change it. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll just end the suffering. Right this way. Balls with Bliskin and with Stillman and Rose. Let's just get those out of the way.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up.
Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a
group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any.
Or is Dead Cell being largely based on the real-life Red Cell? That's something interesting to look up. Look into all the fucked up real-life things that they did. I guess we'll go mess with Stillman after this.
Vamp is a member of Dead Cell. Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix. Bisexual, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. Rumor has it Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
All right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends? No.
Bisexual. There's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Bisexual. Focus on the mission.
by the way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, no, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
So, clearly Vamp isn't for vampire. It's because he's bisexual. So the closest thing that we have to make sense of that is that Vamp was originally going to be a female character before Fortune was introduced. You can still find old sketch artworks of Vamp as a female character. And it was going to be like this like seductress femme fatale kind of character. And then Fortune got thrown into the mix and they changed Vamp to a male character. But I guess he was just still kind of doing that. He was doing that to Fortune. He's seducing her. He was seducing her dad. You know, the Marine commandant, the guy that gives the speech on the tanker. That guy. That's Fortune's dad. And Vamp was also his lover. So I guess in order to make all of that work out, I guess he had to go both ways, yeah? So, and then just in general, the term vamp being, like in art and literature, being sort of like this femme fatale kind of character. It's not used much from what I could tell. You have to like kind of look it up to make sense of it, especially back in the day. But that's the handful of information that we have to put together to make sense of that. How does vamp mean bisexual? Well, that's what we have. It's funny because if you listen to Shinkawa talk about it, I think that in the making of MGS2, he just straight up said, when Kojima came to me and said that there was going to be a vampire in MGS2, I thought he was joking. Like, what? So yeah, they just call him a vampire anyway, even in the internal like development, the character designer guy. They know it's a vampire, but vamp is bisexual, not vampire. Okay. Like, okay. And then Fortune was also I guess we'll also get the call about Fat Man first. Just the whole Dead Cell, all the calls about Dead Cell, because they also had more ideas. Like they were all gonna wear sunglasses, because remember, this was early 2000s, the time of the Matrix and everything. There's still artwork you can find in the document of MGS2 of all the Dead Cell members wearing shades. Of course, you have the shades Easter egg for Snake and Raiden on New Game Plus, or New Game Plus 2, rather, every odd playthrough after the 3rd, or the 5th, the 7th. I kind of wish they kept those shades for Dead Cell members as well. You can at least find the artwork of it. Fortune was going to carry a stack that we were talking about earlier a little bit, before they came up with the idea that she would have this huge railgun. She would be carrying around the saxophone to play her theme on it. But then they figured it was too much bulky stuff for her to carry around with the railgun. If you're researching stuff with vampires, the vampires are largely bisexual. I mean, maybe because why not, right? The railguns. They should have made a combo railgun saxophone, like kind of like the Glock bong that you blow into.
Looks like the enemy sentries have the defense.
But The glong.
I see the old man set you up with a Sensor A unit. Aside from C...
What the heck are you talking about?
Where's his fat man call?
Raiden, don't get...
That's wrong.
I'm not crazy, right? We haven't done the fat man call yet. I don't know why he's not talking about him.
Looks like the enemy...
But to me, he's just a fat man.
What do you know about that strange woman?
Oh, the fortune thing too, yeah.
She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seemed to veer away from her in battle.
Oh.
People have heard her say that her fortune in battle was payback for the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell.
I got confused because we got the fortune call from Rose. I haven't done this one yet. You missed a dot to get timed out. Wait a minute. Chat shows no mercy.
Fat Man. Supposedly he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man. Something straight out of a sideshow. If he even has a bit of spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
We'll be able to see that when we fight him. And look at his hands, his manicured hands. I wasn't even thinking a Fat Man actually does have a Glock. the glong. Fat Man or the glong. Let's go fuck with Stillman a little bit here. Let's call him first. Oh God, thank you so much for the 106 months, dude. I don't know. Which math?
It's likely there are no bombs planted on the connecting bridge.
Probably, yeah.
That's all he says in the connecting bridge. That's right.
The sensor A that I gave you is set so that the position of bombs will appear on the radar.
That's right.
Didn't I say that if you don't first initialize the radar, you won't get anywhere? Now search for the node.
Get real.
If you're not sure where the node is, ask your superior officer. He should know.
What was I gonna do with the guards? Oh yeah, the items in the mirror. There's 2 guys here. It might take a while for him to poop out an item, but let's see. It probably will reflect it. Oh, he has a dog tag, so we can check that too easily. Oh, shit, I haven't hold him up. Oof, okay. Yep, there it is. Reflected dog tag.
Freeze.
Now let's see if we can get a regular item out. It'd take a while. What's your name, sir? Shimizu. Okay, give me an item. They changed this in MGS3, but an MGS2 was pretty tedious if we're actually trying to get an item from somebody. Even when they do have one, it's just RNG chance based for them to drop it. And they have exactly one item on Extreme, I think. So let's see what his one item might be. Shoot him in the dick. Come on. Yeah, takes a while. There we go. And it is reflected. Nice. The bandage. I'll just put it in. I actually want to see what happens if we get... While we're here, we might as well do it. There's actually a special clearing for this area. See if this guy's awake yet. Oh, please stay down for a long time in stream. Crazy. Wake up, I need an alert. So the guess I gotta do it again. The clearing here is very unique. They all kinda are, but this one's interesting. Why are they not? They're not doing it. That's kind of annoying. I think it has to do with the fact that it was too far. Maybe I should just... I think the one gunshot here would have done it. No, they're not afraid. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, god damn it. Oh well, I deserve that. Oh, what is he doing?
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
I think I'll just use the guy that's closer there. Because I was afraid the other guy wouldn't hear a gunshot, but he probably would have. Hold on, we gotta do this clearing now. Did I do it? There you go. Yeah. So they have a very unique animation for checking inside the bathroom stalls. They don't open them like lockers now. They knock and then they climb on it and look inside. Oh, there is a version of it where they will check like their lockers. I don't know what it depends on. And the funny part is... Oh, he noticed the guy down. Well, maybe we'll keep going. If you hide inside... Let's see if he goes for this one next. No, that interrupted it. No more clearing. Okay, hold on. What the fuck? Oh, that's not a clearing though. What's he doing? What the hell are you doing? What? Everybody chill for a second. Oh shit, that might see me. Whoa, nice. Yeah, they're not checking the bathroom stalls right now. Maybe because there's a caution going on already. Yeah. Yeah, they just know I'm now. Hello. Maybe. Oh, they're gonna see the blood. If they keep doing that, it'll break the door eventually. Fuck it, let's just get another clearing, and this time we'll wait inside.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack!
I just use buggy. What? None of what happened was unintended, yeah? Wait for the guy here. So the first time we get an alert, it seems to work, and then maybe because the assault team is already around and messes with it, they don't do the clearing the second time. Alright. Maybe if I had the radar on, it would show it. Okay, hold on, I want to try with the radar on. Want me dead for a second.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden!
Is it having the radar on? It shows a little animation where the radar should be, maybe? I actually never bothered to check that. See. There was piss in this bathroom. Old lady piss. Maybe not all of them show it. What the hell does it depend on then? I don't know. Anyway, they're checking all the bathroom stalls now. Maybe it's, yeah, certain rooms only. Fuck people. I'm pooping. The funny part is, if you crouch, they check inside, they don't see you. Clear.
Clear.
I'm pooping. I wonder how you get them to do the clearing again. Oh, there we go.
Move. Stop.
Never happens if I tiptoe. Oh shit, I think I made noise pressing against the wall. So yeah, now they're just gonna open it. Fuck. Oh shit. Okay, there's nothing a little bit of coolant can't fix. Made enough mess here. Speaking of making a mess, actually, there's a call about that. Yeah, like no ammo. Bug.
Who's that?
Shit, they're waking up already. I thought it would stay down longer. Damn. Shit. Hold on. Ah, shit, it missed his nuts. That's the other thing about the nut punch, is that it's completely silent. Fuck, let's just kill him. Wonder all this garbage is gonna be in the mirror. Nice. And speaking of garbage on the mirror, bloodstains the same. Oh shit. Maybe not. Oh, maybe yes. Yeah, they are, I guess. And also put some coolant. It doesn't fog up the mirror. Lies. You really think somebody would do that? Go on the internet and tell lies? Also, we're gonna leave that bomb there for now. Get to the black guy. He's bleeding everywhere. Making a mess with the watermelons. And what are these, potatoes and apples? I think this is the only box of apples in the game. Usually these boxes are potatoes.
Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. I'm all right.
Who balls do you think you felt as Raiden?
I'm all right.
Oh, what a question.
If you need to talk to me, use the codec. If you need to talk to me, use the codec.
I'm gonna really piss him off
If you
here.
need to talk to me, use the codec. If you need to talk to me, use the codec. If you need to talk to me, use the codec. You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Stop bothering me. Lay off the knocking already. Lay off the knocking already.
Yeah, just when you think he's just repeating the same line, he has more.
You need to go and take care of the C4s
Yeah,
now.
I think that's all of them now.
You need to go and take care of the C4s Has now. anyone ever told you you have some issues?
Damn, that's some strong tranquilizer rounds. I don't think it breaks the apples though, does it? Oh, what? It breaks the watermelons, but not the apples or potatoes. Interesting. What did Kojima mean by this? Where did that apple go? Oh, under that guy's leg. I only have one Mark 23 left. I'm saving it for the cipher, so maybe metal tubes. Well, it does the thing where it shoots more bullet per bullet. It shoots the whole round, so it's 35% more bullet per bullet. I wonder if they even drop the one item they have when they're dead. We might just be getting really bad luck here, or it just doesn't. I forget how it works. I haven't searched for items much in MGS2. In MGS3 it's much more consistent, where they give you one item if they're dead, 2 if they're stunned, and 4 if you hold them up. Maybe he's just not gonna drop anything, fuck it. Okay, now that we totally didn't make a mess or anything.
Raiden, Stillman is a
That's right.
Oh, this is a call where they ask to look him up to Rose.
Make doubly sure.
I wonder if I missed out on that call.
Colonel, I just saw this guy go running by wearing
Oh,
a
that's
cardboard
right.
box.
We still have these.
Cardboard box.
Who do you think he was? A dead cell?
The dead cells are a bunch of weirdos, that's for sure. But they don't wear cardboard boxes.
I'll look into it.
I'm counting on you.
For fuck's sake. Now Rose is looking up Stillman, she's looking up the guy in the box.
Raiden, Stillman is.
Why don't you do it?
There should be a call about not making a mess here.
It's possible that. It's possible the terror.
Yeah, I wonder if I missed it by going out. Just leaving the area as soon as possible.
Make doubly.
Oh, come on.
Make doubly.
Shit, it's not working. Bug. I always rush to go see Snake there when this cutscene ends, so I think leaving is what might cause it to not figure the call anymore. But actually the time limit on seeing Snake outside is not that bad. You don't have to rush as fast as possible.
Make doubly sure you.
Come on.
Make dub.
Nope.
Colonel, do you really think they'll blow up the big shell?
Oh, there's
Highly
more
possible.
stuff here.
We'll have to listen to their demands in full. They are pros. They won't hesitate to take the upper hand if they see an opening.
Do you plan on meeting their demands?
Absolutely not.
I
You're
gotta
the
do my
only
job.
person I can depend on. You must remove the explosives
Who the heck do
quickly.
you think you are?
Anyway, that call's funny because the colonel says try not to make a mess. And Raiden says, it's okay, I'm used to it, you know, Rose's room is messy all the time. And she's like, that's enough.
It's possible.
But we're not getting that call right now for some reason. Yeah, it's probably before leaving.
If the big shell explodes, massive quantities of chlorinated chemicals used in killing marine bacteria will go up in flames along with the crude oil. If that happens, expect a large amount of harmful chemical
she doesn't
substances,
cook and she doesn't
including
clean.
dioxins, to be released into the atmosphere. Dioxins are common nomenclature for polychlorinated dibenzodioxin and polychlorinated
Okay.
dibenzofuran. They are organic chloride compounds that are highly acute and toxic, and are powerful chemicals that can cause cancer, genetic disorders, and birth defects. On top of that, they do not decompose easily, nor dissolve in water, making it easy for them to accumulate within the bodies of living organisms. The environmental impact on the bay and coastal area ecosystem would be unfathomable. Environmental restoration would likely require several generations. That is why we cannot allow them to blow up the big shell. Raiden, you must disarm the C4.
You're not making any sense.
Not making any sense.
It's possible.
That's not it.
Damn, you relax repeating that call, even there's other stuff.
It's possible.
Alright, fuck it. Let's see if she looked anything up.
What's up, Jack?
Get real. Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR
You
training.
destroyed a
They
watermelon.
have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
What if Rose can cook, but Raiden just doesn't like it because she doesn't put any gunpowder in her food? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe Raiden developed a taste for gunpowder. It's not her fault. Conspiracy.
It's possible that...
Get real.
And the Patriots control the restaurant where they go eat lobster.
Rosemary has some information.
So they put lobster in.
I looked
mean,
into Mr.
they put
Peter
gunpowder in
Stillman's file.
lobster.
Full name is Peter Stillman, known as Pegleg Peter. He is a legendary bomb disposal technician. He is also a longtime instructor at the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal and a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad. But 5 years ago, he lost his leg in an accident. And since then, he hung up his gloves to focus on being a lecturer. He was called back into service because, as he said, he is the only explosive specialist who can stop Fat Man. Although no longer an active consultant, he is still without a doubt the #1 guy when it comes to disarming explosives. He should be very helpful to you.
But MGS4 contradicts this. When does MGS4 not contradict MGS2 things? It would just be the natural order of things.
Talk to me, use the codec.
It's justify, just undo, and just do things.
What are you doing there? Hurry up and dispose of those bombs.
Is he pissed? You should have a call where he kind of makes a big deal out of where the bomb is.
Right. There's still C4 in the strut where you are.
You see, I'm gonna give you a hint.
Let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
A special place guys have wanted to enter, but simply couldn't. All this romanticizing of the women's bathroom, like, and then the game checks if you've been there already. He will say that last line there. Looks like you were in there already. But yeah, we're leaving this bomb for later. Also, what he's doing, like fucking around with, ooh, I know where the bomb is, but let me give you a hint. Yeah, I don't know, it's just Kojima's perverted mind. Or Fukushima's, who knows.
There are still bombs in that area that
Not a
haven't...
chance.
He says it every time.
Stillman, are you alright over there?
Yeah, no problem.
You must be bored.
Hardly. Between dealing with you guys and calibrating this, I've got my hands full.
What did you say?
Nothing. Look, it's just that it would be best if we didn't have to use this. Anyway, get to those bombs.
I mean, it's already working on Sensor B there.
Put simply, bomb disposal is a one-on-one
yeah.
with fear itself.
Yeah.
Don't try to run away from it. Instead, acknowledge the fear and take it straight on.
I agree.
Well, it's either Kojima's a weirdo himself, or, more likely, he thinks the people who play his games are weirdos. Which is Honestly, they're not mutually exclusive. Those two options could be both. Kind of reminds me of how, you know, in MGS1, after you beat Rex and Snake gets knocked unconscious, he wakes up, the first thing Liquid says is, "Sleeping late as usual, eh, Snake?" And he's like speaking directly to the player there. Like, I know you're a lazy fuck. I know you want to go in the ladies' bathroom. I know you want to take a picture of those panties. I know you want to beat Emma up or take advantage of her while she's unconscious, which is actually a call in the game about that. So it's like, Kojima must just think that people who play his games are like the lowest. I don't know. That's knowing all the things that they say sometimes that they expect the player to do. You're about as low as it gets. Kojima was just think people are like the players are trash. I don't know. Lazy, horny, smelly, stupid. Yeah, like that's the feeling I get from all these things that he puts in the games.
There are still bombs in that area.
Get real.
It's a catch-22 because we keep doing it because they're in the game. Or they're in the game because we keep doing it. I don't know.
There are still bombs.
Wait, come on. Give me the other call. We still have more
Discretion is a key when taking on a bomb.
guy in the
A
box
degree of caution
calls
taxes
too.
your sense of meticulousness. Don't confuse this with cowardice, as it is the extreme opposite. Carefully conduct yourself with the courage that ensures you get the job done right.
Yeah, I'm talking about Courage Stillman. Ooh, my
There are
leg.
still bombs in.
What's up, Jack?
Whatever.
Jack, I looked into that guy a few minutes ago wearing a cardboard box, but
Did you find anything?
no, there's no corresponding data in the files for neither Dead Cell nor Colonel Gorlukovich's private army.
How about as a surviving member of SEAL Team 10?
Of course, I looked into that possibility too, but
You didn't find anything.
no, I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help.
Wonder who the heck he was.
Raiden, be on the lookout.
Nobody can figure out who this guy under the box is. It's impossible. That's just silly at that point. So we asked Bliskin and Rose. Someone doesn't have a call about it. Might have another call though.
There are still bombs.
Place that guys that wanted to enter, but simply couldn't.
There are still.
No.
Listen up, Raiden. No matter what, don't be impatient. Impatience is questionably the one state of mind absolutely guaranteed to seal your fate when defusing a bomb. No matter how the situation presents itself, you must never lose your composure. Understood?
He's just talking about all the things that he couldn't
Bomb
do.
disposal is also a race against time. The slightest hesitation can lead to a loss of time and inevitably lives. Don't do anything rash. Focus yourself on being fast and efficient. There are still bombs.
Oh, fuck this. Go. I saved this one round. Maybe we'll do a save call. I saved this one round for the cipher outside. No, not you.
Raiden, I've frozen the first bomb. How are you doing?
Nothing yet.
What was the exact location of the explosive?
The heliport. It was behind some cargo. Thought I was gonna have some trouble with the patrols, but it was an easy job.
I see.
What's the matter?
Nothing really. Pliskin, just don't let your guard down. Don't relax even after you think you've defused it.
I know that. Raiden, Shell 1's all yours.
Sure.
What's up, Jack?
I'm gonna try and show you guys something really fucking obscure that, on top of being obscure, is also just straight up ruined in the HD edition, unfortunately.
Hang in there.
But, okay, she doesn't have anything else. Does anybody know if they fixed the soldier dog tag names showing up on their heads in the Master Collection? Because it's just completely ruined in HD. We're gonna have to look at it in a very special way to do it. Also, I guess I can mess with the PS3 settings. But first, we'll get someone. Yeah, but they definitely patched the Master Collection since I played it. Who knows? He noticed the guy here? Oh, he didn't. Where the hell did he go? Shit. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Just hopefully we'll get a good area to look at it, maybe in the shade or something. I don't know.
Freeze!
Get this guy's dog tag. His name is Roy Grizzly. Damn, what a name. Roy Grizzly. What a Giga Chat name. Okay, Roy Grizzly. Now we are going to leave him there. And save. What a fucking guy, good Roy Grizzly. Did they make it visible? More visible in the Master Collection now? I know it worked. But the problem with it in the HD edition is how fucking faint it is. It's just nearly invisible.
Talk to you soon, Jack.
Okay. Now we're gonna quit.
Who is that? It's the enemy.
We're live.
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
Now we're gonna go look at the dog tag that we just picked up. So, plant, extreme, there he is. Roy Grizzly. I wanted to see his date of birth. So, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna change the PS3's date. And we'll make it his birthday. July 26th. Where the heck? System settings. Yeah, but where the fuck was it? Date and time settings. Okay. It is now Roy Grizzly's birthday. Ruined the birthday train. Okay, now let's go take a look at him. Oh, he's still stunned. Alright. He's been stunned for months.
Freeze! Freeze!
Ah, man, it still has that problem. You guys see it? Because it's really fucking hard to see. Think. Fucking blue point. Almost impossibly hard to see. They made it basically completely see-through. I was hoping that the darker area here would help, but I guess it does a little bit. And that's just crazy. Oh no, let me see if I can get a good angle on it. How am I supposed to fucking show this damn blue point? Alright, so if you look directly in the middle rectangle here, it's really fucking hard to see, but let me see if it even shows up on stream. It says happy birthday, Roy Grizzly. Hopefully using the darker background of his mask helps a little bit. But you see how it's almost impossible to see it against any other background. And it's like weird the way it works when you zoom in. Is that 2 or 3 exclamation points? I think it's 2. No, it's maybe it's 3. No, it's 2. Fuck. So if you have somebody's dog tag, you'll see their names like this. Roy Grizzly. That's what I'm looking at right now with the little cursor. And then if it's their birthday, you'll say happy birthday on their heads too. But for some reason, it's so bad in the HD edition that they made it almost impossibly faint to see. I don't understand how this happened. It was just there on PS2, yeah? So what I'm wondering is, I initially thought that they took this feature out completely until I noticed it. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is it fixed in the Master Collection? Who knows? Oh shit, he's about to wake up. You can see it even when he's like walking around normally. Shit, I don't have a box. Run away. Oh fuck, there's cameras here, that's right. Oh well. No, Roy Grizzly. you can see it in his head even right now while I'm dragging him around, but it's again really hard to see. Fuck it, camera's already looking at me. So I'm wondering if you even need to look at him with the scope with the camera or something, or if it's just always there. Yeah. Lockers to the rescue. Oh shit. Get that guy over there. There we go. Oh yeah, now the other guy that I killed should have respawned. So let's see if it works without looking at him with a scope or something. It's still there, I still see it, but it's very hard to see. Oh shit. I'm dead. Maybe not. Grizzly just respawned. Whoa, fuck. That was close. Hey, hold on. We got this. We got this. Die again. I still see the name in his head, even when it respawns too. Okay. Oh shit! I hit both of them with that. Fuck! I thought I would count as get, and now I really do deserve to die. Is it him? Yeah. Happy birthday. I see it there. People think I'm crazy because you can barely see it. Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna try the other guy. First, we gotta get rid of these tall guys here. A fucking mess. Does it also say when he's dead? Maybe not. Let me see. Nah, it's only when they're alive. Yeah, it's gone now. Oh shit, I actually really needed that. Holy shit, Roy Grizzly, thank you. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. That's nice to have now. I want to see if it updates in real time. Come on. Final present from Roy Grizzly. Okay, let's mess with this guy now. His birthday present. I wonder if there's a guy whose birthday is genuinely today, yeah. Somewhere, maybe.
Freeze!
I can't believe that he dropped something. And something useful too. You're a tough guy, okay. Dude, thanks to Roy Grizzly, we can do this now.
Don't kill me.
Yeah, not so tough now. This guy, Murat Sahiner, what? Okay. I want to see if the name appears on this. Oh, it did. I think the name just appears on their heads as soon as you collect the dog tag. You don't have to press triangle or use the binoculars or anything. I wonder... Hold on, I think we're kind of starting to figure out the issue now. What if the faint thing was already there on PS2? And then... What was it? Pressing triangle, using the binoculars or something?
Don't kill me.
Makes it just more noticeable, and they just don't have that feature. Because on PS2, you wouldn't see names everywhere when you have dog tags, just like that. Maybe it's a feature that it's really hard to see, so that you don't see text and names everywhere. If you have everybody's dog tags. Now I kind of want to test it on PS2. Alright, well. Yep, and I saw the text disappear when he died. Nice. Nearly impossible to see on stream, unfortunately. Due to whatever the hell they did to this game in HD. But it was there. What the hell? How about no? Following since 2017. Imagine throwing away 8 years following for that. Okay. I thought it was like a new poll account or something. Did I even get the freaking bomb in there? No, I didn't. Shit.
Freeze! Huh? Don't kill me.
So you're saying as soon as I pick up the dog tag, the name appears. Shit. It really does. Barely. Okay. Bye. Got caught up in the dog tag business and I forgot about the bomb. Stillman's probably wondering what the fuck is going on. What is he doing?
The sensor aid that I gave you is...
Yeah, okay.
There are still bombs in...
I don't know. Raiden reporting. The C4 in Strut B has been disposed of. The wall containing the transformer
Blame
panel
Bluepoint.
was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Holy shit, guys, I think we found Kojima's Twitch account. Mr. Le Director. You can't tell me that's not Kojima undercover. Let me see, this guy woke up. Nah, I wanted to do a little thing where you should get the exclamation point here. It's a good spot to do it. Come on, notice me.
There's somebody there.
It's actually easier to do on European Extreme because he notices you from farther away. You don't have to get so close first. Fuck, try again. Or, fuck it, I'll just do it on someone else. I don't like that guy anymore now. And maybe when this guy turns here, we can do it. It's gonna be a little risky. You might just alert. Ooh, got it. There you go. So if you shoot their exclamation point, they just go into a daze like that for a few seconds. Oh shit. When they recover pretty quickly from it. Let's just... That's weird. I don't usually do it from this side. But... Nah. And I'm just through to do a little dance in place when you do that. Just get this bomb here. Wait, let me see if... Oh, thank you, Awesome Brand. The names that work in the Master Collection. Oh, how they work. Okay. Oh, so it's fixed. Okay, could you check if... Did you have to press triangle or something to make that show up? Because my new theory about this is that the faint text is always there. As soon as you pick up the dog tag, just look at them without doing the triangle thing. See if you can spot the faint text. And then triangle makes it appear. So I guess they took out the triangle feature in HD. Or otherwise it would be very noticeable text like that all the time. So I don't know. That's what I'm curious about.
Right, Stillman is a... Why don't you do it?
I was trying to call Stillman actually.
There are still bombs in that area that haven't been disposed of. What?
This may or may not have a call to it. This is an extra bomb that only appears in hard and above difficulty.
Right. There's a possibility that C4 was planted indoors as well as on the roof. Go inside and confirm this.
Okay. You're worried about him waking up. Also, I should be picking up all the boxes if we're gonna mess around with that. There's one here. Probably still missing some Pliskin calls. Like every once in a while he will have a call about finding a bomb somewhere, which can be a hint on where to find one. Or there's that one where he talks about it being on an enemy's back. It's just like a reference.
Right, I'm done with more C4. This one was in a spot so narrow I had to crawl in to get at it.
No. You too? Really? That's a police knots thing. The Tokugawa Heavy Industries. You see that in a bunch of places. I don't know why I'm messing with him. There's like the Narc soda and MGS4 and a bunch of other things. You see it on Gray Foxes 2 as well. There's like a million places. You see it in the logging screen on the tanker for the terminal Snake uses. Ooh, that was close. Get those two guys, get on here. I said I was gonna pick up the box and then I didn't pick it up, huh? Classic.
This is Raiden. I just finished disposing of the C4 in Strut F. Found explosives on B1.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, Raiden. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
Oh well. We'll go back to Strut A anyway. Let's get the one here. All the crap here that I don't usually get. Oh shit. Like, caught. He didn't radio all the way. Nice. So it's not that they fucked up the texture or something. They just fucked up the triangle prompt. And the faint text is always there. Now I'm wondering if it's supposed to be there. Or it was like an oversight. Oh shit, that's right, they report here. Well, they're just gonna find him asleep, that's okay. Malachi Cal, thank you for the 28 months. Thank you for the 300 seconds. So they completely took out the triangle feature. Maybe I'll try it again, but we'll see. There's Sneak as a call for the suppressor like Nastasha has in MGS1.
One more bomb defused. There was one I managed to find only because I took a good look at first-person view. You should try it too.
Damn, forget when I hate when I forget to put on my first-person view.
Pliskin, I saw someone wearing a cardboard
Of
box
course.
just now.
A box? I don't know anything about that. You sure you weren't imagining things?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's one of the members of Dead Cell?
How should I know?
I don't want to fight someone like that.
Why not?
Because it looks so dumb. Anyone who's willing to be seen like that must be completely insane. I mean, he's a psycho, there's no question about it.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, who could it be?
Pliskin, what do you know about Stillman?
He's a bomb disposal expert. Probably the best in the world.
What else?
Are you here to gossip?
Like why he retired.
Are you here to gossip?
No.
Then get back to work defusing those C4s.
Oh, is this
There's
the beginning
something
of all
you
those
need to know about
calls?
Stillman. Go ask him yourself.
Where he's just an ass to write in.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first.
Get real. Pliskin, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team's been wiped out.
Is that right?
Is that all you have to say? I thought they were your comrades.
Yeah, too bad.
Too bad? Did you know they were used as a decoy to support my infiltration?
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
Man, you are cold. They were your friends.
What do you want me to say? That you killed them? Or do you want me to say it wasn't your fault?
Oh, I just...
Listen, kid, I don't have time to wet nurse you, or provide you with a shoulder to cry on. You got a problem with your conscience, you take care of it. Don't bother me.
Pliskin, you seemed pretty focused on the Navy.
Did you really call again after that?
Your eye?
Yeah. Remember the handcuffs were cut? There was something on the other end of that.
Do you know what it was?
Well, no. Forget it.
What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it. Talk to you later, kid.
Keep ignoring it.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
Nothing.
Listen, kid. You're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed.
Not a chance.
Shoot a fire extinguisher in the contact.
Maybe he doesn't have a suppressor call. MG1 is a suppressor call. Only the suppressor when the stash of it. Maybe. Let's see if he talked about the M9.
That's a tranquilizer gun with a sound suppressor. Hit an enemy with that, and it's good night. Sleep tight. The time in which the tranquilizer takes effect depends on where you hit your target. If you want to knock somebody out with a single shot, aim carefully for vital spots like the head or heart.
I think I've seen this modified gun before.
Yeah, it looks like the same gun used by Solid Snake 2 years ago.
Ooh.
Following that terrorist incident, similar models were made and sold among the fans of his exploits. I think that's one of them. That's an American military M9 modified for tranquilizer bullets. When the tranquilizer bullets hit a target, the round uses the force of the impact to mix the drug, also producing a gas in the process. The pressure of the gas drives a built-in piston that injects the target with a powerful anesthetic. It's like firing a small hypodermic syringe. This M9 is a tranquilizer gun that knocks out the enemy. It doesn't kill them.
Hey, Mr. Retro, what's up? Thank you for the 24 months. Okay, so we're into the item calls now. He just doesn't.
If you shoot those.
Yep, he just doesn't. Hey. Mine detector, very useful.
Looks like the enemy sentries have the defensive perimeters of each strut covered.
Yeah.
You'll be safe as long as they don't radio for more men. But if you're...
Damn, he's just a lot of calls. The things that Nastasha would talk about are just not there. We should do cigarettes later. What? He doesn't have a call for it? What?
Looks like the...
I think whatever's happening with the bombs right now might be overriding some things. He definitely has a box call.
Looks like the enemy...
Yeah, it's just overriding it for some reason, but not the M9. Maybe weapons work differently. I don't know. Just clear out this area. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought it wouldn't be that close yet. Damn it. It's because I let the scene play there. Oof. Okay. This freaking cipher here. I wonder if they just keep respawning. Fuck it, we'll just chaff grenade it. Now we can clear it. Where'd the guy go? He's just freaking out because of the alert.
Be careful, there are claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Stealth equipped claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye.
Whatever. Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Huh? Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you contact me?
Let's just say I'm one of your fans.
Listen when someone is talking to you.
These lines were getting ignored. Nice.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think?
I caught that part too. But the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
Return to your positions. Tighten security. Understood. All units
No idea what I got. No, I didn't pick up the phone. That's right. You as you're told? What? Oh shit, now he's gonna see me. Maybe if I hide here. Thing is, if I time it wrong, he's gonna see me for sure. Whoop. Okay, he's looking. Ooh. We caught him just as he turned his head. Nice. It was translated literally. Damn. The more we learn about him, just use translation, the worth it. Literally. Okay, the whole thing was just really messy. Oh, yeah, we gotta get the camera here. Two cameras here, and also the actual camera you pick up. We'll wait for the support team though. Just about now is when the bomb shows up. See what Stillman says about it.
The sensor aid that I gave you is set so that the position of bombs...
That's wrong.
I think I forgot to call him for the last bomb or two.
There are still bombs in that area that have...
Stillman, tell me something about Batman.
Well, he's fat.
Well, to start, he was born the son of a clockmaker, neglected by his parents and without friends. It seems that he spent a lot of time by himself in his father's workshop. Maybe that was the reason, I'm not sure, but apparently he has had a tremendous fascination with clock mechanics since he was a child. It was at the age of 10 that a guidebook that he found on the internet changed his life forever. That guidebook served as a basis of his eventually piecing together an atomic bomb. It was from there that he came to be known as Fat Man. Soon enough, there was no one associated with bombs that didn't know his name. In a sense, Fat Man was a hero. Although what he did was recognized only by those in the trade, I'm sure that it served to greatly stir the ego of the teenage boy at the center of it all. But he leaves his mark nowhere else. Apparently he was hated and shunned by everyone in school. So he went on to focus all his energy on explosives. He scorned the reality that surrounded him, and instead chose to embrace a world that would easily grant him recognition. Well, to be sure, it never amounted to anything more than, say, occasionally bringing a gun into school. Eventually, Fat Man came to Indian Head, the exercise training facilities of the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal at which I was a lecturer. He absorbed all kinds of knowledge, as if he hungered for bombs. Close to 20% of the students at Indian Head flunked out of what is truly a hellish curriculum. Despite this environment, he achieved extraordinarily high marks that were without precedent. After leaving Indian Head, he joined up with Nest, said to be the most accomplished bomb disposal unit. It was there that he apparently got into some trouble.
What exactly?
You got me, but Fat Man was definitely not cut out for group operations from the very start. Having been ousted from Nest, he was picked up by Dead Cell, which was already becoming notorious for being a motley crew of sorts. It seems that it was through surprise attack maneuvers later conducted by Dead Cell that Fat Man completely subdued his former companions from Nest. While being the most peculiar individual among my students, he was also the most talented. Be sure not to underestimate him. Are we clear?
The Batman spin-off. That's funny because you know who else was in Nest? Some of the Genome Soldiers, Nastasia, and Fat Man. Who knows if they were there at the same time though? But they all talk about it. they talk about all those characters being there at some point. So, maybe let's not give Konami any ideas.
Right. The roof of that strut is accessible. Check there as well.
I see.
Wait, MGS, in a week or two in 2017, it randomly showed up in your recommended streams. The algorithm is working. 8 years late. Thanks, Twitch. I don't know. Hey, we got a new sub from KP God, also. Thank you. Glad you joined the stream. The algorithm must be working. Eventually. Oh yeah, that's right. We're waiting for the assault team here. We can get the camera, get some ammo meanwhile. Hopefully they don't get glitched like they do sometimes. Okay. Calm your nuts. Everybody calm your balls. Hey. Now we just execute everyone safely. It's just M4 ammo. Yeah, this guy's head is in the guy's leg. Now we can go. Because getting the camera takes quite a bit of time here with a conveyor belt and then coming back. So by the time you come back out, those guys are gonna raid you in. So the Ender's box. Well, there should be a call about getting around with the conveyor belt. Oh, I think Pliskin has it.
I don't see a lot of adequate cover in that area.
There's some cargo on those conveyor belts. That's about it.
Good thinking. Right, take cover behind the cargo on the conveyor belt. Match your movement to the belts.
There's a loader over there for moving cargo onto conveyor belts. Maybe you can fool the thing. It's a piece of cake. I speak from experience.
It's interesting because Snake did this in Metal Gear 2? Very briefly to get inside a building, maybe backtrack. Or you do it a lot in Ghost Babel, obviously, but did that happen? Is that canon? Snake talking about Ghost Babel? Or is he just talking about doing it in Metal Gear 2 for a second?
The cardboard box that you have is ideal for fooling your enemies. It's a very important tool for infiltration missions.
Really?
Of course. I can't begin to count the number of agents whose lives were saved by a cardboard box.
You mean everyone's using them?
Look, I'm not exaggerating when I say the success of your mission hinges on how you use that cardboard box.
Huh.
But in the end, a cardboard box is only made of paper. Handle it with care or it won't be of much use to you. You know, I've lost a couple thanks to you.
What?
Nothing. Forget it. Treat your cardboard box with care. Take care of the box, and it'll take care of you. Don't think of it as just another box. Treat it with love. Don't be rough, okay?
Yeah, I don't know who the guy in the box is, but don't be rough with it. Hey, Awesome Brand, thank you for testing all that crap. I just got your screenshots from Discord. I figured that's what the issue was. I guess when we find somebody, when we go on the roof, we'll test it again. Alright, so usually this would be a level 5 door. You would only be able to get in here after coming back from the sniping section with Emma. Oh, the bomb's there too. But with the Zone of the Enders box, we can get around that restriction with the conveyor belt and get the camera early, which is important to take a picture of Jennifer's panties. Unless you're a New Game Plus or something, you wouldn't be able to do it otherwise. Okay, I'm gonna mess one last time with the dog tag thing. Somebody on the roof. Also, we're about to see that scene I was talking about. It's very important how it hits completely differently. Kind of missed the point in English. In Japanese, we're about to see Solidus speaking on the radio, so you don't see what he looks like. But in Japanese, he sounds like Solid Snake to have the same voice. And Olga has Meryl's voice, so what you're hearing is, as a Japanese player, would be Solid Snake talking to Meryl. And they talk about a bunch of MGS1 things. That annoying fly, the ninja, the lasers, the box.
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja complete with a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference? I've never seen field gear like that ever.
All right, we'll intensify patrols. Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out, then.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
With disrespect. Yeah, Raiden doesn't get to hold her up like Snake does. And he had that sound cue that plays every time Olga is around. It also plays when the ninja is around as a clue to the ninja's identity.
I saw a female soldier. Russian.
Must be Olga Gerlukovich.
How do you know?
Unlike you, I've been briefed.
She's not a Dead Cell?
No, she commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the Big Shell.
That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
What's that supposed to mean? Freeze!
Get this guy's dog tag.
Please don't.
Grant grain. It's not a name, that's a sentence. Grant me a grain. Damn, that's unfortunate.
Please don't.
So, let's take a close look. Maybe when he starts or stops shaking his ass. Yeah, I can see his name on the back of his head very faintly. And scope triangle does nothing. Hammer, nothing. You have to hold it or something? No, I just don't think it works. In HD. Oof, that's close. They just completely disable that input from doing anything.
Freeze! 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 Freeze!
It just doesn't do it. Odd that I don't know how I managed to flip in that way. But I meant to do this. Wait for the splash. It just took out the input. I wonder if they changed it to some other input by mistake.
Freeze!
Oops.
What are you?
Gonna be a tough guy right now, are you sure? Brandon Connor.
Would you shoot the prisoner?
Whoops. Damn it. I guess I should have seen that coming. I was just a leg shot. I mean, fuck. Oh well. There's still one more guy we can mess with.
What was that sound?
I'll get this box meanwhile. I'm going to try every fucking button.
Freeze!
To see if they somehow change the input. It's supposed to be triangle to something else. And we're also going to try on the second controller. Masayuki something. I didn't see the rest of his name because it was too bright. Okay. Oh, nice. I'll take that. So let's put him to sleep. Maybe go in the shade here. It's easier to see. Oh, what the hell? He had 2 items? Mind blown. I thought it was just 1. Okay, now that we have the dog tag. I can see it. It's just, what the hell, man? We're gonna get to the bottom of this nonsense that they pull with this. Masayuki Yabuki. Yabloko Maloko. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see it. It's right there. I'm looking straight at it. It's really hard to see. And supposedly that text is always there once you have the dog tag, and pressing triangle should make it appear. But it just doesn't. Yeah, it's really hard to see. I'm looking at the stream in full screen too. So that's the very beginning. It's right there. It's kind of moving up and down a little bit. Now, my suspicion is, because why would I take out the input? Of course, square is actually take a picture. I'm gonna try every other button. If it's not triangle, well, those unequip things, so there's that. D-pad, L3, R3. You zoom in. Start to select. Nothing. Okay, let's try second controller. If it somehow got shifted, because the second controller does do things with the flag. Let me grab another controller and... oh, okay. Nothing, 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 nothing. It just doesn't exist anymore. Not the PS button, surprisingly. 2, 1. Nope, just nothing. It's just gone. Fuck, man. Okay. Kind of unfortunate. There's keyboards that go up to F24. They got like 2 rows of F keys. Probably more than that too. Okay, so we're missing 2 more boxes. Well, maybe get some calls about the Harrier. I, again, got distracted by the dog tags. Look how the laser glitches when you're outside. It's like the texture is like weird, see-through, white-ish, glitched. I don't know. I didn't even get the bomb, did I? I didn't. It's a good thing we came back.
Raiden, that's a Harrier 2 you see over there.
That's what shot down the SEAL chopper?
That's right. Unfortunately, the weapons you have at the moment aren't up to the task of neutralizing this plane. Leave it alone for now. The sensor you received from Stillman visualizes the C4s detected.
Not.
Yeah, okay.
To throw something.
Whatever.
There are still bombs in that area that haven't been disposed of.
I thought it was another call about it. Yeah, there's definitely ways you can fuck with it.
Jack, is that you?
Huh?
Jack, it must be so nerve-wracking to
So,
defuse a
do you
bomb.
think about me?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, that was a stupid thing to say. Sorry.
That's all right. It's just that I've never been trained in this stuff.
You okay? Are you feeling well?
I almost threw up a few times.
Oh, Jack.
But I'm okay. It's not like I'm in this alone.
Oh, yeah, that's true. What do you think about when you're defusing those things?
I don't think so much as remember. And I know that I need to resist that and keep my mind blank. I can't let myself be overwhelmed by the fear.
So, am I a part of what you try not to remember? I was just kidding. But I guess this isn't a good time for that.
No, it is. And I do think about you. I'm trying to remember what's so special about April 30th.
Any success?
No, not yet.
You need to stay alive so you can.
Okay. That's a deal.
Strangely supportive right now. But, so do you think about me? Will you defuse bombs? Yeah?
Raiden, that's a Harrier 2 you see over there. Unfortunately, the weapons you have at the moment aren't up to the task of neutralizing this plane. Leave it alone for now.
What?
Oh shit, is Fatman here?
Colonel, what do you know about that female soldier, Olga?
Olga Gerlukovich. Just like that guy said, she commands a Russian private army.
Do you know anything else?
Anything else?
Yeah, anything else?
Why are you concerned about her anyway?
You know.
Jack?
No, it's not like that.
I'm joking. I'll look into her for you. Good luck.
Yeah.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to get real.
Batman donation war. Donate. Okay, for each dollar donated in the next hour, we'll ban Fat Man for an hour. I don't know. Is that the Fat Man donation war? Oh, fuck. Save, kill. I guess you could ban, unban. Wait, call Stillman. We got the bomb. No, you're not Stillman.
Everything's going smoothly over here. I just finished defusing another C4. For some reason, there was one planted on an enemy soldier's back.
No doubt.
Yep.
Raiden here. The C4 reported on the roof of Strut E has been taken care of. Explosives were planted on the Harrier 2 stationed on the roof.
You're taking too much time. You should work a little faster.
There's no time, Raiden. I've got my hands full here, so it doesn't look like I can help you. It's in your hands.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
He basically always says you're taking too much time. I really am taking too much time because we're fucking around, but well, there are other calls where he judges your performance based on how quickly you go between the bombs. It's basically impossible to satisfy the requirements for the ones on anything other than him saying you're taking too much time. It's like the calls are there, but they just skew the values behind them or something.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
Here you go again.
Sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler building. And then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed, we went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
I love you. What?
Take care.
I wish Raiden would say exactly. She says that. She says that she's taking up your time again. So that was the Patriots' big plan. Have some Japanese women ask for movie references within Raiden's earshot distance, and Rose answer it wrong to get his attention. Was that the Patriots' big plan? Were they paid Patriots agents, maybe? Yeah, Dan. Watch King Kong all night. Is that euphemism? No? Well, later, Raiden talks about how he doesn't want to sleep at night. He doesn't want to sleep next to Rose because of the nightmares of his past. So maybe they really did literally just watch King Kong all night. It would make sense. Frosted A, thank you for the 83 months. Good to see you. We got 3 bombs in Strut D. Strut D is pretty much the only place where you can work out efficiently on the big shell, so we'll have to do it soon. I'll probably forget to do it because I always say that I'll do it and I forget to do it. There's 10 pull-ups. Okay, so when we freeze this bomb, it's gonna change a bunch of things. So let's see if we missed any calls and stuff. Probably something here and there with Stillman.
The sensor aid that I gave.
That's exactly it.
There are still bombs in that area.
Real.
There are still bombs.
Hold on.
There are still bombs.
Not sure.
Maybe we really did go through all of his calls.
There are still.
Alright.
Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder for the enemy.
Yeah.
Knock them unconscious or take them out altogether first.
Yeah.
Raiden, don't ever turn your back on that Olga woman.
Yeah.
Olga Gerlukovich.
Yeah.
Daughter of Colonel Sergei Gerlukovich, ex-GRU and former Spetsnaz commander.
Yeah.
She's the leader of Colonel Gerlukovich's private army that's been wandering around the Big Shell. Those men were gathered by Colonel Gerlukovich. Following his death, she inherited his command and now exercises full control. Her father's name was widely respected throughout the old Soviet regime, and he was the goal of just about every military man.
Why would a respected soldier become a leader of those cutthroats?
The collapse of the Republic resulted in a lot of unemployed soldiers. Most found themselves suddenly cast out into the civilian world, hopelessly lost. The colonel took these men in. He organized a mercenary army and led his men from battle to battle in various disputed regions around the world, hoping that one day he would rebuild his homeland. Rumor has it that during the Shadow Moses incident, he planned a rendezvous with Liquid Snake's men and assist in their uprising. I assume that the revolt figured into his reconstruction plans for the Soviet regime. I also heard that Ocelot, Liquid's right-hand man, was an old friend of the Colonel's back in the old days of the Soviet Union.
Liquid's the right hand.
Olga
Man.
inherited her father's military genius and has become a force to be reckoned with.
Wait a
She was
minute.
born and raised on the battlefield, and she's as tough as she looks. Not my ideal choice for a date.
You sound like you've met her.
No, I haven't had the pleasure. Just remember what I said. Don't turn your back on her.
Yep. Lukovich was playing Russian Peace Walker, basically.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up.
That was a good call. I'm glad we didn't miss it.
Put your thermal goggles on and look at the enemy's neck area.
Definitely.
Raiden, look at the enemy you knocked out. See the stars revolving over his head?
That's
when
right.
the stars disappear,
I see.
the enemy...
He just has gameplay stuff now.
You can use the holes left behind from... Raiden, a full...
I see.
Okay. Maybe, let's see. Might have something left here.
What's up, Jack?
And pretty much all the calls are going to change when Stillman talks about his leg.
Jack, I found some information on Olga Gurlukovich.
Oh, nice.
Olga Gurlukovich. She's the daughter of former GRU Colonel Sergei Gurlukovich. After the Federation collapsed, the colonel apparently commanded a group of mercenaries that drifted between area conflicts and civil wars. After he died, it looks like she took over control of the group. She has more notches on her gun than you do. Underestimating her prowess will get you hurt. Be careful.
Not nearly as good as Pliskin's explanation. Their information about Olga, not even close.
What can I do for you, Jack? Talk to you soon, Jack.
Definitely not.
Okay, let's just get it now.
This is Raiden. Disposal of the C4 in Strut D is complete.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
Right. But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb, 5 years ago. I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And the church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my lie so well I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
Right.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me.
Yeah.
I can walk with my own
You're
2
about
feet,
as low as
and I
it
need them
gets.
to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine.
You're about as
One
low
of
as it
omission
gets.
and arrogance. No one
That's
should
not
teach the
fair.
skills I taught him without a clear conscience.
That
This is
hurts.
the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
That hurts.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
Hey, come on. I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
What's
I owe
that
you
supposed
one.
to mean?
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with
You're
me if you need to get in
despicable.
touch. Just don't ask for
You're
Peg Leg
despicable.
Peter. He's gone for good.
How shameful.
Yeah, why the fuck were children playing nearby a church with bombs in it? I don't know. Not to be confused with the church Vamp was buried in. That would have been different timing for that. There's so many churches getting blown up in MGS2 for some reason. I don't know. Now we'll call everybody about Stillman's fake leg.
Jack, do you need to save?
No.
I can't believe it. Stillman's prosthetic leg was all a big lie.
Don't be too hard on him, Rose.
But he's got no right to go around pretending he's got a prosthetic leg. That's an insult to people who really can't walk.
Everyone's got their own reasons. Sometimes you've got no choice but to lie.
You're right. I guess it is necessary sometimes.
Rose?
It's nothing. Well, see ya.
What? He's talking about lying being necessary. I'm sure it's nothing.
Raiden, leave the odorless C4 on strut H to Stillman. Your job is to dispose of the C4s left on Shell 1. Locate every last one.
Yeah.
Raiden, like I said before, there's a huge load of C4s at the bottom of strut H that won't show up on the radar. The old man's right. There's got to be the same thing in Shell 1. Watch your back.
Hey, come on.
The consumption of the O2
Not
gauge.
sure how I feel about that.
It appears that Fat Man placed bombs within each of...
Stillman, how you feeling?
All right. It's been a while since I've run, though.
Guess that means it's also been a while since you've run out of breath, huh?
Are you accusing me of something, Raiden?
Exactly. No, I didn't mean anything by it.
No, I should be condemned.
Probably, yeah. But wait, everybody makes mistakes.
But it's the reasons behind those mistakes that become the real issue.
Yeah. What do you mean?
The reason that bomb exploded, and the reason that I was saved, is because I was confronted by fear and I couldn't handle it. Halfway through disposing of the bomb, I succumbed to that fear.
That's going
and when
a bit
I
too
realized
far.
what was going on, I had turned around and was running away from the bomb.
That's
the one
not
who
fair.
paid the price, however, wasn't me. After I regained consciousness from the shock of the blast, the first thing that my eyes met were the corpses of children crushed under a pile of rubble.
Stillman.
Yet, what do you think I felt at that time? A sense of relief. Relieved that it wasn't me.
Oh.
And that's not all. At the time, I was known as the top bomb disposal technician in the United States. Now, to someone like me, who had neither a wife nor children, that reputation was everything. I didn't want to lose it. That's why I lied about losing my leg. Ran away from the responsibility that was mine.
You're despicable.
Closed my eyes to the victims. Stirred up the sympathy of the public.
All right, Stillman, that's enough. For now, let's just worry about what we're going to do about Fat Man's bombs.
Yeah.
You're about as low as it gets.
Talk more shit.
Is that you, Raiden? I haven't reached strut 8 yet.
Stillman, do you really think there are bombs that the sensor's not picking up?
Has anyone ever told you
Sealing
you
the
have some
entire
issues?
casing of
The bomb prevents the odor from leaking outside. It's a technique that I, for one, didn't teach.
But wasn't leaving a signature of sorts Fat Man's aesthetic touch?
Perhaps this Fat Man is not the one I knew.
What?
Fat Man right now is fragile and weak. What's more, he's dangerous. Watch yourself, okay?
And I really should have done a call. He says, oh, you have some issues. It's too late now,
Pliskin
I
shouldn't
think.
be having any problems. You better look sharp as well.
Stillman, do you really believe that Pliskin is not a member of SEAL Team 10?
He's probably not.
Then exactly what is he?
I'm not sure. But there are other things that I am sure of.
Like what?
Like that I can believe in him, that's what. There's something about him. A certain something that's found only in men of strength, trustworthiness, and reliability.
I see. Anyway, I'm getting back to the mission.
I wishes he was that cool. Rose has something similar to say.
Did you happen to see the technician that came down along with me?
No, I didn't.
I see.
Wait, Stillman. Is that guy really...
Raiden.
What?
Disposing of the C4 is our first priority. There's no time. Get back to the task at hand.
Right. Gotcha.
Snake trying to cover Otacon's ass there when Raiden starts getting curious about him. The best game, you're looking at it, for me.
Equipping yourself with sensor
+1.
will bring up
2 and 1 go together.
when dealing with the bomb directly. The only one you can depend on is yourself.
Yeah.
Don't count on anyone else. Foolishly doing so will bring death upon you.
Yeah.
Believe in yourself, and you'll be all right.
Yeah.
He's still giving motivational speeches to Raiden after confessing. Oh, nice.
Sensor A can't specify the exact location of bombs. It's unfortunate, but only the area
That's exactly
can be localized. Once you've got the area, you'll have to continue your...
Whatever.
Okay, I think it's just generic stuff now.
It appears that Fat Man...
Get real.
The you have issues call, I think, is just one of the random calls after you, well, not random, but after you defuse certain bombs for which he has nothing to say specifically for that bomb. He will just say you have issues. I think, especially if you have kills. Maybe it's one of those calls that looks if you have kills or not. Like the call to, the call about killing people with Rose. There's some calls that look at whether you have kills or not, and they don't trigger otherwise. Must have missed some of the optional bomb calls because they were fucking around with dog tags so much. I like a little effect when you shoot the salt shaker. The little cloud of salt spilling out. It also does something similar with napkins, but are there any napkins here? Nope. Mostly dude on the tanker. There's no napkins in the kitchen? Really? Oh, now we can shoot those apples. Are they still on the ground? Wait, what the hell? I knocked over the box and the apples fell on the ground and they were intact. And now, not only are the apples back up here, they're all destroyed. What happened? Did we get into a shootout here? Did enemies shoot them? I thought we only did that in the bathroom. Wait, what the fuck? I never noticed it did that. There's a floating apple there. Oh, this is some weird shit. That shouldn't happen. Now we can't hit it. I don't remember getting into a shootout here, but maybe I just forgot. That's so weird. But yeah, I was gonna show the detail of even inside of the apple, the core, the seeds being all there, modeled, the different color in there. It's crazy. But I don't know how it ended up being like this here. Even the watermelons, they spilled out in the remorse mash that I left them as. What? Maybe the game just recalculates all the stuff that you destroyed every time you re-enter the area. They oxidize in real time. Oh, they have the stem there too. Well, if ice can melt in real time, maybe. I was looking for some napkins. Oh, let me see if the ketchup bottles are the same as the wine bottles where they break at the top. They might not be. Nah. Nope. Interesting. Only the wine bottles do the famous thing that we always talk about, where they break exactly where you shoot them. And they don't even have any in here. Anyway, we left this bomb for last here. If you do that, you can pick up Sensor B without any guards in the area, and then you're as close as possible to Strut A.
Good work, Raiden. You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed C4, and in huge quantities.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section of the strut is demolished, Shell 2 will be well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will actually sink?
Not immediately. There'll still be 5 struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector. It's the thing you acquired from the safe in Strut C a little while back.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
It's all yours, Raiden.
I'm going to study it some more and see if the freezing process will work. Don't touch the other one until I say so.
Okay. I'll stand by until you radio in.
At this point, if we change areas, any loading screen will advance the plot. With Snake accidentally freezing the last bomb. So I wonder if there's any calls in between. Me and Pliskin, of course.
Right. The odorless C4 should be at the bottom of Strut A.
Right.
Head to Strut A's bottom level now.
Get real.
The leg of the lady was like a chicken wing. What the hell? Sure, okay.
Right.
Not a chance.
They're just telling you to leave to trigger the next event, probably.
If odorless C4 is planted in Shell 1, it's going to be at the bottom of Strut A. Head over there, Raiden.
Why don't you do it? Stillman, how are you doing over there?
Oh, there's a call.
I'm checking it now. It just can't simply be a bomb that doesn't respond to an odor.
Yeah.
There must be something else planted there.
Exactly what is it?
I'm not certain. Give me a little more time. If odorless C4...
Who the heck do you think you are?
Respond to an odor? Sounds like it was mistranslated.
If odorless...
Who the heck do you think you are?
If
If you shoot out the radio behind the enemy's right hip, you can prevent...
Okay, Colonel doesn't care.
Jack, is that you?
Hey, come on.
Talk to you soon, Jack.
How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Raiden, the one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
200 seconds.
200 seconds?
Raiden, move! Get to the bottom of strut A now!
The way Snake just keeps spraying the thing for a few seconds. And then the game has to check for the difficulty there. There's a little pause to load the different lines, depending on how much time you have, depending on the difficulty level. It's like, 200 seconds. Flip this guy. Okay, that's Roy Grizzly, I think. What a fucking legend. A new meme was born. Roy Grizzly. He's in the 2002 dog tags. Gotta remember that. We have some time to mess with this guy. But no ammo, hold on. I don't think I picked up the ammo here. And also, shit, that's right, the box. I didn't pick up the box here. Okay, so instead of messing with that guy, we'll go get the box instead. God damn it. Couldn't find his nuts. I actually remembered to pick that up. Now we're only missing one, which is in the core, Shell 1 core. So we can't get there yet. Nice. I still have time to mess with the guy up here.
Freeze!
Hit the skull like that.
Raiden, The elevator won't move when enemy soldiers are in it.
Right.
Draw enemies out of the elevator.
Huh?
Nah, just wait for him to go. At these, thank you for the 5 months. These what? Probably people ask all the time. Yeah, just let him go.
Raiden, Pliskin, listen carefully.
Probably, yeah. What is it?
I fell for it.
Exactly.
Fell for what?
Fat man has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
With a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
Batman's
There's less than
microwave.
30 seconds left. It's too late.
No!
No.
Pliskin, get away from Strut H as fast as you can.
Not that kind of microwave.
Right. Keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Why don't you do it? Exactly.
Ah, that's why. I tried waiting for as long as possible. Batman got tired of microwaving his dinner and used it to make the bomb instead. Hey. But the bomb is actually an easier spot in Extreme. It's way easier to get to it.
Colonel, Stillman is dead.
I know. Pull yourself together, Raiden.
I can't. I can't do this alone.
Jack, are you listening? All right, calm down.
Stillman is dead. There are no more explosive specialists.
You're fine. I won't let you die.
Rose.
All right then. Is Sensor B equipped?
Yes.
See if it responds or not. Jack, no matter what, you have to bring an end to this crisis.
Okay. I don't know.
I wish the game would actually check if you have Sensor B equipped or not. He just says yes no matter what. There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late. What? No, it isn't. I wonder why Stillman couldn't just freeze it. He even says I'll try and see if the freezing method will work. So was he trying to actually dismantle it? I don't know. Let's see. I think Pliskin's gone too, because Shell 2 got knocked all over the place. Mr. X never answers. Stillman died. Pliskin's unconscious. Rose. The Colonel's fake. Rose too sometimes. There's like nobody to talk to.
Okay.
Yeah, she just thinks it's a boss fight.
In there.
Is Rose real? Depends. It's one of those things that it depends on how you want to look at it.
Colonel, I've neutralized the...
But mostly.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell stable?
Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the President. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
First, let's clean up a little. Ah, we just need some coolant for Phantom Pain. Make the bugs go away. What are you on about? I believe that MGS2 isn't real at all. I don't know if you heard, but I hate to break the news to you, but it's a video game. I don't know. I don't know how else to tell you it. I think it might be a video game. Wait, it's a video game, right? Right? Now I have to question my own reality. It might be real. That's up, Shizzle. Here's some re-recorded lines with the left stick.
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming. Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster.
Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower. Left and right to face those directions.
The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath.
What?
Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
Yeah, the reason he sounds weird here is that they re-recorded every control-related line that has to do with stick movements, left stick, right stick. They had to change them all and re-record it for the HD edition, which was like what, 10 years after the game released. So different equipment, you know, different environment, actors, voice actors are 10 years older. It's never gonna sound the same. And they had to do that because the term analog stick is proprietary to Sony. So of course, this being originally a PS2 game, they had to replace all the instances of the game saying analog stick because reasons. Except this game was already on Xbox, so I don't know why they did that too. I don't know.
What? A hostage has been killed. Shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the president.
What about the other hostages?
They definitely re-recorded something already for
Jack, be reasonable.
Xbox
I know what
Substance.
you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well,
looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
That's interesting there.
Go and rescue the president.
What can I say? They didn't bother. Like, in comparison, the English team of Metal Gear games is a small indie company. Like, I was talking earlier about how there's this huge disconnect and lack of communication and you know, directions and probably resources at this point for the English translation and recording and voice acting and editing and everything side of things. At this point, it might as well be a small indie company, whatever. And then amphibious diarrhea. Thank you for the 10 months. So the Xbox, I'm pretty sure they already had different lines back then. Then they say thumbstick instead, and then they re-recorded the entirety of the Colonel's first line when you get here. Yeah, reach you, contact you. That threw me off when I heard it in the PC version, which is a port of the Xbox version. So they already re-recorded those lines for the Xbox version of Substance, which is technically the original Substance. It was an Xbox first for a bit. What they didn't do is use the PlayStation lines on PlayStation and the Xbox lines on Xbox when the HD collection came out. I doubt that they had the foresight that 14 years, 15 years, whatever, no, maybe more like 12, 13 years from there, it would be also released on Switch and PC again. But now they just made these universal lines, mostly, that they can release on anything. But I don't know why in 2011, when the HD collection came out, they didn't just do Xbox lines for Xbox and PlayStation lines for PlayStation. But I don't know, really weird. Maybe they didn't want to port more things. But it worked out, because now the Master Collection can just be released on anything, and it just has those lines. Until Nintendo starts muting the controls, because you can't even say things like cross and X and select. Did they still do that? The Switch version of MGS1 still mute the dialogue when you start MGS1? It's fucking ridiculous. But mostly, they can release it in anything now, because it simply says the stick, not thumbstick, not analog stick, whatever else.
Right. All the bombs have been defused. The president's safe return is now top priority. Right. First, take the elevator to...
What's that supposed to mean?
Any more calls about maybe the hostages or something? That...
Tell me what you know about Fat Man.
Oh,
okay, hold on a minute.
What?
I'll look him up.
Now you're still looking shit up? Okay. I guess we'll wait around here. I know just the thing to do. What else was I talking about? Turn off the device. Yeah, I was talking about that too while we're playing Metal Gear 1. Wait, not this. We'll go on a little adventure. Yeah, I mean, don't get me started. These are PlayStation games that are just made with those controls in mind. So every time, not only the controls, but the hardware too. Every time you change something, you re-release it. Inevitably, like clockwork, it loses something. There hasn't been a single time that these games got released outside of their intended consoles that they didn't lose something. So, meh. Whatever. I guess it's still close enough for the most part. As far as most people will notice.
Jack, is that you?
Come on, I want to hear about Fat Man's microwave.
Take it easy.
Maybe it really is just real life time. Or endgame time, whichever. Before she finds whatever she talks about looking up. I bet we can go inside the submarine. Go Raiden, be free. So this is just a little glitch. If you use the ladder a certain way, but also equip the binoculars or the camera, this just happens. You can swim in the air. But it's very easy to accidentally no-clip through the water and below the floor, and basically you have no way to get back in bounds if you do that. I would have to save and reload or get a game over or something. You also can't just hit up or down to go up and down, because that'll make Raiden emerge from the water and it's not existing. And that makes you clip through the floor too. So instead, to go up, you have to smash your head against the wall. I'm just hitting left and right. And that makes you go up a little bit if you smash your head against something. There you go. Now we're in the submarine. Which is actually, it's pretty cool. You can see the effect of the glass there. You move the camera. That's crazy that it works in this side too. I guess that makes sense. I can't see where the hell I am right now. Well, if you ever wonder what the inside looks like, now all we need is a controller. Logitech controller. The fisheye effect. You can actually see. I wonder if it's a texture or an actual. How does that work? Man, it reflects everything. That's a really interesting effect there, actually. Okay, Rose, have you looked shit up yet?
What's up, Jack?
Yeah, forget the MGS2. I mean, forget the PlayStation 2 or Xbox controllers. Just play the Logitech controller. Damn.
I looked up information on Fat Man.
Oh, nice.
Fat Man, the emperor of explosives. You've already heard how he manufactured an atomic bomb at the age of 10. He appears to have been known throughout the world of explosives since he was a child. He entered the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal at Indian Head and graduated at the top of his class. That's around the time that he met Stillman. He was assigned to the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. He quit soon after, though. After that, he joined Dead Cell as an explosive specialist. He's been there ever since.
I bet they didn't even have pressure sensitivity. Oh wow, look at that camera. I guess if you go over the water, it does that. Oh, nice. Shit. How do I get back down now? Oh, all I gotta do is fall in the water when I emerge. So I have to do this. As long as we get in the water, then we're okay. If you do this over the floor, then you clip through it and fall through hell. Ah, nice. So yeah, that bit about the hostage being shot in the head on the roof so that the satellites could see it, they're just saying that while riding up. That never happened. We'll have a conversation with Ames about it, with Raiden asking about that exact thing. He has no idea. Yeah, that's just one of the many lies that the Colonel tells Raiden.
Raiden, all the...
Not sure how I feel about that.
Alright, let's see if the bugs are bugged in this scene. Oh, I see them. There's supposed to be a bunch of bugs in front of the elevator here. And it works. Sometimes they just don't appear. I never noticed a switch there.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come.
Yeah, sometimes the bugs are bugged.
Show yourself and finish me. Like you finished off my father. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you? Maybe you can give me death. My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
Oh, shoot. I don't even know what blew up there. Was there another explosive barrel behind there?
Right.
I changed my mind too late. I wanted to guess. In order to get some of the extra calls with Fortune, you have to try shooting her. Which is obviously not a great idea. Because I'm gonna stop to do that. You get closed. You do this. Got the little scene when you do that, even though it gives you iframes, the scene messes it up.
No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
I should be able to. There we go. Stop messing it up. He has it to say every time you shoot her.
For some reason, I can't hit her.
I don't understand. She's obviously impervious to attack.
What are my options?
Disengage her and get
Can't
out.
hear you.
The elevator is still upstairs. My retreat's been cut off.
Hang on until the elevator comes down again. Your weapons can't hurt you, and you need to stay alive. Use whatever cover you can find and invade her.
So yeah, the jump out shot here gives you iframes. You can kind of mess with it.
Fortune's railgun packs some power. A direct hit will kill you. Do not present her with a target under any condition. Stay behind cover.
Why don't you do it?
We can wait until she reloads to try and get close to her.
Don't even think about attempting
Oh, never mind.
Keep your distance.
We already had the call about it, because the risk was enough right now.
Time until the elevator.
There's just an invisible wall if you try getting close to her anyway. You can't do anything.
Right. Rose did a bit of research on Fortune's weapon.
The big rifle that she carries appears to be a personal railgun. Yes, an electromagnetic gun that fires bullets with magnetic force. As a movable conductor, it uses plasma electrons to boost acceleration capabilities. The kinetic energy of the ammunition is approximately 10 megajoules. Incidentally, that of a 140mm smooth bore gun ammunition is 20 megajoules.
I can't believe something like that even exists.
It's not available though. What she has is only a prototype.
That thing sure doesn't sound like a prototype.
Problems with the rail plasma and inter-rail electromagnetic release have yet to be solved. Evaluations exist to criticize it as unacceptable as a field weapon because of the high risk of accidental discharge.
But hers doesn't.
Most likely, probably because she's lucky.
Unbelievable.
Either way, it's a weapon that she alone can wield, that's for sure.
Yeah, and a weapon that's uncontrollable too.
Be very careful, Jack.
Well, if you don't play MGS2 for the naked Raiden parts, what are you even playing for?
Fortune's railgun packs some.
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, nothing messes me up so much. Ooh. Come on. Not again. Damn it. Ooh, this close. I'm crying. Yeah, it just teases you with a little help. Another thing messed me up. Damn, I'm not now. I wanted to move the right stick too, see her. we'll just do it normally now that we got the calls. Get the railgun to block and not be beaten by the railgun. It's not really that the box is preventing damage. What the box does is it makes it way easier to turn back and forth. It's way tighter turning radius, which is really what we need to do. But it's just fun. That's it. Also, don't stand here when the fight is over.
What the hell happened? Raiden! Raiden!
I accidentally the thing. Anyway. Blow up, she hits them. Okay. When he shoots to the side like that, it's over. The ceiling comes falling down.
Right. Fat Man just contacted us directly.
Fat Man called us?
Yes. Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, right?
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, right?
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 200 seconds remaining.
So he's planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about backup?
No, there's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later, then.
Now!
Are you gone? No. No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? Alone again? Cheated out of death again? How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough. I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already. I can't die twice.
Oh, nice. Fat Man waits for the elevator. And cutscene to start the timer.
The clock is ticking, Raiden. Get to the heliport on the roof of Strut E. Push the crawl button while running to go into a roll.
That's not it. Is that all he talks about? Oh, there's no one else available right now.
Lean the left stick.
What's
Hey.
that supposed to mean?
The vamp keeps coming back to life, and Fortune can't die, get hit by anything. Of course, MGS4 ruined all that, but we don't talk about MGS4. We're playing MGS2 actually. I only talk about it to tell people not to think about MGS4 when playing MGS2. Vamp also seems to have a thing for mines. Every time Vamp shows up, there's some mines left behind, claymores or those underwater mines or something. There used to be some sort of theory or some sort of association between water and Vamp coming back to life, because every time he gets killed, there's some sort of water. He falls into water, or like Fortune's tears in his cheeks when he wakes up. Then he falls in, he jumps in the water like willingly during the boss fight when you give him the last hit, and then he gets knocked in the water after you rescue, well, not so much rescue, but shoot him during the Emma event. Can't really say that we rescued Emma now. So there's always water involved in some form when Vamp comes back to life. That was one of the theories that people had floating around back in the day. Haha, see what I did there. And just in general, MGS2 has this theme of water as the sea of information that we're drowning in. You see in the intro, for example. It was all nice and adult discussion before MGS4 came out. It was, no, nanomachines, bro. Okay. It was a calm, collected exchange of intellectual discussions before MGS4. nanomachines. Also how Vamp runs on water in this game, of course. Hey, Friday, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. MGS2 remake might happen. Who knows? Didn't they recently teased? Oh man, I don't want to add fuel to the fire because this is like the kind of thing that I don't really like contributing to, but I did see something that maybe conspiracy theorist levels of Peace Walker remake might happen first. It's just offhand comment that Hater made recently. Probably doesn't mean much, but who knows? It's the kind of thing people like to speculate about. Yeah, he said something like, "Oh, just what did he say? Like, I just met someone, or just been at Konami for something. I can't say what it was, but all I can say is peace out." Like, come on, man. He just, of course, they're under NDAs and stuff, but they also know what they're doing, teasing people with hints and things that they can't really say, and just adding to the hype, to the fuel on fire, adding gas to the fire of conspiracy theorists. That's why I don't really like talking about
So
that, but whatever.
You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man. Is he Dead Cell? I am Fat Man.
Yeah, that it could be that as well. Re-recorded lines for Volume 2, Master Collection, Peace Walker, re-release, re-remaster, re-remaster.
I used to hang around department store.
That's just how it is. Assume nothing. Expect nothing.
Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start. Yum. Good year. Let's drink the Stillman, shall we?
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in
That's on you for not having a PS3, Dr. Gray.
So that's what's going on, huh?
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you'll know.
It's Batman laughing at you trying to play Peace Walker co-op on Xbox.
My ambitions are much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nuts! No one's gonna give a damn about you.
Oh yes, they will. I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them.
Like hell you beat Stillman. He had your number.
What did you say?
You have nothing of his courage. Or what are you laughing at?
That croc died a dishonorable death
That
6
line.
months ago.
Yeah, you'd still be playing here.
The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. It set me free, you know. Open the way to a new dimension. So that I could become the emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist! That is why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat. Let's move!
What happened, Go Fab? Yeah, he does a pretty good job. Oh, he used to rip. I'm gonna do some regular 3 now, so it's not too bad. We still don't see any of the silly stuff that he does in lower difficulties. Like in lower difficulty, he starts fucking around, skating in circles until he falls over on his own. Or he will play with the seagulls, they will peck him in the head, doing damage, free damage. And then he also talks to the seagulls, he's like, hey, where'd you go? Which is a line that he also uses for Raiden, I think. The fact can't kill him because he only does it at the beginning when he's at full health. It does a little bit of damage, but he doesn't fuck around with seagulls when he has low health. You would have to modify the pack to do a shit ton of damage and kill him in one hit. Actually, quite a few interesting calls about this 2 and the Block 18, some other stuff here. One hit left. Get back here. Hold on, we gotta listen to this first. If you listen very carefully, when he's down like this and you bump into him, that's the sound that fat people make when you bump into them, right? I think that's accurate. Okay. Let's do all these calls here.
Batman will plant the C4s, then activate the timer. Once the timer is online, the countdown begins. Detonation takes place at the 0 count. If that happens...
No. Really?
When you see him push the timer button, use the cooling spray to freeze the C4.
He made a giant boing explosion sound. There.
Right, as you can see, Batman is wearing a blast suit.
A blast suit?
It's protective clothing worn for bomb disposal work. Gunfire can't really penetrate that thing either.
You can do very little damage through the suit. Use the first-person view to go for the head.
Blocks are the MGS3 of the gun world. It just works for normies. Yeah.
The blast suit can't protect him from the impact of the shot itself. A series of rapid fire will knock him off balance and create an opportunity for attack. Use it. The countdown timer will tell you how long you have until the C4s detonate. When the count goes to 0, the C4 will blow, and we will be finished. Defuse the bombs before that can happen.
Man, for all my dabbing in gun stuff and Metal Gear, I've never done a comparison like that. Not even gun brands, but like action types to Metal Gear games. MGS2 is definitely a DASA. You have to master it. You have to put the extra work in it to get used to it, and then it changes the trigger pull. MGS3 is striker fire. There's some comparisons there to be made. Metal Gear 1 and 2 are single action revolvers. Maybe MGS1 is single action automatic.
Right, you're completely defenseless while hanging. If he manages to knock you off that ledge, you wouldn't survive the fall. Keep that in mind. Bombs are not the only weapons Fatman has. He's also carrying a machine gun.
It's MGS4.
Use it if you offer yourself up as a target.
MGS4 is one of those revolvers that points backwards. Harrier's 4 was revolver is aiming at you.
Batman is wearing a bomb blast suit. It is worn when disarming explosives and protects its wearer from the blast, heat, and shock.
I'm gonna do double action on this stuff, yeah.
Vest made out of special material. The front of the head and body are guarded by a laminated ballistic insert. The back too is guarded with Projector to ease the impact on the spine from a fall after a blast. Attached to its torso will likely have little effect. At first it might look to be cumbersome, but in fact it is made to be extremely flexible so as not to hinder bomb disposal. One could even do apparatus gymnastics, like the pommel horse or parallel bars in it. The problem is that it is poorly ventilated, and having it on for long periods of time runs the risk of leaving its wearer mildly
It goes to 320. It blows up.
It is equipped with a cooling system like a spacesuit, in which the coolant is run through inner tubes.
Phantom Pain is some Caltech shit.
With those configurations, however, the total weight of the suit should exceed 50 kilograms. That's too heavy for skating around. An impact might easily make him lose his balance and he'll fall down. Shooting a part of the suit with a gun will do minimal damage at best. Aim for exposed areas of his head. If he falls down, when he tries to get up, it's your best chance. Batman carries a Glock 18, a fully automatic version of the Glock 17 pistol. It can fire 29mm bullets per second. Getting caught in its line of fire is extremely dangerous.
Weren't machine pistols originally used for VIP security assignments, though, in order to stop terrorists?
Correct. As portable weapons with major firepower.
That he would have such a gun and use it with only one hand.
Don't forget, he's a member of Dead Cell. What's more, he walks around wearing that suit. He must have a lot of faith in his own strength. Don't engage him in a firefight from the front. Attack him when he reloads.
I'm really sad that the block disappears once the fight is over. There's a little detail to it. The compensator and the magazines. Hey, get back. Okay. And it's really hard to look at it. You have to look at the top of this slide. Maybe here. Censorship. Fuck, I'm gonna lose a fight because of this. Nah, okay. There it is. Compensator. It's kind of clipping into the ground a little bit. Oh, who's backseating? Wait, does the block disappear from his hands when he's dead? I think it does, right? You backseating again, Colonel? Nah, it just disappears, yeah. Otherwise, I would have looked at it more closely after, for sure. Well, that spot sucks. Now that the game is giving you full auto weapons like the AK and the M4, it could have given you the Glock 18 too. Let's see, 2001 would be...
My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
No, it will be a Gen 3.
The party's over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean? What did you just do? What is this?
God damn, Gen 3s are...
I have beautiful hands.
1998.
These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Where is it?
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn!
Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big shell with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
Alright, we got some time to kill here. Also, Fat Man. There we go. Talking about how he gives himself manicures. Take a look at his hands. Nail polish. His manicured hands. So I guess he shook a little bit from that headshot. And yeah, just in case, we'll shoot him in the head some more. Vote kick Fat Man. I wonder where the bomb could be. And you can't see it at all there until you move him. Oh no, you can! It's like clipping through. Again, maybe because I moved him around a little bit by shooting him though. There it is. But we don't know where it is. Because if you wait until there's like maybe 10 seconds left or so, we'll get a couple extra calls about it. A really good save call with Rose about it. The feathers. Where did that bird go? Oh, there it is. Angry bird. This is one of the more obscure hidden calls. You gotta wait and then call everybody about it. Hey, it's up, Wexford.
Colonel, where's that bomb? We have no information on that. Sweep the area.
Hurry, Jack.
The bomb has to be somewhere on the heliport. Use whatever means necessary to locate it. Raiden, have you located the bomb yet?
No, not yet.
Hurry, Jack. We don't have a lot of time
I have an
left.
idea.
He wouldn't have had the time to find a good hiding place. It must be
I
somewhere
have 10
near
seconds
him.
left to
Take
live.
a closer look.
Let's spend it arguing with my girlfriend.
Raiden, the bomb?
Nothing yet.
Where is that damn thing? We're running out of time.
Have you checked under Fat Man's body?
What? Of course not. It can't be there.
You don't know that.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's there?
Just a hunch, all right?
Look, Rose, I know what I'm doing, and this is my life on the line. You don't have any experience in this type of work, so just...
Raiden, don't turn down a good suggestion when you hear one. Check it out.
With my life on the line.
He wouldn't have had the time to find it.
Who do you think you are?
Okay. Now the Rose told us about it. You can freeze it. He also has a Stillman dog tag. Wow, it disappeared.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone. That leaves...
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Defused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell 2?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
My butt is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
But the central core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the president and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We'd better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the president is?
No, that one's all yours.
The president is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
Oh shoot, I missed a couple of resubs. Arniesis, thank you so much for the 111 months. Good to see you. Wolfgang, also with the 11 months. Thank you. Droops, earlier, if you're still there, with 118. Thank you so much. So now, though, see, it's weird because apparently the whole thing with Fat Man was a test from the Patriots to Raiden, but then Rose goes and tells us how to find the bomb. If it's a test and they're trying to see how Raiden does, why would they tell him the solution? Unless maybe that was a real Rose. Who knows? It's really up to interpretation. It's one of those things that's supposed to be up for interpretation. When is the real Rose talking to Raiden, or when is the AI Rose talking to Raiden? I don't know, but that would make sense that the Patriots wouldn't give him the solution when that's a test. Anyway, also all these personal calls, you know, the more personal stuff that they talk about their relationship and stuff. Maybe that's a real Rose. I mean, and maybe, you know, every time that the Colonel kind of pushes Raiden to do something that he's not too confident about, or that he doesn't want to do, every time that happens, Rose always butts in the conversation and convinces Raiden to do it anyway. So, who cares? I mean, who knows exactly where? There's no cut and dry line. But that's how I look at it, at least. All the times that Rose is pushing Raiden to do something that the Colonel wants him to do, maybe it's the AI, and all the times they're talking about, you know, their own personal experiences and stuff, maybe that's the real Rose. But who knows? Some people who think that the real Rose is only there at the end, or she's not there at all, or that she's real until the Colonel goes crazy, and then she also, you know, has that voice change later on Arsenal. It's really up for interpretation. We'll talk about it more later, but also the way she shows up at the end with the hair collar they gave her. Eventually was gonna be a different hair collar, because she says that it's fake. But they specifically kept it the same black hair so that people would speculate on it. So hard with 134 months. Thank you. But some of these Rose calls, some of these Rose interactions, man, some of these save calls, they're still realistic. They're definitely based on Kojima's real life experience with women. Some of the things that she talks about, she says, actually we haven't done too many of those, we'll do more soon.
What's up, Jack?
I don't know. Fatman is also aware this is a test, yes. He says that it's the only reason I assisted them being the Patriots.
Jack.
What?
I told you so.
Talking about.
All right, all right. The bomb was where you guessed it would be. You were right, and you saved my butt.
As long as you realize that.
I was pretty surprised, though. I never expected to
Well,
find
hey, he
it
says
where
my
I did.
butt there too.
You must think I'm pretty clueless, huh?
Of course not. And I have a pretty healthy respect for the woman's intuition thing now.
That is such a sexist thing to say, you know that?
Come on, don't be mad. I apologized already.
Don't sweat it. I'm just messing with you. I want you to recognize that I can help you through this thing, and that I care about you.
Rose?
Hang in there, okay?
And then the other thing that Fatman says, actually I should talk about this earlier. It's kind of a stiff line that was translated a little literally. When Raiden says, like hell you beat Stillman, he had your number. You'll never have his courage, or... And then Fatman interrupts him. That croc died miserable death 6 months ago. A dishonorable death 6 months ago. And then Raiden says 6 months ago, the liquidation of Dead Cell. That croc died a dishonorable death being those aspirations that Fatman had. It's hard to think about it now because Fatman is always like a bad guy, crazy and whatever. But he didn't start out as a mad bomber. He was actually... Shoot him some more, just to make sure. He was trying to follow in Stillman's footsteps as a bomb disposal expert, which of course also made him an expert at bombing things, but whatever. But Dead Cell only went crazy like 6 months ago. So when he says that croc is like that nonsense, those aspirations that I used to have died 6 months ago with the liquidation of Dead Cell. So Stillman wanting to, or Fatman wanting to be like Stillman, be a bomb disposal expert, died 6 months ago, which is, it could be easily confused with, talking about the leader of Dead Cell dying 6 months ago, or that nonsense dying six months ago. That's a line that was translated a little stiffly there, but that's what he's talking about. And then the Patriots use him to get Stillman, and he says that's the only reason I assisted them. So he knows about the Patriots. He doesn't care about Dead Cell or Solidus or Arsenal or whatever. He literally just wanted to get to Stillman, and that's how the Patriots used him. Even, what's his face? Both Vamp and Fortune are talking about getting rid of Batman right before we get here. I wonder how that would have played out. He's too heavy. You can only drag him so far before Raiden lets go of him. I know everybody wants to throw him in the water, but you can't do that. The resulting wave would obliterate everything. And then we're about to see the ninja here, which is, like we were just talking about, the whole thing with Fatman and C4s is a test before Raiden gets to meet the real stand-ins for, the characters in MGS1. And, wait, hold on, what's Dim saying? We were operating under incorrect assumption. Okay, so it's just not feasible. Because you can someone from MGSCon to email me. I think you accidentally award. Okay, hold on, I have to read that like 3 times. You can ask someone from I'm just going to email me or DM me on Twitch. Okay. Well, okay, so it wasn't whatever you were thinking about with Enigma, but we could still try something with MGS-Con. Okay. Surely you not being on Discord helps with this whole process, yeah? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll see about what we can do with that. Man, if we can make it happen, that would be huge. What the fuck was I talking about? So yeah, the whole thing was with Fatman was a test from the Patriots. So the first thing the ninja is gonna say when it appears is you pass with flying colors. And then again in Japanese there's a whole bunch of stuff going on with the ninjas, lines, voice acting and mechanics that we didn't get in English. For example, when the ninja first appears, one of the first things you hear is "I'm like you, I have no name," which is of course a reference. It's not just a reference. In the Japanese version of the game, it literally is the exact line from MGS1, copy and pasted the audio from MGS1. Because unfortunately the Japanese voice actor for Gray Fox passed away, so they had to do that. But of course, when you see Ninja, then you had the Colonel comment on it. No, we had no one like that in our unit. More lines from MGS1. So the Ninja says that exact line as MGS1 in the exact Ninja's voice from MGS1. And they even took it one step further in the trailers where they replaced Raiden's model with Snake's model. So there was this brief shot of Snake meeting the Ninja, saying and sounding the exact same and saying the exact same thing as the Ninja and MGS1. And I think they replaced the location where that happened in the trailer as well. I want to say maybe it was the tanker holds or something. Either way, it was a location that also kind of looked like where you fight Rex at MGS1, with the indoor grayish walls and stuff. So that trailer was really fucking confusing. Not just because it's Snake meeting Ninja again, but because it sounds exactly like the Ninja from MGS1 and says the same thing. So the Ninja has 3 different voices in Japanese. It has the robotic ninja voice, which I guess would be Olga's voice, which I guess would be Meryl's voice in Japanese. So maybe, I don't know, unconfirmed, but if Meryl's voice actress voices Olga and Olga is Ninja, does the Ninja sound like a robotic Meryl in Japanese? Dim would know about that. Maybe she makes a different voice for it. I don't know. So it would have that voice, and it would have the Ninja's voice when the exact line from MGS1 is playing, and later when you're given the card, okay, it's extremely altered. It sounds androgynous. Okay. Later, the Ninja gives you a card, and again, word for word, the same explanation of how the PAN card works from MGS1 that you get from Decoy Octopus with the DARPA Chief's voice. So it also has the DARPA Chief's voice coming from the suit. So it's got the regular voice, it's got the Ninja's voice, or Gray Fox's voice, and it's got the DARPA Chief's voice. And the idea was that they were playing around with. It didn't really end up doing it, but they were playing with the idea of it working between the Ninja's suit and Raiden's nanomachines in his brain, right? Both being connected to the Patriots, because Olga's being forced to work for the Patriots as a ninja. So the nanomachines would interface with the Ninja's suit to have Raiden or the player hear whatever lines he's expecting to hear. Just like with the Colonel, we hear those lines that we're expecting from MGS1. So that would be the way that you hear different voices coming from the Ninja with the suit interfacing with Raiden's nanomachines. But guess what? We didn't get any of that in English. This is just Russian Ninja accent voice. Oh well. Imagine medic pitch altering but good. Okay, so you can't really tell that she sounds like Meryl at all. Okay. Interesting. We didn't get any of that in English. Zero. Nothing.
Raiden, let's get back to the task of rescuing the president. Head to the core of
You
Shell
can also
1.
hear it much more clearly. You can kind of hear it in English, but you can clearly hear the sound effect of when the voice is supposed to like switch. It actually sounds like the radio sound effect from MGS3, which is really weird. Like when you open the radio in MGS3, when you call somebody in MGS3, that sound effect was actually there already in MGS2. I couldn't tell for a long time until I played the Japanese version of MGS2. I was like, wait a second, that's the MGS3 radio sound I was supposed to play every time the ninja's voice switches. And it's kind of faint, it's like mixed in differently in the English version, because I guess the ninja doesn't really change voices. But anyway, let's do it.
With flying colors.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like. But come, let's get out of the open. Follow me.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lalilulelo. This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
All right. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup, including a relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president.
Who is it?
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail, Ames has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect and amplify. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. Take this. The security card will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here. I suggest you hurry. They have the nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal nuke capable vehicle Shadow Moses infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the controller's vibration function on.
What do I need a cell phone for? Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
Ooh, spicy discussion. First message. Thoughts of Survive. I mean, the game that actually has an ending and customizable base, and better controls and inventory and level design. It's unfortunate state of things. But that's how it is. I know, right? Well, we got the phone. Allows receiving emails. And initially the phone was gonna be kind of a role item that would vibrate. That's why Ninja says keep the controller vibration on. It would just vibrate with the intent to kind of confuse people, maybe thinking that they were taking damage or something, not understanding where the vibration's coming from. And after some playtesting, people actually did get confused by that, so they ended up adding a ringtone to it instead. Another cool thing that they did in the Japanese version that we didn't get, we just get a generic ringtone in English, and in Japanese it's a ringtone version of the Metal Gear theme. And the BDU, which is really useful, even without the mask or without the AK, so it gives you sort of like ammo index. Okay, let's go get the AK now. Yeah, we should probably catch up on some of those rose calls. Always do it here because now we have all the items that she talks about. The BDU and the box and the cigarettes. Usually Rose doesn't talk about items you have equipped, but for those 3 items he does. And in particular, if you equip the if you do the, which one is first? Let me think. If you do the box call first, she will mention it in the BDU call. So I'll try to get those out of the way, but there's probably gonna be some drama calls first, some relationship calls first. Okay, wait a second here for the guy to move. Jump down, get in here, shoot the wall to distract the guy. Get the AK.
Looks like you've got an AK. If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK, you can pass for one of them. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's core are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's core. Get real.
Let's color Rose a little bit. She shouldn't talk about the BDU right away,
What's up, Jack?
so we're okay. I just want to avoid doing a BDU call before doing the box call.
Got a minute, Jack?
Rose?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Great. Shoot.
I've located the grave site.
And the body?
Exhumed for
Interred?
DNA testing.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body belongs to Solid Snake.
How do you know that? So the head of the terrorist group must be...
An imposter.
Right.
You sound disappointed.
I guess I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the flesh.
I get you. But it looks like he's not behind this incident.
Raiden, the president needs you, I think. Disguise yourself as enemy personnel and infiltrate the core section.
The
Your
right
priority
arm
is
was
to
missing.
contact Agent Ames.
Just to troll the player some more. Obviously that was Liquid's body. Okay, let's quickly run to the side here and get the cipher with the AK. Okay, now we'll take a moment to do all these rose calls.
What's up, Jack?
Hey, Nady.
Jack, I know you're probably doing fine,
Not a
but don't get
chance.
discouraged. Remember, Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin is with you too. You'll be all right. What's wrong?
Nothing.
Don't give me that. Every time you say nothing, it's always something. What's wrong?
It's just that, you know, you seem to think pretty highly of him.
Well,
Yeah, Pliskin's the kind of guy you can really depend on, isn't he?
what?
What?
Yeah, Pliskin is one heck of a man, isn't he? He's so cool, so confident.
Yeah.
But he's nowhere near as cool as you. You'll always be my number one.
The jelly call.
Always.
But that's not what I meant.
You know, you're kind of cute sometimes. Bye, Jack.
It's the guy she told you not to worry about. Let's see, change areas. Now we have all the calls related to the BDU, this guy's here.
Jack, do you need to save?
I don't know.
Jack, how's the mission going?
Fine.
Fine? Is that it?
Look, I really don't feel like talking about the mission. At least with you. I want to talk about something else.
Okay then, let's talk about you.
I don't feel like it.
Yeah, your least favorite subject.
He really does it.
That's not...
Oh yeah? Then go ahead and say something.
Like what?
Anything. Tell me something about yourself.
I can't think of anything interesting to say. Why do you want to talk about me so badly?
Because I'm curious.
But why?
Is it really that strange to want to know more about someone you love?
No, it's not strange, but...
You know, sometimes I... Oh look, now we're talking about me, not you.
You're a real egotistical woman.
Why won't you tell me anything?
Here you go
about
again.
what you were like as a child.
Give it up already.
What kind of things you like to do. What kind of people your parents
beginning to
were.
get on my
I've
nerves.
never heard you talk about any of that.
Here you go
Why?
again.
Don't you think it's just a little bit unusual that I
Here
don't
you
know
go again.
anything about my own boyfriend's
You're
past?
beginning to get on my nerves. Rose, when I get back, I'll tell you everything.
Is that a promise?
Yes, it's a promise.
Rose, you begin to get on my nerves.
My butt!
My butt. Oh yeah, it gets better and better.
What's up, Jack?
What?
The lines are Raiden's thoughts, so if you press R1 or R2 when whoever you're talking to is talking, you'll hear Raiden or Snake's thoughts about what they have to say, usually.
Rose.
So, have you decided to talk yet?
Nope.
That's too bad.
Why are you so interested in me all of a sudden?
Because I'm curious. More so than before. Does it really bother you that much?
There must be some things you don't want to say.
Like what?
You know, those things you don't
I
want to say.
used to be an 80-year-old married woman.
Things you don't want to say. Like that you've been married before? That you're 80 years old? That you used to be a woman?
Rose.
What exactly is it you won't tell me? Do you think I'd hate you if I knew? Do you really have that little faith in me?
Used to? What do you mean used to?
It's nothing like that.
Then what is it?
It's...
It really bothers me. The fact that there's a side of you I don't know. Sometimes I just can't help myself.
You've got me right now. Isn't that enough?
No, it's not. I'm sorry. I know I'm being greedy, but it's just not enough.
To work on this relationship right now.
Jack, do you need to save? Jack, have you remembered
You're
what day
beginning
it
to
is
get on my
tomorrow?
nerves. No.
I see.
You said you had something you wanted to talk to me about? What was it?
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why does it have to be tomorrow?
So I can build up enough
What's up with this
courage
guy?
first. And so you won't run away.
I would never do something like that.
Liar. Every time I want to talk about something, you suddenly remember that you have some work you have to do, or you get a stomach ache.
Hey, that's not...
You know it's true. What are you so
Here you
afraid
go
of?
again. I'm not afraid of anything, and I won't try to run away.
Is that so?
Give it up
Well
already.
then, we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah, you had to save for the
So,
conversation
have to come back,
to
okay?
happen.
Give it up already.
Possibly change areas as well.
What's up, Jack?
I don't know.
Kevin 107 months. Damn, already? Almost 9 years. Thank you.
You know, Jack, there's something that bugs me sometimes.
This one's...
Why are you going out
This
with
one's
me?
way too realistic.
Is it because I'm beautiful?
Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? And where do you get off calling yourself beautiful?
Well, it's the truth, plain and simple. I'm too smart not to realize it and not sarcastic enough to be modest about it.
Is that so? Well then, your schedule
This is where
must
he
be
says,
booked solid
"Ooh."
with dates.
You bet. I've even hired a private secretary to deal with all of them. But she cancels all of my appointments except for yours.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Sometimes it really does bother me. Sometimes I think all you want is a pretty face to accompany you to parties.
What are you...
Just to make everyone jealous when they see you with me.
You're being ridiculous.
Oh, really? But you never talk about yourself. I never know whether it's really me you want by your side, whether you'd ditch me if you found someone prettier.
You know that's not true.
Really? Then would you still go out with me even if I weren't beautiful?
Of course.
Do you like me for me, or is it my reputation?
Do you really think anyone would say your reputation? I'm just joking. Of course I like you for you. Honest
Would you
truth.
still love me if I was a worm?
Thank you.
And then there's that one call where she kind of twists his words around when he's like worried about her working overtime. Makes it about her.
Jack, do you need to say?
These are the calls that I really think are based on Kojima's real life experiences with women. Like Rose is largely based upon.
Jack, tell me, am I really helping you out?
Yeah, you're a huge help. I'm lucky to have you as an analyst.
But didn't you tell me just a little while ago that I should change my job or quit or something?
Yeah, you were pretty pissed off.
Why did you say those things?
Well, you have to work overtime and stuff. It sounded pretty tough.
But you didn't mean it, did you?
I was wrong about a lot of things then. I just thought that if we had more time to spend together that...
You were thinking of your own danger.
Well...
Don't you think it's selfish to expect everyone to be at your beck and call? I'm not your personal possession, you know.
That's not how I think of you.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Listen, I like you, and I like the me that likes you. But I do not like being summed up as Jack's girlfriend.
You're a real egotistical
The very thought
woman.
of it makes me shiver. There's a lot more to me than just being your girlfriend.
How
The
self-centered.
fact that I'm doing the job I want to do is part of that, understand?
You're a
Yeah,
real
of
egotistical
course
woman.
I want to be recognized, first of all, for
You're
who
really
I really
selfish, you know.
am. Especially by you. I don't want you, of all people, thinking that
You're
I'm
really
just
selfish,
your
you know.
girlfriend.
That's not what I think at all.
Can you really say that?
Absolutely.
Really? I'm glad.
You're a real egotistical woman.
Jack, is that you?
Not sure how I feel about that.
This is why everybody loves Rose. Remember, she's Kojima's ideal woman. An ideal woman. Intellectual.
Now that I think about it, it feels kind of fresh.
Sophisticated.
Before, I could always rest assured that I'd see you again. Now it's different. Now it feels like every word we say to each other counts.
That's great. We could make this into a book and sell it. Want to improve communication in your relationship? Send your man off to fight a war.
Jack,
Rose, you know my life's at stake here.
so is mine.
Rose?
I'm sorry, but I'm really worried too. I can't help but feel like I'm fighting this battle along with you.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
She can't say it, but her life really is at stake. She just can't talk about it right now. We learn later that not just Olga's child's life, but also Rose is tied to Raiden's vital signs from his nanomachines. The Raiden dies both, I guess, Sunny before we knew it was Sunny, and Rose would die. In fact, when you get a game over, you get the Rose screams in the game over screen. There's that gasp that she makes, that sound that she makes at the end, that's supposed to be her dying. She's not just concerned and screaming, she actually dies at that final
Do you need to save?
gasping sound that she makes. Maybe we'll get a few game overs here and try it. And she goes like, oh, this isn't happening. And she dies too.
Take it easy.
Definitely not.
Nah, okay, she's done for now, so she'll probably start talking about the items when we equip them. Let's see, if I just jump in here. See if we can hear it.
Raiden, are you
Ah, fuck,
alright?
we got Snake.
Answer me. Raiden!
Okay, we got Snake for this game over, so. No Rose gasping to death.
Raiden, what's going on?
Damn it.
Raiden! Raiden!
Will you go away, Snake, please? We got Snake again.
Raiden, is
God
something
damn it.
wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
We keep getting Snake. I wonder if it's somehow tied to what part of the game I'm at. I mean, it's gotta be, because especially when you get to the B1 floor, Snake stops answering. So, because Solidus is about to show up.
Raiden!
Is it just all Snake game overs right now? Or is it just really bad luck?
Bisexual. Raiden, is everything all right?
Okay.
Raiden! Raiden!
Now we got the Colonel. We can't get a single one of those Rose game overs.
No. No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
See that gasp at the end. At the end of every Rose game over has that. All the different ones have her gasping at the end. That's supposed to be her dying. See if we can get another one.
Raiden!
Nope. Well, we got one. There's a couple more for sure.
No! No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
There's the other one. Always ends with her gasp to death.
Oh god, no! Jack! Jack! Jack!
Well, at least we know that Rose dies too. Take comfort in that.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack! Jack!
There it is. Okay. Let's do some item calls now. So we'll do the box first. Actually, no, let's do the cigarettes first.
Jack, is that you?
Not sure how I feel about that.
By the way, Jack, are you smoking?
Yep.
I thought you quit smoking. Why did you start again?
There are lots of reasons.
Look, I'm only thinking about your health, okay? Remember the last time you quit, how hard it was?
Yeah, it was pretty tough.
Wasn't it? So you should just...
I've got it, Rose. I've thought of a way to avoid all that pain and suffering.
What are you gonna do?
Keep smoking.
Jack!
Just kidding. I know it's bad for me. I'll quit as soon as I get back.
Avoid all that pain and suffering that you're causing me, Rose. Yeah, that's what I thought too. It just sounds part of her being sad and screaming there, but it's one of those things. I forget if it's like a note in the script or something that Kojima like commented about. That's just pretty much confirmed. That's every single Rose game over ends with her gasping to death because of that. DFGC BDP with the 15 months. Thank you. And now we'll do the box call, so that'll be referenced in the BDU call.
Jack, do you need to save?
Not sure how I feel about that.
What? I can't believe this. What are you wearing?
Well, it's a disguise.
A disguise? What kind of disguise?
Well, I was hoping I could use it kind of like camouflage. You know, fool the enemy into thinking I was a box.
You'd have to be an absolute idiot to be fooled by that.
Yeah, maybe. But there are more idiots in this world than you think.
You mean like you?
What?
Never mind. Anyway, good luck. You'll probably need it with that stupid box on your head.
Get real.
Just the boxed woman. See if she goes into the BDU call right away.
Jack, is that you?
I don't know.
You know, that really looks good on you.
You think so?
Yeah. Everything looks good on you, Jack. Everything but that stupid box.
What?
Nothing. It'd be nice if you were this stylish all the time.
It's too much of a hassle.
Well, at least you could care a little bit more about how you look.
You care enough for both of us.
Yeah, that's true. But I want to be beautiful.
You want people to compliment you?
Yeah, especially you.
Me?
Yes? Is that strange?
Not at all.
Really? Well then, next time be sure to compliment me.
Always finds a way to make it about her. Alright. There's the calls about the disguise here where they kind of call her fat indirectly.
Raiden, make contact with...
Yeah.
Ames is most likely being held with other hostages.
Sure, but I don't even know what Ames looks like.
Use the directional microphone to distinguish Ames from the other hostages.
Yep.
It's the only way.
Yep.
According to our information, Ames has a pacemaker.
Yep.
This should make his cardiac pattern fairly distinct.
Yep.
Use the directional microphone to locate it. Isn't the directional microphone supposed to be somewhere in the core of Shell 1?
Yeah. Colonel, Pliskin wasn't killed.
You look happy, Jack.
Cute, huh?
Yeah. Raiden, don't trust him.
Yeah. What?
Don't you think it's suspicious that he alone came out unscathed? Things don't add up.
Yeah.
Raiden, don't put any faith in that guy.
Maybe.
You will carry out your mission alone. Do you understand?
Get real.
Even the most successful disguise can't protect you if you decide to blow your own cover by attacking the enemy. Do not engage the enemy while you are in disguise.
Yeah.
Raiden, don't act in any way that will excite the enemy's suspicion.
Get real.
A perfect disguise can be ruined by a single odd behavior. Be careful.
Oh yeah, like this.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
Now that we have the AK, we can do that thing I was talking about. If you punch somebody in the face with a rifle, it just instant one-hit KO. So yeah, we'll just stuff him in here. Because they come and check on you, get really close, sniffing you. Hey, what's up?
You, over there.
And who is this Solidus?
My predecessor. Donald Trump.
The camera.
That was the name the public came to know.
Nah, he's fine. He's fine. I got him. Oh shit. Bag of crabs with the bits. Thank you. This guys actually came to check.
Unable to find the AWOL soldier. Nothing else to report.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't find him either. You can actually troll the camera and the support team as well by lying down. The camera will think that it's one of them being down, but you can kind of interrupt it by moving again. And they actually come check on you. Better move out of the way, because if you don't, they'll kick your ass and take the disguise off. Wait, maybe they're not coming, because yeah, I didn't stay there long enough. You have to stay there a little bit longer after the line and the radio ends. Okay, now this should actually come check. There we are. Huh? What?
The situation is normal. All clear.
Nothing to see here. Now let me get this guy too. He can't see me that far. Okay. I guess we'll wait for him. Keep doing the calls here. There's this one call where they talk about.
If you make physical
there we
contact
go.
with the enemy while in disguise, the disguise will be deselected.
Rose is
Keep
fat.
that in mind.
That uniform's probably not even close to your size.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, it feels pretty tight.
It's probably a better fit for Rosemary here than you.
Excuse me?
Colonel?
Just an observation. Let's get back to the mission, shall we?
That was inappropriate.
You're a real egotistical woman.
But sometimes you'll get the colonel to sort of sympathize or agree with Raiden in certain things that he says or even thinks. Like when you're in the ladies' room, when you're calling Rose fat here, when you're taking a picture of Jennifer's panties, the colonel is always saying something like, yeah, I can sympathize with you there. Well, that probably is, given that the colonel is based on Raiden's protocols, rebel activity, like based on Raiden's thoughts, basically. What I think this means is that it's basically Raiden agreeing with himself there. If the colonel is a representation of Raiden's thoughts and experiences and expectations, there's few silly calls where the colonel is kind of agreeing with Raiden. I think that's just Raiden agreeing with himself there. Who knows, maybe it's reading too much into things, but going by what Otacon explains and how the colonel worked, basically reading Raiden's mind and his expectations and thoughts. And then every time you do something silly, that the colonel kind of agrees with that. I think that's really what it is. Just Raiden agreeing with himself. That's what Raiden's thinking. Yeah. And we have, of course, the Meryl reference to the disguise. She has an MGS1.
Pliskin, do you read me?
What's up, Raiden?
I just ran into a guy decked out like a ninja.
A ninja?
Yeah. Do you know anything about this?
No. Can you trust that costumed freak?
I don't know. But the colonel told me to follow the guy's instructions.
And like a good soldier, you'll do it, right? I'll let you in on a little secret, kid. The ninja that was publicized in the Shadow Moses incident no longer exists. The guy you met has no connection whatsoever with the incident.
And how do you know that?
Because I do.
Huh?
Just be careful who you trust, okay?
Pliskin, do you know anything about a Secret Service agent named Ames?
Ames?
You've heard of him?
No.
Listen, if you know anything...
No. I got the name mixed up with someone else. Forget it.
Well, we've been around quite a few years, so probably yes. It's been a name change at some point in history too. Man, he's talking about a bunch of other stuff before talking about this guys here.
So, you've got an AKS-74U. If you wear an enemy's
Maybe it's just an item call.
an AK, you can pass for one of them.
Probably, yeah.
The AK is an outstanding rifle in terms of precision and reliability, as evidenced by widespread licensed manufacturing, not to mention large quantities of illegal reproductions. The AK is in high demand around the world. It is often used as reference for the design of new rifle models. Designs for Israel's Galil, Finland's Valmet, and other rifles are based on the basic structure of the AK. You have a smaller model of the AKS-74 that was designed for use by Special Forces personnel. The stock will only extend to a maximum length of 726 millimeters, a feature that makes the rifle easier to handle in small spaces. The AK can be fitted with a suppressor. With a suppressor, you won't have to worry about your gunshots being heard. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's Corps are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's Corps.
But he's looking at my weapon first. I wonder if his disguise call isn't just a BDU call. As the item call, not a story call. Let's see.
I see you're wearing the enemy field uniform. Looks pretty good on you.
Cut it out. It's bad enough that I'm dripping with sweat, wondering when somebody's gonna see through my disguise.
Don't worry, and quit being so sensitive. At least your walk won't give you away.
My walk? What do you mean, my walk?
Nothing. Forget I said it. I'd worry more about the fact that the uniform's a little small for your size. It just might come off when you bump into an enemy. Normally, a proper fitting uniform is issued to a soldier. You're just going to have to fit your movement to the uniform.
My walk? So he's just thinking about Meryl wiggling her ass in her disguise and M1. Yeah, Raiden doesn't do that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Man, Subsonic 545? Is that a thing? Man, I can't get this guy here. Maybe we'll just leave him alone. Oh yeah, there's just an item call about it, that's right. And then something interesting happens with Bliskin when you get to B1, maybe B2, B1 for sure. He just stops answering. He disappears.
When you swing up from hanging.
Definitely not.
Oh shit, that reminds me, I gotta work out and strut D. And it puzzled me for a second. Actually, I want to try something here. If you try to... Hold on, I want to see if this works. The reason that he disappears in B1 is because Solidus shows up.
You'll be able to travel from floor to floor now.
Probably,
Push the action button in front of the panel you see next to the elevator.
Yeah.
The elevator should arrive in a few minutes.
Yeah.
That elevator is a cut above the usual. Do you see that strange-looking surveillance camera above the panel?
Yeah. It's not responding when I enter its field of vision. What is it?
The camera apparently goes online only when someone activates the panel. In other words, it's there to check on the person trying to use the elevator.
If you're not disguised as a terrorist, you'll be spotted as soon as you call the elevator.
So even without the AK, the uniform is not enough. Without the AK, we'll get spotted. But I want to buy something. So this is gonna give me an alert, but. Cool. I guess it didn't work because that guy was right there. Oh shit. The shotgun.
Raiden!
My plan didn't work out because there was a guy right there. Oh well. Now we would have to do all those calls again, but that's fine. Let's put him down first. And maybe the guy here. Ah, there he is. Okay, somebody found the first guy I put down. Okay, maybe now. Okay. Oh, I guess they got distracted by the sleeping guys at the corner. You can just sit there and equip the AK and the alert goes away. Yeah, and they come check exactly here. Yeah, I don't know where he went. I guess it's sort of work. If you just equip it right away. It's silly how the alerts work with the disguise on, where if they spot you without the AK.
Where's your weapon? What happened to your weapon? I hit him. I need some backup.
You just lose sight of them for a second. Where the fuck, where'd they go? They teleported. They teleported to the other side, now they're clearing that side. Oh, that's wild. Nice. Oh, guys, I'll help you look. I can't keep my gun up. Only they have to. Open the door. Damn it. Close the door. And that's never gonna close. Hey, fuck it, we won't fuck with this too much, I guess. Hold on. Ah, that alert isn't going down. Ooh. Yeah, all good. Oh no, you know why it's not gonna work? Probably because of the blood. Yeah, because I'm bleeding. That's the other thing. It doesn't work when you're bleeding. So we make the bleeding go away here. There we go. They just know when you're bleeding. They're not allowed to bleed. No bleeding allowed in Lukovich's army. I'll just leave these guys here. Fuck it.
Yo, what are you doing?
Oh shit, again.
Freeze!
Don't kill me.
Camera doesn't seem to care about this.
Don't kill me.
Henry Van. Alright, fuck it, let's just go to the second floor. We also have a lot of stuff to do anyway, so I usually fuck with the lockers here a little bit. This time I wanted to fuck with the elevator. If we go to B1, the little cutscene there will cancel the caution. Maybe even before the scene happens. Let's see. Yeah, it just clears because of this scene, which actually we don't even need to look at right now. Gotta grab the microphone and mess with the parrot and the porn and all this stuff going on. I really like this room because every guard is doing something unique. Kind of wish that they did that with more areas, you know, where all the guards are doing something unique. Kind of like the end of the tanker and the tanker holds, where they're all doing something different in hold 1. I don't know why I did that. Porn brain, I guess. We already got the porn before learning about it. Hold on, time paradox. Oh shit, that guy got hit a little bit by the claymore. Nice.
Oh God, no!
That was weird.
Jack! Jack!
He got hit enough, but not enough to get blown away. We're not supposed to know about the porn there yet. So there's a guy who just keeps running around in circles here. Maybe he's exercising or something. But really his only purpose is to make the player bump into him. He's not running yet. He'll start running in like a minute or something. So if we go look here, we've got this legend, this guy, whose only purpose is to go from one computer to the other. Opening porn. That guy alternates between running and stretching and falling asleep. Oh my god, I don't know if you can show it out on Twitch. And the original ones used to be better in Sons of Liberty. But yeah, that's all he does, is one computer to the next. What does that text file say? And then these two other guys, they don't do anything at first, but if you leave after coming back, after coming here the first time, they will start talking. And we have the parrot there. And right now the parrot is only saying things like, hello, Venus and Cancer, maybe Hal. Good morning, what's up? But we can have the parrot pick up a few new words. If we leave and go on the other side of this glass here. Now they're starting to talk about something. The guy's like resting or something. The parrot's listening in, picking up a few new words. We can't hear what they're saying, even with the directional microphone. They don't really say anything. But boobs over there. You can see him make a boob shape with his hand. There's boobs over there. Dude, boobs. Oh yeah, boobs. So, apparently they're saying boom and whoa. And top of locker. Because those are new lines that the parrot picks up. When you go back here. That guy's running again. They stop talking and now the parrot says other stuff. A few hints
Top of locker.
about the porn. Very important. Very important. There's some baboom on top of the locker.
Baboom!
Yeah, I'm gonna clear all these guys and mess with the parrot too. And right now, it's not the greatest idea to shoot them. These guys are around. Okay, so there's your hint that there's some boom on top of the locker. And no other item in the game does this, but for some reason, the way you get it down is by punch kicking the corner here, because you wouldn't be able to get up there. So I'll do that, and porn everywhere. Somebody probably heard that and coming to check. Ooh, almost shot the AK. Thankfully we have pressure sensitivity. And what, they didn't hear it? Let's lure him here.
Was there a noise just now?
Yeah, I thought I had the porn equipped and I pressed square again. Is that the guy? No, the guy who's running is still there. It's good. He's also got these kind of unique animations where he stretches, he falls asleep standing up, he gets tired. Alright, here he goes. Now he's gonna find the porn too.
Huh?
I don't know if you want to punch a guy in the dick after he's been looking at porn, but...
Freeze!
Maybe it's a bigger hitbox now. How detailed would that be? Dick hitbox increased.
Freeze!
Oh shit. Pretty sure they heard that. Huh? No, he was on the other side. Nice. Oh shit. He might not like me picking this guy up. Is he gonna prioritize the porn or the guy who's down? The porn, of course. Shit. Hold on. No. Shit. Shut up. Missed the dick. That's like the worst thing you can do. Because it makes noise and it distracts everybody. Alright, everybody calm down. Never miss a dick. I'm probably not gonna have time to put him in the locker before those guys get here. And all the porn is gone too.
It was nothing. All clear.
Nothing was wrong. Huh? The situation is normal.
What?
All clear.
That was weird.
Freeze!
Oh shit! He didn't see me do that, I just saw him.
Freeze!
Nice. I don't know how the hell that worked out, but...
Freeze!
Oof. Stop missing the dick. Where is this guy's dick? There it is. Oh, that was really weird. Shit, I didn't mean to open this one again. Get him back in there before he wakes up. Okay, I think we have one guy left now.
What was that sound?
Yeah, they can't wake up in the locker.
Hold it. What are you doing?
This one. Alright, now we're clear. Actually, I should restore one of those guys back in there to show a little something, but now we can fuck around with the parrot. There's a final box. So, everybody wants to shoot the parrot, of course, but you can't do that, because the cage deflects bullets, just like Fortune's powers, Fortune's device does. So if you try shooting it, you see the bullets missing or deflecting everywhere. And see, the little shit parrot will actually alert the guards if they hear that. So I guess you would have to shoot something with a suppressor without the guards seeing you do that. The just parrots lines themselves will alert the guards. has the same exact effect as Fortune's device, including for grenades. Now, unfortunately, you can't get frag grenades this early in the game, but we have a stun grenade here, so if we throw it next to the cage, it's a dud. Go figure. Same thing with claymores, you can even place a claymore here, if I can find a room for it. There you go. It doesn't go off if you step on it, or even if you shoot it. Nope. It's all duds. I'm wasting these stun grenades, or whatever. Where'd it go? Can you pick it up at least? Okay. And we can torture the parrot a little bit with the coolant. This sucks, Venus in Cancer. Penis enhancer. But just to be clear, the whole Venus in Cancer thing is yet another mistranslation in this game. Shocking, I know. What it's supposed to be saying is Venusian crab. But since crab and cancer, you know, the constellation, they're the same word in a lot of languages. It's a reference to the movie It Conquered the World. It's just a monster movie with a giant Venusian crab. And it's like supposed to be Emma's favorite movie. Of course, Kojima throwing in movie references. So it's not Venus in Cancer, but Venusian Crab, which is also one of the movies that Paramedic references in Engines 3, and her favorite monster is also the Venusian Crab. Which is funny because she doesn't like crab, but whatever. Maybe that's why. I shall make a couple more references to it, like when you call her disguised as Rykov in Engines 3. And then perhaps the most important thing we can do with the parrot is, of course, what am I doing? It's right here, directional microphone.
You have the directional microphone. According to our information, Ames has a pacemaker. This should make his cardiac pattern fairly distinct. Use the directional microphone to locate it.
Nah, I think I'll use it to teach the parrot some more words.
You must be Ames.
So we can ask the parrot if he's Ames.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
I'm trying to have a conversation here.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Do that enough times.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must
oh, you
be
little
Ames.
shit.
You must be Ames.
There we go.
You must be Ames.
No, you must be Ames. We can teach the parrot. You must be Ames.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
You must be Ames.
Shut up, Stillman, you're dead.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
You must be Ames.
Let's take a look at Emma's desk here. Like Otacon, she has a Police Nuts poster. You speak of the devil. What a dork.
There's a desk that stands out.
It's awfully customized.
What kind of dork brings all this stuff to work? Must be a super freak.
And we got a couple more posters here. Zone the Enders, Ghost Babel posters here. Oh, that's where the stun grenade ended up. And then one thing that's a little bit more specific to tasks, because you gotta do it without guards seeing or hearing a gunshot. Well, we can actually get a proper alert from the bird. So, okay, let's see. Let's restore one of these guys over there.
Freeze!
Put them to sleep. So when they wake up from being stunned, knocked out like that, they will be suspicious. They will realize that they were attacked. But if they wake up from simply being asleep, they're perfectly fine with it. They don't care. They just assume that they fell asleep on the job or something. So we just put him to sleep, wake him up, and now he should be fine. Hopefully it's not the guy who runs around. Yeah, go back in there. And even if he doesn't hear or see me doing it, like from here, if we
It's him. Someone get over here.
he actually alerts from that. Damn. I wonder how big of a range it has. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay, we're good. That. And one more thing we've got on this floor. You know the big secret project that we're trying to hide from everybody? Let's put a big picture of it here on the elevator. It says keep out. It's a picture of Arsenal gear. Okay. Because this is the connecting elevator to the bottom where Arsenal is.
Colonel, what's this door?
I don't know.
It's huge. What the hell
It's
is
huge.
it? It's not in our intel.
Right. We have no way at the moment to open that door. Leave it alone and proceed with the mission. Understood?
Whatever. And we can leave now. Oh shit! Of course I bumped into somebody. Ah, damn it. This is kind of ugly. Shit. Ooh, iframes. Not some more. Not so much anymore. Oof. Oof. Wait, is it just him right now? Oh shit, is he grenading my ass? He is, but the guy on the right might shoot me when I run out. Let's see. Oof, oof. No! Man, if I grabbed him there, that punch missing was kind of ugly.
This isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
So yeah, that's the thing you don't want to do is bump into somebody like they were talking about. Takes off the disguise because it's just a little bit too small for Raiden. Anyway, we only really need to do this and then leave here. Yep, we got another Rose game over, yeah, with the gasping at the end. Now we got a million other things to do in the B1 floor. Ooh, actually, I was there briefly already for a second. Let me see if... Okay, no, he's still answering.
Pliskin, do you read me?
What's up, Raiden?
Oh, we already did this call earlier, that's right. And then the BDU call.
Pliskin.
That's right, the Ames call first.
So, you've got a...
The AK, then the BDU.
Nice.
Okay, we already did those calls earlier.
When you swing up from...
Okay, now he's just talking about generic gameplay stuff, right? So... Lucy, welcoming in. As soon as we... I forget if it's when we get to B1 or we open the door here to the hostage room. Pliskin will stop answering.
Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
It might be after we get in the hostage room. Let's see. Does he still pick up? Nope. There you go. Okay, now it's now. So this puzzled me for a minute when I first noticed. I'm like, why? That has, like, Snake isn't supposed to be, like, really doing anything right now that he's not available for. But the reason for that is on the B1 floor, once you get in the hostage room and find Ames, that's when Solidus shows up. And remember, in Japanese, Solidus and Solid Snake have the same voice as part of the, the confusion where you're constantly being told that the terrorist leader is Solid Snake, and they kind of make a big deal out of Solidus's appearance as well. Like, first you hear him on the radio, then you kind of see him a little bit through the glass, but not too well here when he starts talking, and he's got that black cape hiding himself, and then finally he gets revealed, when it gets burnt off of him during the Harrier cutscene. So Solidus's appearance is slowly hinted at and revealed throughout the game each time you hear him, and you're constantly being told that Solid Snake is the terrorist leader. So in order to make it a little bit more believable, I guess, this guy's patrolling here. So Pliskin disappears when Solidus is about to show up, and you're supposed to be hearing the same voice coming from both of them. Now, we didn't get that in English, of course, but that's why. All these guys do is take turns patrolling the hallway, and then going back to the break room here. This guy just looking at this the whole time. And then it's kind of unique as well when they come back and say all clear, and then the next guy goes. There aren't really any other areas of work like that. But before we get into hostage room, let's get some stun grenades here. There's something really silly in the little room to the top right. It's probably unintentional, but the clearing for this room is something a little funny if you get in that locker. Let's get an alert in here. Get in the locker. And now the clearing. This one we can see. This is one of the few ones where they actually check the lockers. That's what makes it interesting. But also something else happens. So he checks the first locker there. Now he's gonna check this one. You might think you're screwed, but nope. It just so happens that that third guy comes and opens the door exactly as this guy checks the locker. Somehow it makes him turn around. I don't know. So he gets distracted right before he can see inside the locker. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but it just works. So you can do it again. It might be a little dangerous now, yeah, because they're right here now. What is that leg doing? We would have to wait for the caution before doing it again. Might not even work. Let's see. Yep, nothing to see here. Nah, if I do it with this guy too close here, it's not gonna work probably. Alright, one more. Just to confirm. Go away. Okay, might be good now. Oh wait, I had the disguise on anyway. Oh well, doesn't matter. They don't see you anyway. Now it wouldn't matter if they found me because I had the disguise on. Fuck it, I can't even come out of the locker. What's up, guys? Taking a nap in there. Yeah, that fucks with the clearing. They stopped checking the lockers. Look at me, I am the clearing now. It's probably not gonna work during the caution. Let's see. Shit. Ah, don't open the door. Damn it, I just did this exact same thing again. Shit. Hold on, that might work. That might do it. Nice. Okay, that worked then. Are they gonna do it again? What's up? Yep, it works. Please don't open the door. Oof. Okay. Fuck it, let's get in there. There wasn't even the stuff to do here. Oh man, there's so many guys now. Damn, they're all here. That's crazy. Wasn't me.
Be careful, he's still in this area.
Oh fuck! Yes, it's done. There's way too many guys
Jack,
there.
what's going on? Answer me! Jack! Jack!
Okay, now instead of fucking with the clearing in the little room, we'll just go in there. Maybe get... I don't know, we have enough stuns, fuck it.
What was that sound?
The real meat of the project is inside the hostage room.
Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
Raiden, one of those hostages in there is Ames. The only thing we know is that Ames wears a pacemaker. His heartbeat should sound different from other people's, so use the directional microphone to locate him. Once you recognize Ames by his heartbeat, keep the microphone pointed toward him. Then push the action button and call out to him. If it really is Ames, he should respond in some way.
What if it's the wrong person?
The guards may get suspicious and come running instead. Security could get tighter, too.
Try to be sure before you take the risk.
Don't call out to a hostage with the action button until you're fairly sure that it's Ames. If you do make a mistake, switch the microphone for an AK and get out of there before a guard gets suspicious. If you're discovered inside, they'll cut off your retreat and call in the reinforcements. You won't make it out of the room.
Definitely not.
The mission will be over if you're discovered.
I see.
Don your disguise and look for Ames while deflecting the enemy's suspicion.
No. So many things to fuck with here. Okay, first thing, we'll go up here, which is safe.
Reporting no problems in
And
the
then
hall on
we'll
B1.
listen to the music, because this is one of the few areas where the music changes depending on the player's actions in real time. So in this case, it depends on whether you have the disguise equipped or not. If you listen carefully, the music gets more tense and more strings keep kicking in when you take off the disguise. If you listen for a second. It's subtle, but... And then it calms down again when you equip the disguise. There's like the tense version of it and the more calm version of it with the disguise on. And the game only really does that in a handful of areas, like when you're fighting Olga on a tanker here, or when you're rescuing Emma. When you're diving in and out of the water, the music will change as well. But it's really subtle, but it definitely changes. Yeah, all the strings just go away with the BDU equipped. Then we have a bunch of other stuff here to look at. These freaking hostages. First we'll get down here, so that we're also effectively invisible in intrusion view. We can do anything as long as it doesn't make noise. Let's start asking people if they're Ames.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Not Ames. Kind of make out what they're saying.
You're Ames, aren't you?
So the more people ask and the longer it take to find Ames, the more Raiden gets pissed.
You're Ames, aren't
Bisexual.
you?
You're bisexual.
You're Ames, aren't you?
It takes a minute for it to change. It's not me. Ask the guard.
You're Ames, aren't you?
So Raiden has a bunch of different lines. The longer you take to find Ames.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you? Then perhaps you're Ames, right? Then perhaps you're Ames, right?
It's gotta be this guy.
Then perhaps you're Ames, right? Then perhaps you're Ames, right? Then perhaps you're Ames, right?
Are they speaking MGSV Russian?
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Yeah, sounds like it.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
I just realized that typo in the subtitles. There's actually two here. One with Jennifer and one with it'd be a huge help instead of it'd be.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
I never noticed that one.
It'd be a huge help if you
It'd be a huge help.
I bet you're not Ames either.
There you go, he's getting pissed. It do be like that.
I bet you're not Ames either.
Yeah, Raiden just slowly.
I bet you're not Ames either. Frankly, I don't care whether you're Ames or not.
Slowly not giving a fuck anymore.
You're Ames, aren't you?
And then it resets. Damn, we didn't get the subtitles for that one. But yeah, he says, frankly, I don't care whether you're Ames or not.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Then it resets.
You're Ames,
Did the first line again.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you?
Actually never noticed that typo before.
You're Ames,
And then there's another typo here if we talk to Jennifer.
You're Ames, aren't you?
My name's Jennifer.
The name's Jennifer.
You're Jennifer.
You're Jennifer.
Stay away from me.
Jennifer. When Raiden says it is a typo there too.
You're Jennifer.
Stop! Don't touch me.
Just Sniffer.
You're Jennifer.
Stay away from me.
Jennifer seems to be in the habit of spreading her legs when you're not looking. And she quickly closes them. You look. You're not really supposed to be able to see that much. But now, thanks to the magic of widescreen, which wouldn't really have in this game originally. If we do it just a little bit at a time. See, it's not really supposed to be there. Through widescreen resolution, we can see when she. Yep. Now is when she closes them. Okay. She's quick about it too. But don't worry, there's an easier way to make her open her legs. Drug her! Other shit will stay playing these games. Now, she's asleep. Take a picture of her panties. Oh, fucking hell, man. Triangular panties. This is very important. They thought of everything. Jennifer is very canon.
Kojima is God! Kojima is God!
Ah, perfect. Now we have a picture. Let's see what the Colonel and Rose think about this.
Right? What are you doing? You forget yourself.
I can't believe you. What's wrong with you?
I highly disapprove.
I'm just...
What do you mean, I'm just?
Rosemary, you're right. One shouldn't stoop to vulgar levels just because they've set
Has
foot
anyone
on the
ever told
battlefield.
you have some
But
issues?
I can sympathize with you there.
You what?
Nothing.
How twisted. The both of you. Jack, what the hell are you doing? You are sick, you know?
Rosemary.
Colonel, was I wrong in what I did?
Perhaps. There are certain things that a person can and can't do.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Come out of this thing alive, both for yourself and so as not to waste your training.
No need to tell me that, Colonel.
Right. And I recommend you not throw away that picture.
Colonel?
What?
You're not joking. Are you?
Continue your duties. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Again, it's Raiden agreeing with himself there. I can sympathize with you there. I recommend no throw away that picture. Like I was saying earlier, Kojima really must think that the players are just the lowest of the lowest as human beings. You're about as low as it gets. Yeah, you can do all these things. They anticipated people would do this. Now he's right.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
And one final insult is that Raiden can tell Jennifer's measurements too.
35, 25, 37.
And that ton of voice where he says it is like, I don't know, it's kind of disturbing.
35, 25, 37.
So you're supposed to believe that those are measurements, but really, what Raiden's doing is reading this little sign here. So, it's not sexist, don't worry. It's nothing like that, it's a misunderstanding. Until you realize that only the female hostages have these signs next to them. So,
Hey, you, just wait a minute.
they really are other measurements. Fuck. Maybe they put them in different categories, I don't know. There's one. Well, really the only two female hostage models are Jennifer and the middle-aged old lady here. So she has one here. Raiden will also read that one. You press L3.
37. 37.
Just 37 everything. She's cylindrical. So now that we know that these little signs are measurements, there's some here that don't have people next to them, but that's another one with Jennifer's texture. This one, 23, 42, 84. Oh shit.
Freeze!
Oh shit.
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden!
I guess I'll take a moment to point out how they accidentally used a tanker model for the Gulukovich soldiers in this game over screenshot. See how they have backpacks on their backs? They only have those on the tanker, so a little mix up there. Those are tanker soldiers. Anyway, I was looking at these crazy measurements signs. Let's see what that looks like. 23, 42, 84. And then it's this one here. 86, 58, 88. Maybe it's a good thing the hostages are not there. 88, 88, 88. Okay. Fuck. Just imagine. Now it lets you imagine. Fat man was sitting there. That's next. We'll go down here, and actually, first let's go here. We got more business. There's a lot of guards here on extreme, so we gotta watch out because we gotta take the disguise off for a second. There's the laboratory. So if we take a look at the radar with sensor A here, usually there's yellow clouds on the radar, but this one's red. What could that be, I wonder? If we listen inside with the directional microphone, there's a heartbeat in there. Oh shit. Oh, that. This guy's annoying. Redesign Raiden? I don't know. I probably changed the entirety of the voice acting direction in this game. That's one thing that's like objectively wrong. And the translations too, unfortunately. But changing the design would be a bigger deal than that. So that in there is Johnny's heartbeat. Of course, Johnny's in there taking a shit. The actual way that this is achieved in gameplay is by they have another hostage sitting on the other side of this door, because you're not really supposed to be able to see in there. But if you clip through it or you go there, I think in the document you can see that they just have another one of those male hostages sitting behind it to create the heartbeat, which is a pretty simple solution to do this. Pretty slow heartbeat. Okay. They noticed me again.
What are you up to?
So usually the bombs show up as a yellow cloud. The C4 is yellow on the radar. But Johnny's shit is red. So it's even worse than the C4. He must be taking a nuclear shit in there. On top of that, we can also make the old lady here piss herself. Of course we can. Now I'm just gonna crawl down here. Get back in there.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up
if we ask this lady,
You're Ames, aren't you?
she'll piss herself. Hot, nice, hot, steamy piss. Now, God, these guys are annoying.
What are you up to?
So here's the thing, this is yellow. Everybody's sniffing me. I guess if you're dehydrated. So now that she peed there, we're gonna check the radar again. And if shit is red, piss is yellow. So now, it shows up on the radar exactly like one of Fatman's C4s, actually. God damn it.
No,
You know what?
This isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me.
Oh, I can't do it because I have...
Jack!
I thought about putting everybody to sleep for a second, but that's actually another detail here. Yeah, we can examine the piss and peas. The piss and piss.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
Okay, the thing is, since piss is yellow, it just shows up as yellow on the radar. Exactly like Fatman's bombs do. And Fatman apparently uses some sort of cologne to mark his bombs. And some special scent to go with it, some special formula to go with it. Specifically, it's gotta be this old lady's piss. So, I think Fatman puts piss on his bombs to mark them. Not just any piss, specifically this old lady piss. And it gets even funnier. It gets better, but I don't think we can maybe do it fully here. Let's see.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to? Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1.
Honestly, I love sharing these things with people who haven't seen them before. It's a large part of what keeps things going, you know, the chat, making it a different experience every time. It's pretty satisfying showing people like all the things these games have that you would miss playing like once or twice. Come on. Okay, what if we just have a lot of piss now?
You're Ames, aren't you?
Because she will do it every time. There's some
You're
piss,
Ames, aren't you?
some
You're
more
Ames,
piss,
aren't you? You're
endless
Ames,
piss.
aren't you? You're Ames, 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 aren't you?
Also something interesting about the piss effect.
You're Ames,
All the
aren't
hot steam
You're Ames, aren't
makes it yes drop if you look at it too closely.
You're Ames,
Okay,
aren't you?
so after we have a
You're
bunch of piss
Ames,
here,
aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you?
if we zoom in, look at the frame rate drop. The music slows down. We can also spray her with coolant a little bit to make her shake too. It's perfect.
Was there a noise just now?
Hold on, we need to do that with the piss.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you?
Get out of the way of the piss.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames.
I guess I will do some piss and then some coolant.
You're Ames, aren't you?
And then... Oh shit, the sensor worked even in intrusion view. I keep forgetting that. Okay, so we don't need to risk it going there every time. God, the frames. He's just jamming now.
I'm under enemy fire.
Oh shit,
Secure
we're
the
scared.
perimeter. Freeze!
Yep. Well.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
Yeah, sensor 8 picks up the piss, so we're just looking at it. One thing that I thought would happen, but hasn't really happened yet, was if you just have a lot of piss, just endless piss signature. I accidentally sprayed the guard up there with the coolant. That's what happened. When I was spraying the lady, the guard up there got sprayed. And if you attack anybody in any way, you just immediately get caught here, with the exception of putting them to sleep from afar. Nobody else sees you do it. So like punching them, throwing them, trying to hold them up, grabbing them, spraying them with the coolant, shooting them. It would just get you caught immediately here. You see, that guy was right there, and I sprayed the lady, and he got caught in it. Anyway, move. I guess it doesn't matter.
Your Ames, aren't you?
I thought the piss cloud would get thicker, more pronounced, with a lot of piss. Actually, we could see that in real time.
Your Ames,
I guess it doesn't in this case, but there's definitely a way we can do it.
Your Ames, aren't you? Your Ames, aren't you? Your Ames, aren't you?
Well, it reacts exactly to the composition of C4, which is also composition 4. That's what the C stands for. So the composition of composition 4 plus the whatever cologne Fat Man uses. There's actually a call about it. We forgot to do it, but that explains why the sensor doesn't pick up the C4 that you place as the player.
Your Ames, aren't you?
It's because it's made by Stillman specifically to pick up the combination of C4 plus piss, or C4 plus cologne. But it's just funny that it looks exactly like the bomb scent
Your Ames,
on the radar, so it's a joke, but it's piss. We can do a little something. We can take it one step further here, but in order to do that, we're gonna have to
Just wait a minute.
save.
Jack, do you need to save?
Whatever.
Alright, whatever, let the thing go over your head. What can I say?
Talk to you soon, Jack.
Okay. So when you play on New Game Plus, at different times of the day, when I think it depends on when you meet the ninja, what time you meet the ninja, because when you meet the ninja, it gives you a view of this room when they're talking about the hostage room. And on New Game Plus, at different times of the day, not only will Ames' location change. On New Game, he's always here, so we're on New Game right now. On New Game Plus, maybe +2 or something like that, and depending on the different time of day, which I think is only like a 1 hour window, 2 1 hour windows for the 2 other different versions of this room. There's 3 different versions. It's probably 3 hour windows. There's 3 additional versions of this room. This would be the regular one, or maybe it was also, I forget if it's also difficulty based. Actually, I don't remember. I gotta test it again. I tested it, but I forgot what we found. New Game Plus and or difficulty based, in order to make it easier to find Ames. There's different versions of this room where all the hostages will look like either Jennifer or the old lady or the bald guy. Actually, they're all here. Like this guy or this lady, Jennifer over there. So in order to do that, you would have to be a New Game Plus and find the ninja at a certain time. I guess you could change the time of your console or something, but we have an easier way of doing it. Actually, let me shoot Ames. Oh, that auto aim. We can still look at those different versions of this room.
What the hell happened? Raiden!
I wonder if it changes if you save in one of those versions and reload at a different time. No, maybe not, because it's established like earlier in the game when you meet the ninja. I don't know, the whole thing is confusing, honestly. But what we do have is save here with the developer menu, the debug menu, whatever you want to call it, where you can load all the different versions of every area, basically. So we can see even down to the game file names for each area. If I load this, the singularity, that's what the developers say debug menu is called. That's funny. If we load this, we'll get a menu with a bunch of settings and, among other things, level selection, stage story, I forget which, boss, movie, demos, stage story maybe, configuration, all the difficulties, all this different stuff here. Hold on, that's way past it already. Ninja, Fat Man, Ames. I guess no, we should go to story, not stage. No, actually we should go to stage. Here it is. Okay, so these are the hostage rooms. Hostage first, second, and then hostage beauties, hostage old beauties, and hostage beast. So there's already, before MGS4, a theme of Beauty and the Beast in MGS2's game files, file names for these area names here. So these are the three versions I was talking about. The beauties are the Jennifers, of course. The old beauties are the old ladies, and the beasts are the bald men. So apparently, according to MGS2, if you're bald, you're a beast. So I don't know. It's funny as fuck that it's referring to those guys as beasts. So if we take a look, we'll take a look at all of them. Since we're doing a piss thing, remember how the old lady pisses herself, right? If all the hostages are old ladies, then what happens when you make them piss themselves? This is gonna look really silly, but it's weird the way it stacks. The piss stacks and multiplies the more old ladies there are. So hold on, if we just go in there, now they're all old ladies. Except Ames. Wonder where he is. Oh, he's right here. Damn, he's actually by the original old lady. Okay, we don't want to talk to Ames yet. We just want to make them piss themselves. Of course. So... oh wait, it's not the coolant. It's asking them if they're Ames. Now they're all shaking. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a little bit of piss here.
Aren't you?
And a little bit of piss there.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you?
Piss here.
You're Ames,
some piss there. Then talk to Ames.
You're Ames.
Piss here.
You're Ames.
Piss here. Piss. Piss.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Piss.
You're Ames, aren't
Everybody piss. Let's see what a guard is. Okay. Alright, your turn, ladies.
You're Ames, aren't
piss,
you?
Piss. Oh shit, he's right here.
Aren't you?
Piss.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Oh yeah, after a while they call another guard. Okay, now that we have a bit of assorted piss in here, why don't we take a look at the radar now? It's a giant piss signature all over the place. Hold on, let's see if we can center it. The entirety of the radar is completely yellow with piss. Nice. It's missing just a little bit of the corners there. Maybe we should fix that. Let's see.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the
We're
shell
missing
1
some piss in the lower left.
You're Ames, aren't you? Then perhaps you're Ames, right? Then perhaps you're Ames, right?
Oh shit.
It'd be a huge
I think she already pissed herself.
help if you happen to be Ames.
God, these guys are so annoying. Maybe we'll do some more piss here. I don't have enough piss.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help.
Be a huge help if you piss yourself.
If you happen to be Ames.
Hey, hold on, let's try now. Maybe we go up a little bit.
Hey, you, just wait a minute.
Have we achieved 100% world piss? Where's the stupid thing? Close. Oh shit, I keep calling more guards. Whoops. I'd say that's pretty close to a full piss. And also the game over screen. There's game over screens for each of these versions of the room. Oh wow, didn't even hit him.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
Raiden died with his ass up. The middle of all the old ladies. Okay. Okay, why don't we try the other two versions? Now we can take a look at what should we do now? We should do the Jennifers now. Plant stage hostage beauties. Now I haven't done the game over screen yet. Or the area names and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. So now we have a bunch of Jennifers. And they all open their legs when you look away. And close them when you look at them.
You're Ames, aren't you?
My name's Jennifer.
Problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
My name's Jennifer.
They're all Jennifers. Yeah, I don't know, I can't reach that. Also, for some reason, the developer save doesn't have subtitles on when you first load the thing. Yeah, there's Ames.
You're Ames, aren't you?
My name's Jennifer.
You're Ames, aren't you?
My name's Jennifer.
What a coincidence. All their names are Jennifer. So yeah, this doesn't really do much except...
Possible hostiles sighted. Send backup.
It's kinda interesting, and it also has game over for it. Sorry.
Please!
Jennifer clones.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
The Jennifer clones How's her leg on Raiden's head? I don't know. Whatever. These game over screens are just made to be silly. Raiden's ass. Jennifer's leg somehow on his head. I'm just trying to stop the invasion of the Jennifer clones. Then we saved the best for last. The beasts. And it's up to 2 gamer. Alright, one more. Plant, stage, hostage, beast. Yep, the debug menu is called the singularity. Okay, well, I don't know who would want to see this, but bunch of bald men. And the one that usually trips you doesn't trip you, okay. This makes Ames' mullet stand out even more. He's the only one with hair. Yeah, they don't really do much. Like the piss is honestly the best part. Maybe second to Jennifer's panties. Alright, fuck it, let's see the game over screen for this one.
Freeze!
Man, that auto aim.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack! Jack!
Oh, Raiden's always ass up in these. Okay. Okay, well, let's go back to the normal save. This one. Okay. I can never look at these hostages the same way after knowing all those rooms exist. This is the guy was talking about. It trips you if you walk on top here, with sole purpose of making you lose your disguise and get caught. Let's see if we can do it safely. Might be a little tricky with all these guards.
No problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Oof. Yep. He stretches his legs out and that's what happens.
Freeze!
Maybe that's why they're beasts. I don't know.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
Yeah, we should probably beat the shit out of him now. Which also has the added benefit of, I think, breaking up with Rose in the process.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core. Hey, you! Just wait a minute! Hey, you! Just wait a minute! What are you up to?
Obviously, I'm trying to extract information from the hostage.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1
But
core.
you know what? Everybody's getting beaten up.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute! What are you up to?
Come on, I need a few more punches and kicks here to get the call. Okay. There it is.
Raiden, you appear to be enjoying yourself slapping around defenseless hostages.
I can't believe you. I didn't think you were the kind of person to do such a thing.
Good thing you saw him for what he really was, huh, Rosemary?
Yeah, I don't know this person anymore. Goodbye.
I agree.
We played a couple of games.
Just wait a minute.
Perfect.
What are you up to?
Goodbye. I agree. So if we call her now to save.
So, Jack, what do you want?
What do I want? Well, I'd like to save, if that's okay.
Then go ahead.
Should probably be something like I won't let you save, but whatever, close enough. More translation shenanigans, who knows? That's about the amount of choice you get with Rose sometimes.
This is a joke, right? Rose.
What now?
What do you mean, what now? Save my data, please.
Fine. Don't you have something you want to say before that?
Like what?
Ugh.
All right, I get it. I'm sorry. There. You satisfied?
Close enough.
You're a real egotistical woman.
What was that?
Nothing. Just talking to myself.
Talk to you soon, Jack.
I don't know.
No, now she's okay again. And one other thing we can do here. It's not over yet. There's more. We go up here. Yeah, we're talking about how you can't attack them in any way, shape, or form, or they'll immediately alert. The only exception being if you put everybody to sleep, or if you put somebody to sleep without anybody seeing you, then we can put everybody to sleep.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1.
You also have to make sure that they don't see the guy that you're putting to sleep. Like, put this guy to sleep first, and this guy. Because if they see them go down, they'll also get suspicious. I think that's everybody, right? You know, there's another guy right here. Look at him. Nice. That should be everyone. Now you might think, oh, this is easy now. We can just go find Ames to talk to anybody. Why didn't I do this before? The problem with this is that if you equip the directional microphone, all you hear is this snoring. The hostages can't even hear Raiden asking,
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you?
Those are so hard, even the real Ames
You're Ames, aren't you?
can't hear you.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you?
So that's a pretty clever way to get around it.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Nobody can hear Raiden ask if they're Ames because of the snoring. Now, if there's even a single guard anywhere in the room asleep, they won't be able to hear you, and you can't continue.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames,
Oh,
aren't you?
come on, Jennifer.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're
Okay.
Ames, aren't you?
Nothing works. Fuck those apples. There's some napkins. If you kill somebody, it still magically spawns a guard. At least on lower difficulties, it spawns a guard next to you. We might be maxed out on guards already. It's not gonna end well, whatever it is. Yeah, there it is.
Send the cavalry now.
When you shoot somebody, it immediately spots a guard next to it that radio's in.
No! No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
Might be able to maybe shoot an unsuppressed gun without an alert. Maybe. Oh shit, they saw him go down. We're screwed. Fuck. Get him before he radios in. Fuck. Now it's fucked. No, 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 no. Oh shit. Maybe I saved it. Maybe. What's up? It's just like the Marines. If you kill them, the game is just programmed to give you a game over immediately, regardless of who sees you do it. They all down? Okay, so you can actually save it. Let's see. Yep, we can shoot unsuppressed now. Same with the guards. Maybe? Yep. Nah, we're screwed again.
Freeze!
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
Okay, I think that's just about all the screwing around you can do here. It's a lot. It's impressive. Also have the flag facing the wrong direction there. Also, oh, did I pick up the thermal goggles already? This is another location where you can pick up the thermal goggles. One of the many locations if you haven't already. And then finally we can go talk to Ames. Hurry up!
You're Ames, aren't you?
We'll get more Rose game overs, I'm sure.
You must be Ames. Keep still and listen to me. I'm not a terrorist. I got in here using one of their uniforms. I'm taking off the tape. Stay quiet.
Who told you about me?
An informer calling himself Mr. X, dressed like a ninja.
Ah, sounds legit. I see. That's
Take
normal.
this thing off me, will you? I'm Richard Ames.
Secret Service?
No, I was set in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like you.
You what?
You're here to find out where the president is. We have little time, so I'll be brief. How about switching to nanocommunications first?
Nanocommunications?
Right, silence beats talk when it comes to safety. Are you on?
Right here. Do you really know where the president is?
Almost certainly. He was moved to the first floor of Shell 2's core section.
The first floor, the core of Shell 2. Is he still there?
I don't know. I can't get a response.
You don't think he's been like the other hostages?
Hmm?
A hostage was killed in retaliation after the SEAL 10 disaster, remember?
What are you talking about? Regardless of what they do to other hostages, they won't touch the president.
What makes you so sure?
The case.
You mean the nuclear button they took?
Right. And the case won't do a thing by itself. That case may be the single most advanced example of a weapons failsafe system. The password is nothing less than the physiological data of the US president.
Physiological data?
The president's own vital signs. Heartbeat, brainwave pattern,
blood pressure and so on are constantly monitored and relayed by his internal nanomachines. This information, along with the DNA pattern, serve as a biometric password, unbreakable even by the latest parallel processor supercomputers. The password entry itself cannot be performed unless brainwave patterns and heartbeats fall within normal parameters, rendering chemical and other forms of coercion impractical. In other words, the login must be made of the President's own free will. As a failsafe, the input must also be reconfirmed hourly, even after the initial login. If a valid confirmation is not forthcoming, the system will automatically cancel the login.
And that's why they can't harm the President.
At least until the bird flies.
Is there really a new model of Metal Gear here?
Absolutely. The black case serves as the launch key to Metal Gear as well.
Why would they hide Metal Gear in an offshore plant?
Haven't they told you anything? The entire thing was planned. The oil spill, the tanker accident that caused it, everything. The big shell was built specifically for the development of a new Metal Gear model. The inspection tour was to check its progress.
What's going on around here?
Wait. Here comes Snake.
That's him?
Use the microphone to listen in.
King, Fat Man is dead.
It doesn't matter. Saved us the trouble of getting rid of him ourselves.
Why did he betray us?
Who knows? They're a band of lunatics to begin with. Nothing they do should come as a surprise.
I'll have his background rechecked, just in case.
You think he was working for them?
We can't discount the possibility. Especially with that intruder still at large.
Yes. The man in the sneaking suit.
You know more about those suits than I do.
But Foxhound was disbanded 4 years ago. So it must be the Patriots. What about the damage to Shell
stuck in here.
The circulation system for the contaminated water has been damaged. The water being drawn in is overflowing, and the lower block of the central section is flooding.
Seal the connecting pathway between Shells 1 and 2.
The Simtex and IR sensors are already in place.
Any effect on it?
No.
What about the President?
The password entry has already been made to the black case. In 1 hour, we'll need a confirmation from him. His work is done after that.
Make sure you keep him alive until then.
Yes, I know.
What about the unit's activation?
Almost complete. The code has already been entered. All we need now is for the girl to start the system.
The usual method, I assume?
No. The drugs took care of everything.
Only a few more steps to outer heaven.
The cool thing is, you can look away at any point during a conversation and they kind of sort of wait for you to look again. So you don't have to look at Johnny right away, you can just do it in mid-conversation.
You're just to get hit with a bowel attack. What luck. Oh! This one's worse than that one up in Alaska. Come to think of it, that commander chick really reminds me of someone. Who is she like again? Oh yeah, she's like her. Now that's a time I'd like to forget. Ridiculous that I had to get jacked for everything that was on me. When I think about it, that's when everything started to hit the skids. It's a shame. Up to that point, I was steady cruising on the elite course. Oh, here we go again. Oh. Still, that Russian crew is a pretty decent bunch. The President's escort guys get on my nerves, though. Oh, whatever. For now, just gotta hang in there. Oh, there's no paper.
Poor Johnny. We might have missed out on Olga walking into the room, but I think they're waiting for me to look. Actually, Johnny is how you learn about the presidential escort guys. He's the first one to mention them here. Also, there's some obscure way of getting subtitles for this. I was only able to do it once. I don't know what the hell I did different. But it's this whole sequence in general is weird. It's like happening in real time, but not really. Subtitles override each other for one thing, and immediately you're thrown into the conversation with Ocelot and Solidus. So I think even when we're looking away, the subtitles are overriding whatever would happen here. But I swear I was able to get subtitles for Johnny's thing once somehow. I don't know. And it's weird because they're kind of waiting, but like exactly when does it start when you get closer with the camera, and then
Is that cyborg
there you
ninja,
go.
Shalashaska?
I cannot even guess.
What about you?
I'm having the matter looked into.
It's weird the way it works.
Don't cast suspicion where it isn't due.
Where it isn't due? When you watched my father die and did nothing.
It's been 2 years ago, Olga. Let it go.
I read the case file for Shadow Moses, by the way.
Olga, how could you suspect me?
I know that the ninja is not one of my men.
How meaningful you make that sound. If Sergei were still alive.
If the old man were still alive, I wouldn't need to take orders from you.
Olga, Sergei was my best friend.
If you sell us out, I'll kill you myself.
Listen, daughter of Sergei. Don't ever let me see your gun pointed at me again.
If you wish, I'll put a bullet in your back instead.
Stop this infighting. I took you both in when no one else would. You think any government would have you as irregulars in this political climate? The worst kind of wet works, maybe. But even that's doubtful. I recommend against switching camps. You've nowhere left to go.
Oh no, Olga, why you glitch like that? Okay, so sometimes, especially when you look away mid-conversation, I found, Olga will glitch, and instead of walking to the right to leave the room and continue the conversation, she just walks to the left into a wall endlessly. But don't worry, there's a way to fix it. It's just funny. I find that it has to do with looking away in mid-conversation. Yeah, I've seen it a few times. To fix it, to continue the conversation, we simply look away again. That seems to do something. Again, this whole sequence is weird as hell how it works. If we look away enough, it should continue. Maybe, I think, I remember, maybe. Oh shit. I wonder if maybe it's listening to Johnny that fixes it. So now that we already listened to Johnny, maybe, uh-oh. Maybe that's what fixed it last time. I don't know, it happened before or after listening to Johnny. I remember being able to fix it. I mean, we could just skip the scene, but shit, come on.
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
Come on, Olga. maybe we just need to look away a little bit longer. Yeah, it just fucks with the whole thing. There you go.
It's happening again. This damn right arm. Liquid! It's almost as if it's having its revenge. How much do you think we spent on that arm in Lyon? The best transplant surgery team in the world. I never trust a Frenchman.
I guess the game just despawns her when you're looking away. I don't know if it's a blue point thing. I never fucked around with it.
The incidents are becoming
I haven't
more
fucked around with it enough on PS2.
that man's presence. Ocelot, I leave this place in your hands. I have the intruder
At this
to take
point,
care of.
I can safely say I played the HD way more than the PS2 version, even counting all those years that I played the PS2 version growing up. So, yeah.
Is that really Solid Snake?
I mess around
That's what he
PhD
claims.
a lot more than
I thought
PS2.
Snake was dead.
Solid Snake did die. But he's also here in the shell. Either he survived or there are two of them.
Two of them?
And that's impossible. Anyway, what did you manage to catch?
They said password input was complete.
I thought so.
You said the password entry into the black case had to be made by the president willingly.
That's right.
So this means the president is cooperating with them.
It would have to be, yes.
Why?
Probably tired of being a puppet, but it wasn't a smart move to betray us.
A puppet?
We're running out of time. They will fire a nuke. You know what you need to do before then.
Fire the nuke, but it's nowhere close to the ransom deadline.
Ransom?
$30 billion in cash.
What are you babbling about? The nuclear strike is not a threat. It's been the objective all along.
They plan to slaughter millions of people.
No, a high-altitude detonation. You've heard of the Compton effect?
Total disruption of electronic equipment caused by EMMA pulse.
Textbook answer. Well, when an average nuclear warhead goes off within the atmosphere, the result is an electromagnetic pulse of up to 50 billion megawatts. The EMMA field can reach tens of thousands of volts per meter, and most electronic equipment will be toast in an instant.
If one of the key movers of world economy stops functioning, it could mean the beginning of a global depression.
But that isn't their aim. What they plan to do is liberate Manhattan, pull it offline and turn it into some kind of a republic. Hence, Sons of Liberty, I suppose.
Sons of Liberty?
Damn! Ocelot is coming. I'm going offline. Search my pocket. Hurry! It's a security card. You'll be able to unlock doors of up to level 3 security. Use it to get to Shell 2. Take care of the president before they launch the nuke. He's coming here. Pick up your AK.
Unfortunately, there isn't anything too interesting to do. Well, we're in gameplay with Ocelot right now, like holy shit, but you can't really do anything. Except look at his model being much uglier in gameplay. Oh shit, time's almost up. If you try to do anything funny, like pressing square and under any circumstances, it just alerts right away. You walk away, he alerts right away. There's not much to do. You can take a picture of it, that's about it. Damn, 0.6 seconds left.
What do you think you're doing?
I asked him to remove these. I'm ill, you see.
I always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars.
What are you talking about?
No need for denials. We know what you are, Colonel Ames. They knew
I
that
was
the president
never
was
able to
planning
do
betray
the
them.
box thing where you bump into
So they
people.
sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
You.
Sorry, Colonel. You failed to carry out your duties.
You'll never escape the Lali-Lulelo.
Is that so? What the?
Listen for the sound cue. Ames dies and the ninja appears. Same sound cue when Olga shows up. Yep, that one. It's supposed to be a hint
You? Which
that
team are you
Olga's a
with?
ninja, although originally the ninja's
Show me your
identity
face.
was gonna be secret. It wasn't gonna be revealed
Know who he is.
the whole game.
No, he is not one of mine.
Just to fuck with people even more.
Identify yourself. We meet at last. Hold your fire. We need the hostages alive.
Hurry, get away.
Ocelot is merely pretending to be surprised there. He knows what's going on.
Colonel, Ames is dead. Looked like a heart attack.
That's unfortunate. However, we do at least know where the president is.
So there really is a new type of Metal Gear in this place?
Apparently. We're still looking into it.
I've also been told that the nuclear strike was what the terrorists were after from the start, not the $30 billion.
Right. It was a cover-up all along.
Colonel, what are you keeping from me?
I am not keeping back anything. It's not as though I'm told all the facts either. I'm pulling in all the favors I can to look into all this. Just be a little patient. Our priority should be with the president right now.
Look like Gray
They've
Fox.
completed the password entry and are preparing.
Kojima doesn't really care about the English versions of his games.
As soon as possible.
I went to I went on a whole rant about this earlier. We were fighting right after fighting Fat Man. Actually, when we started at on the roof of Strat A as well. If you want to look at the VOD.
They'll do it. You need to rescue the president before then.
Jack, I agree with the Colonel. You need to protect the president for now.
All right.
I remember not recognizing her. One of the few things that I remember from my first playthrough ever. You know, when she opens up her mask in the computer room, I couldn't fucking recognize her. When Raiden goes, "You!" I'm like, who? Who the fuck is that? But yeah, Ocelot is just pretending there, of course. He knows what's going on. He knows to move his arm out of the way. He arranged for the appearance of Ninja. He's an agent of the Patriots. That's the thing that Ames realizes right on point of death. What he's about to say to Ocelot there is, right as he dies, he doesn't get a chance to finish the sentence. I understand now, Ocelot, you're one of us. Because at this point, Ames still thinks that he's working with the Patriots, is helping the Patriots keep tabs on the president. But he knows that he fucked up, and they had the Patriots eliminate him. So he realizes that Ocelot is also an agent of the Patriots. He knows that Raiden is also sent by the Patriots, but Raiden's clueless about it. So there's a whole thing going on with Ames and Nastasha, going on with in the Darkness of Shadow Moses. If you read that, basically Ames gets in trouble for letting Nastasha get away in MGS1, or behind the scenes of MGS1. So the reason that he's sent to the Big Shell and killed by the Patriots is because, like Ocelot said, you failed to carry out your duties. So, if you have a bit of time, sometimes, rarely, we will do a reading of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. I suggest reading it. It's largely a recap of the MGS1 events, especially from the Nastasha point of view. But what was added to MGS1's story lore in the background, behind the scenes, is that Ames and the Patriots took over Nastasha's apartment, and he basically had a gun pointed at her the whole time, being forced to help Snake but also hiding things from him. And then Ames eventually lets her get away with all the data that she recorded, all the conversations, and all the data that leaked. It's really interesting, especially the two little articles that come before it. There's a guy who disguises himself as a tuna to sneak back into Shadow Moses to look for evidence after he receives the disc from Nastasha. Enough said. There's an I forget what his last name is. Gary something, journalist guy. He uses a tuna disguise to go into Shadow Moses. Who knows? Maybe we'll make a spin-off of that new game. Is kind of cool, except for the parts where it quotes MGS1 and the translation is just completely off. That really pissed me off because the retranslation of MGS1 lines. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. Worth reading at least once. But yeah, that's why Ames is punished here by the Patriots. He's basically sent to his death as a part of the plan because he messed up with Nastasha. Yes, a tuna, like a fish, because he's swimming in the waters of Alaska to get on shore to the island. Yep. And he also loves peanut butter jelly sandwiches for some reason. Actually, he hates them, but there's a whole thing about it with peanut butter. Fuck, it's a lot of fun reading through it the first time. Anyway, let's do some calls here.
Right, this is not good. Enemies in Shell 1 are systematically searching for you.
It looks like they've tightened security considerably. Watch yourself.
Get out of Shell 1. According to Ames, the president is on the first floor of Shell 2's core. Cross the connecting bridge from the north side of Strut D to get to Shell 2. That's where you need to go. Looks like you've lost your balaclava, Raiden. You'll no longer be able to impersonate enemy personnel. Raiden, rescue the president. No. Head for the first floor of the Shell 2 core.
Nice.
Colonel, is the president one of them? Ames said that the president entered the code with his own free will.
But you heard how they are planning to get rid of the president, right?
Yeah.
They are going their separate ways?
No. First off, the president is not necessarily extra baggage for the terrorists. If you have your doubts, you should address them when you meet him.
Roger that. Do you think Ames was telling the truth about the football?
Rosemary?
Roger that. Jack, I'll look into it for you.
No.
Colonel, apparently Ames didn't even know that the hostages were killed in retaliation for SEAL Team 10's incursion.
Yeah, the hostages were probably in a different room. Right. Focus on your duties. For right now, concentrate on rescuing the president.
Yeah, that was a
the
lie.
first floor of Shell 2's core.
Colonel, I saw the terrorist leader. Is that Solid Snake?
Yes, he's the terrorist who sunk the tanker 2 years ago. Raiden, do you think he's some kind of hero? You heard him, right? Solid Snake is a terrorist. You must fight him. Do you understand?
You heard him, right? Now imagine if he had actual Solid Snake voice like he does in Japanese in the intended experience. And the Colonel says, you heard him, right? But you can't really make out what it looks like through the green glass there, but you heard him, right? So he was supposed to sound the same as Solid Snake. And on top of that, if we call Pliskin now, he's not there. He's not answering. Which should make you even more suspicious if you hear his voice coming from there, talking to Ocelot. And this also mimics how Master doesn't pick up. Strangely, when the Hind is around in MGS1, when Liquid is around, for some reason Master doesn't pick up in MGS1. Same thing. Yep, same frequency too.
Colonel, the outer heaven that Snake mentioned?
Ah,
yes.
What's
It
that?
is a despotic military state, built by a guy called Big Boss, the greatest soldier in history, and Snake's father, genetically speaking.
Some guy called Big Boss.
I don't know. But word has it that his brother Liquid Snake hoped for an outer heaven also. It might have had some special significance for the two brothers.
That ninja helped me again. Do you have any information on him?
Sorry, I've looked around, but nothing.
I don't know what he wants, but he is trying to help you. That much is certain. Don't let your guard down, though.
Shoot, I forgot to do the call about
Shell 1
Gray
core
Fox
is what
before
is
meeting
named
Ames.
the center of the big shell. The first basement floor is a capacious meeting hall. I'm sure that's where they held the welcome reception for the president and the Environmental Protection Inspection team. But its core function is concentrated in the second basement floor computer room. This computer room is where the flow of polluted water and the status of filtration is observed, in addition to being where all tasks for other facilities are carried out. I can understand why security is so tight.
You look lost.
It should be the last call.
Push the L.
Yeah, not just gameplay stuff. Okay, let's get through this caution here.
Freeze! Freeze!
And we need to go get the PSG one, and Pliskin is not gonna answer until we get right outside Shell 1, but then we'll go back in so we can get some calls with him. Blast his gun nuts, throw the chaff grenade. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Soldier's voice, but it's just the intended experience was to hear Solid Snake's voice. So the whole thing would hit differently. And John Seigan did a great job. Rip. It has nothing to do with his performance. Do we have enough caution left? Maybe not. In trouble here. Maybe we'll just wait in here. Fuck it. They'll just G4 that we don't need for anything. Somebody's probably gonna find this guy. Maybe not. Oh yeah, here's something. Yep, we found him. Oh shit. I don't know what's going on in there now. Get him. Those small guys always get me when they're on the way out, leaving here. We should be good now. The other guy, he left. I think he went downstairs actually. Okay, just need a PSG one from here. And we need to remember to do the workout calls in Strut D, because Strut D is functionally the only place where you can work out effectively. The only place where you can hang off a railing and drop down and grab onto the other railing and then go back up. Wait, what am I doing? Let's do this. Or not, because it wasted time. Oh shit, he saw that. This might end badly. Nope, he doesn't do fuck now. Nice. He just turned around. Nice. Okay, first we're gonna make Bliskin come back by going out the door. And then we have a lot of work to do in Strut D. We gotta clear the area, we gotta work out, and then we gotta lure the assault guys in here. Take a look at them. We also have to mess with all the control units.
Raiden, can you hear me?
Bliskin, where have you been?
Checking around. I'm in Strut H right now. How's the situation over there?
We have a lead on the President's location.
Where is he?
Shell 2 core, the first floor.
I'm cut off from the core where I am. It's a mess here.
All right, I'm on my way to Shell 2 right now.
There are IR sensors in place on the connecting bridge between Shells 1 and 2. If you break the beams, the Semtex will go off.
Yeah, I heard them talking about that.
Target the control units and destroy them. Make sure you don't shoot the Semtex.
What do the control units look like?
Take a look with your binoculars.
You can spray the coolant to destroy guards. Not only you can, it's one of the most OP things in the whole game.
That's
just absolutely
Semtex.
broken.
And that must be the control unit.
Just doing that makes Bliskin come back. So now that he's available, take a look in here. Let's get rid of everybody for now. They must have heard of that.
Who's there?
The BDU is still very useful because it gives you, like camo index in MUS3. It shortens the range at which they see you. But by the time you get to BDU, the sneaking is almost over. There's only like the part where you get Emma out, pretty much, that matters. And here we're just going backwards, fucking around with things. There isn't much sneaking in Shell 2 at all. Okay, just get rid of all these guys. Yeah, that's what that little hatch is for, a little swing door. But you could also just throw them over the railing. Either by kicking them into it, or an easier way to do it is to punch them in the dick from behind, of course. And that animation kind of makes them fall forward. And if they fall onto the railing, then they go down. So you don't even have to be there to do it. Okay, so there we go. One of these guys reports every once in a while, so it's perfect to lure the assault team, which has now changed a lot. These high-tech guys, there's 3 of them. We want to kidnap one of them or something. Let's let them check down there. And if you listen, they don't sound Russian. Okay, that guy can stay behind here. Okay, he will be our victim, our test subject. There's a lot going on. Now that we've met Ames, we learn that the president is working with the terrorists. As Raiden doesn't quite understand it, but he's supposed to kill the president as part of the whole simulation thing. When Ames says, take care of the president before then, before they reconfirm his vital signs. You know what you have to do before then. Yeah, he's being vague about it. But then you learn that the president has been helping the terrorists. So after you meet Ames, the assault team changes to these guys, who are the presidential escort guys. That's why they have American accents and American equipment. He's got an M4, the M203, he's got an M9 in there, and he's got all this high-tech armor gear, extra muscle gear and whatnot, and the helmet, the visor, all this stuff. And more importantly, he's got dick armor. Let's not forget about the dick armor. Let's wake him up. Now they're probably the most dangerous enemies in the game, even more dangerous than Tengus. Because of the dick armor and because I can't grab him. He's too wide to be grabbed. You simply can't grab these guys. It fails if you try. The cooldown still works though. Oh shit. Hold on, we can still save it. Oof, oof, oof. The dick armor doesn't work against dick punch. Hold on, I gotta turn him around again. I can't grab him, so we gotta flip him. Let's see if we can see the dick armor in action. If I can quickly shoot him in the dick. There we go. Nothing happened. Oh shit. Okay, we should put it down again. Because if he gets another little reaction, it will be an instant alert. So we have a call that's really easy to miss because at this point in the game, unless you go forward and then back again, Pliskin doesn't answer. And then you don't see, like I was saying, there isn't much sneaking for a long time. You don't see these guys again for a long time until you get Emma. So it's really easy to miss the call. He's got a whole call about them and their equipment.
In order to get to Shell 2.
Come on.
In order to get to Shell 2.
Really?
The reinforcements that rush up whenever you're discovered by the enemy are the President's Special Security Unit. They are the cream of the Secret Service and have previously served as members of CAT, the Counter-Assault Team, which is part of the Presidential Security Force. These guys have seen more action than you'll ever see in a lifetime. Their equipment is based on the Land Warrior system, which has been an Army development project over the last century. You've been with Force 21, so you should know what I'm talking about. It's the latest infantry equipment enhanced with advanced data communication and processing features. The system is designed to treat each infantry soldier as a single terminal in a network. The helmet has a mounted display that provides everything from sensor and map updates to directives and commands from a command outpost. Through a data link, the soldier is also provided with video and graphic information such as current location, including the placement of friendly units and rendezvous points. Also included with the package are various targeting systems, biosensors, GPS receiving units, and the latest data processing equipment.
If I remember right, didn't the Army have a problem finding a battery with enough longevity to power the equipment?
That's right. But the development of a sealed membrane battery capable of withstanding the wear and tear of combat situations solved that problem, making the system practical. On top of that, the weight of all this equipment is no longer a problem, thanks to the DARPA-developed exoskeleton technology with human strength amplification capabilities. A soldier may look slow and clumsy in all this equipment, but don't let that fool you. Former members of the President's Special Security Unit are equipped with ceramic-plated armor. Attacking any spot other than the head is pretty much a waste of time. For results, go for the head. Actually, the best course for survival is to avoid any direct confrontation with these guys.
We tried shooting you in the dick, it didn't work. Also, the way he describes all this equipment working, treating each soldier as a terminal in the network and all the communications being linked. It's pretty much what SOP does in MGS4. except they achieve it through physical gear on the soldiers instead of nanomachines. But you can see that they already had a concept there of what the nanomachines end up doing, and then just for there's another little detail. It's gonna graphic actually, since these guys have these helmets. If you shoot them in the face, there's blood splatters all over the helmet. It's kind of a gruesome effect. Look at, like, damn, he spilled his ketchup in there. You don't see these guys a lot. And later when we get Emma out, if you get caught doing that, the assault team would actually be mixed. It would be Glukovich men and these president guys mixed together. It's kind of interesting. Oh shit, he has a ration. Nice. Not only he has a ration, he dropped it too, which is could take a while to get him to drop stuff. Okay, so they do drop stuff when they're dead too. It's just a really low chance. Now we should take this opportunity to work out, which is stupid, but this is the only place where you can do it, because that's exactly the setup you need. 2 railings and stairs to go back up immediately. So normally you would work out by doing these pull-ups here. 1, 2, 3. You gotta do this 100 times per grip level, which is tedious as fuck. You gotta have good form too. Like if you do it, if you half-ass it like this, or if you like go too quickly like this too, it doesn't count. So you gotta do it 100 times. You gotta do it with good form too for it to count. But there's a much easier way of doing it, which is if you drop down and grab onto the railing below, that counts as 10 pull-ups. So we just need to do this 10 times instead of 100 per level. There's 2 levels, but there's 3 calls because, well, there's 2 extra levels, I should say. It goes to 3. But there's another call trying to get a hypothetical level 4 that doesn't exist. It's silly because especially on the plant, you don't need this at all. At least on the tanker, there's some places where you can kind of go explore, which is completely useless, but they're kind of cool that you can go there. This is just completely useless on the plant, really. But there's a call for level 2, there's a call for level 3, and there's a call for trying to get level 4. It doesn't exist. That's just a little silly thing. We'll just do it. Extreme workout. The best one, yes. It's MJ2, by the way. I like the level 2 grip gauge because from orange to yellow.
Raiden, your grip has gotten stronger. Guess your hard work has paid off.
Jack, you're great.
How cute.
Did that ego boost from Rose. The gradient color of the bar. The level 3 bar is just a boring solid gray. That one's way better. Anyway, I'm not even keeping count. We'll just wait for the call. Probably there was some sort of feature that tells you a game is being played. I guess we're doing this a total of 30 times. Which is a lot better than doing 300 pull-ups. At this point is usually when somebody comes in and asks, "What the fuck are you doing?" They don't know that there's working out. in this game, or grip levels or something. You're like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah. Yes, of course. There it is, level 3. It's gray. I guess it's not completely solid.
Right, your grip went up again.
Jack, you're truly amazing.
Gotta hear Rose lines. Alright, now we do another 10 times, even though there is no level 4. What is it called? Where they just tell you to stop. That's enough. MG6 is old Snake escaping from the retirement home and getting a new cyborg body when he gets out, right? I think that's the plot of MG6. Escape the nursing home in a wheelchair. Wait, we already have a fucking game where you crawl around the hospital to escape. It's not even funny anymore. Forget if they call you, or you have to call them, because I'm not keeping count. I think they might call, actually. Oof. Also, you don't want to miss the grab, or you have to do everything again. There it is. Okay.
Raiden, how long are you going to keep doing that? Forget about doing pull-ups. It's about time you return to your duties.
Jack, don't get too carried away. There are limits to everything, you know.
Get real.
There you go. Okay, very useful. Let's do some save calls, maybe.
Jack, is that you? Jack, I found data on the briefcase used to unlock the nuclear launch codes. It appears to be a fail-safe system using the President's DNA base order and input of his physiological data as its key. The lock is said to be impenetrable.
In other words, the President himself is the only one who can enter the password.
Right. On top of that, as Ames mentioned before, the password becomes invalid when the President's brainwaves, heartbeat, etc. are not within normal limits.
So the President entered that code by his own free will after all. But why would the US President lend a hand to terrorists?
How should I don't have information like that.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't.
Also, it seems that the need to reconfirm the code after a set amount of time is true.
Meaning that the President is safe, right? How about the story of the Black Case also serving as the launch key to a new model of Metal Gear?
That wasn't in the records.
Stories of a new Metal Gear model aside, it is certain that they have finished.
What the fuck,
inputting
Colonel?
the
This is a
code
save
and
call.
are
Go
trying
away.
to launch the nuclear warhead. Meet with the President and ascertain the truth. Hurry. You must meet with him while he's still alive.
I wonder if we can still get that call where Rose looks into the ninja and she just turns up a bunch of information about Gray Fox instead of, Mr. M. It might be too late to do that.
What can I do for you, Jack?
Get real.
Talk to you soon, Jack.
And she's... Even if he does have that call lined up, a certain amount of time has to pass in between these calls where she looks shit up. It's kind of annoying. Also kind of annoying is that all they talk about now is crossing the bridge between Shell 1 and 2 and destroying the lasers. I think he might have some calls, but it's just gonna get buried under.
Without the balaclava, you won't be able to disguise yourself as an enemy soldier anymore.
Yeah, okay.
Have you ever heard of Outer Heaven?
Outer Heaven?
Nah.
Know anything?
No.
No.
The terrorist leader mentioned it. Something about being close to reviving Outer Heaven.
Is that right?
Do you know anything?
No. But whatever their goal is, they're probably up to no good. We've got to stop them.
Who's out of heaven, guys? Fuck him. The snake just lying through his teeth there. It's funny, you can get this call either before or after the Harrier, where he reveals himself to be Snake. And even after doing so, he still pretends that he doesn't know anything about it. I wonder if maybe you just intended to do this call before. I don't know. Also, it's funny how Raiden is pretty quick to save his saved contact name for Pliskin to Snake immediately after a cutscene. He's like, holy shit, it's Snake, let me rename my contact.
In order to get to what?
Yeah, okay. Nope, it's revealed after the Harrier, because Saul just calls him Snake in front of Raiden, so he can't hide it anymore.
You know, I thought I heard of Ames somewhere before. DIA would mean we're talking about Nastasha's
This call also changes.
Nastasha Romanenko? Isn't she the one who wrote In the Darkness of Shadow Moses? Where is she now?
Your guess is as good as mine, but she's probably still a heavy smoker.
I skipped the whole section of the conversation, and there are 2 lines where he says, yeah, she helped me out with Shadow Moses. Because he hasn't revealed himself to be Snake yet. But he still kind of gives himself away there, where he says he's probably still a heavy smoker.
In order to get
real.
In order to get real.
In order to...
I don't know.
Come on. There might not be any more calls here for a while.
In order to get to...
Definitely not.
And that's all he says right now.
If you see a likely handhold while you're jumping down from hanging, try pressing the action button.
Yep, that's what we've been doing to work out. Okay, he's just going through gameplay stuff now. So next we'll mess with this area. There's a few details to it. For one thing, on higher difficulty levels, you have way more of these control units. There's 2 ciphers. There's ones on the side there. Where is my other controller? Oh, it's actually still on. Controller 2, the battery's dying, but okay. So, this is the only part of the game where the second controller does something, as far as I'm aware. Did you know that MGS2 is a co-op game? If you tap L1 on the second controller, the flag moves out of the way. Like that. So you can hand the controller to a friend and be like, help me play MGS2, and they do nothing for the whole game, except this here to help you see the control unit there. Nice. And in the Master Collection, since you can't have a second controller, I think they moved this to triangle on the first controller. At least they kept that. Set up 2 controllers and next chat plays. Yep, it's a 2-player game. Yeah, fuck it, just... But why? Why not?
Raiden, you didn't get all the control units. You weren't thorough enough. Take a good look at the airborne cipher. You can see the control unit for the IR sensor. The control unit is right above Cypher's camera. Avoid shooting the camera at all costs.
Yeah.
Looks like if a Cypher is shot down, the resulting signal will trigger an explosion. The whole bridge would blow. Target only the control unit on the upper part of the Cypher. Aim for the blinking light.
If you leave and come back after you shoot the first control unit, the game backseats you immediately for some reason. The higher difficulties add a second cipher, but actually when that one's close enough, when it gets all the way here, you can actually get this one without. There we go. You can get it without the PSG-1. The one that you absolutely must use the PSG-1 for is this one, because no amount of shooting anywhere will land any hits on it. It just don't have the range to go there. PSG-1 is the only weapon that can reach there, so that's why the PSG-1 is a key item for this part. Actually, before we do that, well, we have some more messing around to do with the seagulls. That's right, I almost forgot. And then with the flashbang, flash forward, backseating where all the control units are. But let's do that later. Let's mess with the seagulls first. Which shit, I forgot to pick up the PSG-1T. Damn. I always forget to do this shit. We don't need it right now, but it's nice to do the seagull Easter egg with. Otherwise we have to shoot them 20 times with the M9. Oh man. Should I go get it or? Let's see how bad it is. So the way this works is if you attack a bird 20 times. 20 fucking times, which translates into you gotta tranquilize them 20 times, because any other weapon you shoot them with, yeah, they just die. I guess technically it should also work if you attack different birds, combining all the hits, all the attacks, but it's much easier to just land all the tranquilizer on one bird who will inevitably overdose on it. It's more tranquilizer than bird at this point. Okay, it's not too bad. So what this does, or should do, is it causes other birds to attack you. The only thing is, it's extremely wonky. It just doesn't work. Fuck, auto aim. It doesn't work reliably all the time. Let's see. And it has to do. Oh, there we go. He's coming. Okay, it worked this time. It has to do with which exact bird. It has to do with which exact bird you attack, how long it takes you to do all the hits, your location. It's a little inconsistent. It doesn't always work, but you can get the birds to retaliate like that. Sometimes it will retaliate 1 or 2 or even 3 at a time. This time you only got 1. It's weird how it works. It's not consistent at all. But anyway, so that was just the simplest thing you can do. Just attack a bird, get one bird to attack you back. But there's other things you can do with them. So let's reset here.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
Yeah, Bosher, thank you for the 14 months. It's not just a sleepy bird, it's an OD bird. Okay. But this stupid auto aim. Okay, this doing it in this bird seems to work. Okay, let's see if they're coming now. Hello? Nothing. Not this time. It's weird. I don't know why it's so inconsistent. Nope, they're just not coming this time. Alright, fuck it, let's try it again. Rather than seagull.
Raiden!
Which one was it? Because there's two that line up there. Which one did I attack? That was the one in front, right? Not the one in the back. Okay, I don't remember now. Fuck, I'll just try this guy again. Okay, they coming now? There we go, he's coming. So one thing we can do is, of course, the almighty coolant to stop the birds from attacking, rethink their choices. That's one way to get rid of them. And then we'll reset again. This is kind of a pain in the ass. Triggered them to do that.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
Now it gets a little more detailed because we have a bunch of boxes, which, oh man, did I get a game over after I picked up box 4 and then I didn't keep it? That's right. Oh well, it's not a big deal. So let's see how it works with the boxes. They'll attack me again here. Here's our test subject bird. Okay, let's see. Fuck, I didn't see him. Oh, fuck! I got him! They're just bowling right in at this point. They caught me completely off guard. And we got 3 of them. Nice. It's actually really hard to do, but you could... Maybe it's not that bad on extreme. Maybe we could have the birds actually kill Raiden. It's a little hard to do because you either take too little or too much damage to have the birds finish him off. Let's see what happens. Actually, we're gonna reset anyway, so that's okay. Yeah, I have no idea where the first bird came from.
No, this
caught me
isn't
off guard, and then the other
Jack,
two.
you have to answer
It was
me.
too late.
Jack! Jack!
Let me mess with the C4 here, because let's see what happens. The explosions that I'm used to are weird. But, okay. It works if we have so much more health in Extreme than European Extreme. So now we can bleed slowly until, I guess smoking doesn't help because it's already below the threshold for it. Fuck it. So if we just bleed, we can actually have the birds fucking kill Raiden now. Nice. Much easier to do in Extreme. Damn, look at those birds lined up there now. Let's go, Revenge of the Birds. You know how many times Raiden's killed the seagulls in this game?
What the hell happened? Raiden!
What the hell happened? Revenge of the Seagulls. Finally, they get to kill Raiden. Imagine the colonel watching Raiden get back to death by the birds. What the hell happened? Nice. Hold on, now Do a little box experiment now. Yeah, you're way late for the dog, sorry. Okay, let's see if they're coming. There we go. So if we equip a box, it won't stop them from attacking you. However, let's do it again.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
No, there's most definitely no Solidus game overs at this point in the game. Or some would say ever. Okay, now we're gonna attack them again. Let's see if they come again here. So far it was pretty good. We only had them not attack once. Maybe it was attacking the wrong bird, I don't know. So we saw that a regular box doesn't work in stopping the seagull's attacks. Hello? It's gotta be one of those times where they're just not coming. Did I miscount? I don't know. Nope. Nothing. They're just not coming. Sometimes it just doesn't work. I don't know. Try again. I still get a little excited when I see the birds going for Raiden. It's a great line.
Jack!
Yeah, we'll hear a lot more rose gasps here. They coming? There we go, here he comes. So the regular box didn't work. However, the Zone of the Enders box, the eye design is eye-catching. Zone of the Enders logo with the eye design on it. If we equip this, like what the bird does, he already changed his mind. I guess I shouldn't let him come closer. Because, yeah, he was heading straight for Raiden. But the eye on the box, looking like a predator, looking at the bird, makes the birds back off. The little absurd detail and the eye design of the box that makes the birds leave you alone. But man, I kind of wish that bird got a little bit closer before I equipped it. I guess it just makes him change directions immediately. So if I want to show it, you gotta wait for it to get close.
No,
Another
this isn't happening.
rose gasp.
Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
And we have something very similar in MGS3 with the dogs not attacking you if you equip the crop cap. And also if you have the torch out. It's pretty much the same thing. This game already had items to stop animal attacks and camo index before MGS3 did. Thanks, auto aim. All these little things we're gonna test some delta. They coming. There we go. There he is. Equip the eye, Zone of the Enders box. And he changes his mind. Nice. Okay, that was good. And now one more thing. Let's just get that ammo back here.
Raiden!
You can also put some claymores down. Fuck with the claymores. The birds flying into the claymores. One more thing we can do here. If we go in and out of this area a few times. If I ain't getting called in for lunch. Oh, it's so fire. The Colonel calling Raiden for dinner, lunch. Now we're in PS3. It's the PS3 HD edition. Okay, so go in and out a few times. I might do it. If you leave and re-enter the area a few times, once you step outside, you'll get this sort of flashbang, flash forward hint of there it is. Whoa, 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 holy shit. Of all the control units, where all the control units are. Because the game figures if you're going back and forth, coming back all the time, you must be lost or something. You can't find the control units. And it's just a little something that helps you find them. But man, that's intense. No way to do that. Anyway, let's actually get these now. Come on. Ooh, that was close. I want to shoot the cipher. I've already got the one behind the flag. The one here. Whoop, that wasn't a control unit. Now, did I get this one? Nope.
Raiden, the IR sensors on the connecting bridge between the two shells are offline. Go to the first floor of Shell 2's core and rescue the president.
That's probably all he says right now.
Move the right stick while in corner view to study that direction.
Nice, we recorded line. See if Rose has anything lined up, and then we'll go, because everything's gonna change after this fight.
Jack, is that you?
Not a chance.
Talk to you soon, Jack.
Nothing? Okay, cool.
Raiden, I found us a ride.
I'm all ears.
One of the enemy's Kasatkas.
Is it in good shape?
Full tank. I'm heading for Shell 1 now. What about that Harrier?
It's not on the heliport here.
Good. I'll set this one down there then.
Can you cover the hostages? They're being held on level B1 in the core. Pliskin, you didn't happen to find any other places where hostages were being held, did you?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
How many hostages are there?
There's a few short of 30. One dead and several wounded.
The Kasatka's cargo area will hold 13 max.
What about the other Kasatka?
I sabotaged it. It can't come after us if it can't get off the ground. We'll have to make 2 trips.
Can you fly a Kasatka?
I have a pilot who's flown the civilian model, the KA-62 in VR. There's not a whole lot of difference between the military KA-60 and the civilian model.
Cleared for takeoff.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner, Otacon.
Otacon?
Hey, Raiden. Nice to meet you.
Intruders! Over here!
Damn! Raiden, I'll talk to you later.
Colonel, I need some answers from you. Who exactly is Pliskin and his partner?
I know what you're thinking.
It keeps coming back to Shadow Moses. And now this Otacon.
AKA Hal Emmerich, PhD, a Shadow Moses survivor.
Wells?
Snake and Otacon both became fugitives after Shadow Moses, wanted for acts of terrorism.
An anti-Metal Gear organization.
They sabotaged and destroyed countless Metal Gear units throughout the world.
And were responsible for the incident 2 years ago that necessitated the construction of the Big Shell.
Snake and his partner aren't terrorists.
Jack, why are you defending them?
I look back on what I've done here so far, and things like training and sense of duty alone won't get you through a sneaking mission like this.
Jack, are you okay?
You need something higher. I can't think of the right word, but it has to be pure will, backed up by courage, or ideals, or something like that. I'd stake my life on it. The solid Snake that saved Shadow Moses couldn't turn into a terrorist.
Maybe that's true, but they went down with that tanker 2 years ago. We even recovered Snake's body.
And the DNA test results on the body say it's him.
Jack, I know what you're saying, but Snake is dead. He can't be here, not even as this Dr. Hal Emmerich.
But that also means that he can't be the terrorist leader behind this thing.
I've been waiting for you. A messenger from the Patriots. Where do I know him from?
So you're the boss around here?
No, not just around here. I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss himself. Solid Snake. No, that is not Solid Snake. Pleasant surprise, brother.
Save it. You brother of mine.
Don't say you've forgotten me, Snake.
Snake?
Right, take cover. Stop impersonating him. Brother, I'm a whole different game from Liquid. That the best you can do, Snake?
Did I get it? We're in trouble. It's the Harrier.
The world needs only one big boss. Drown, you fools, for interfering!
Right. This is the Stinger missile launcher. The Kasaka can't stand up to the Harrier. You have to shoot the Harrier down.
Snake, we got company.
I'm counting on you.
Alright, it's gonna be a little bit hard to hear due to the volume levels being all over the place. But to be fair, there's a fighter jet and a helicopter here. All the calls here about the Harrier, but fly away a little bit more. It's not as much noise.
Right. Handguns and machine guns can't stand up to fighter jets. Use the Stinger missiles instead.
And we'll get a lot of similar information from the Colonel, and now we'll mostly get Otacon talking about the Harrier. When we call Bliskin.
Don't start scurrying about even after the Harrier is flown away and is no longer in eyesight. When the Harrier is pointed in your direction, it should flash for a moment as it reflects the sun. Don't miss that flash. Locate it as early as possible and hit it with a Stinger. If you delay, you'll be attacked. Both wings are outfitted with an air-to-surface rocket pod. The rockets aren't guided, so moving should get you out of their way. Watch out for the blast, though. That Harrier 2 is equipped with cluster bombs. Each bomb is full of bomblets, a combined munitions weapon. A cluster bomb has a huge effective range. There's no way to avoid one on the upper level of a connecting bridge. Escape by going to the lower level.
Nah, I don't need to do that. Just go hanging.
The Harrier's exhaust is extremely hot. You cannot afford to get enveloped in it. When the Harrier draws near, run down to the lower level.
He actually only uses that exhaust attack if you don't do a certain amount of damage. By the time it checks for it.
The Harrier is outfitted with IR flares, a countermeasure that burns in midair with magnesium to deceive infrared homing missiles. Shooting a flare will draw any launch Stinger missiles towards the flare. All right. Harriers are equipped with advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles, commonly known as AMRAAM. This is a type of active homing missile that uses a built-in radar guidance system for a fire-and-forget capability. The accuracy rate is quite high. Electronic interference is probably the only way to evade it. Use the chat to disrupt the missile's guidance
Terrible advice, Colonel. Oh, Pat, thank you for the 92 months.
When the Harrier is hovering near the connecting bridge, the RGB-6 should also be effective.
I don't even have that.
The Harrier is outfitted with IR flares, a countermeasure.
Okay, is he repeating stuff now? Yep. Okay. Let's call Snake and Otacon here.
Right. I'll back you up to the chopper. If I see you run short of an item, I'll toss you down. Make good use of those. Right. You've got those stingers I gave you earlier, right?
Portable anti-aircraft missiles? I had complete VR training in those too.
Gee, I feel so much better knowing that. Hopefully you'll know how to use them in actual battle conditions too. Whatever. Shoot the Harrier down with your Stinger missile. But remember that while you're aiming the missile launcher, you won't be able to move around. As soon as you see the Harrier headed your way, find cover. Hit the weapon menu button to do a weapon quick change. Make use of it.
He changed his line. He used to say hit the R1 button. It's on to Liberty, which is wrong because it's R2 and MGS2. Maybe that's also part of the reason they changed it, but it was interesting when he said R1 because that was the actual button to do an MGS1. So did he think he was still an MGS1 or something? Is that another of the many MGS1 connections, or just the wrong line? I don't know.
The Harrier 2 is an upgraded version of the world's first practical V-stall fighter plane. By shifting the propulsion of the engine nozzles on the sides, the plane can handle short-distance vertical takeoffs and landings. The payload capacity of the Harrier 2 is considerably larger than its predecessor due to improved engine output. As a result, it carries more armament, starting with a 25mm machine gun pod on the fuselage pylon. There are air-to-surface rockets on both wings and various pods for air-to-air missiles and cluster bombs. You won't be able to take out one of these with small arms firing. The fact is, you'll need to use Stinger missiles. Raiden, watch out for the Harrier's cluster bombs. Cluster bombs are non-guided units packed with a couple hundred bomblets for wide-range attacks. The bombs are equipped with timed fuses for detonation following release. The dispenser explodes, spreading the bomblets across a wide area. Cluster bombs cover an extensive range. If you see one being launched, head for the floor beneath the connecting bridge. The Harrier 2 is equipped with AMRAAM mid-range air-to-air missiles. The AMRAAM is an active homing missile designed to succeed the Sparrow. On the final phase of its guided approach to a target, the missile locks onto the objective with an active seeker and goes into full autonomous flight mode. In short, the AMRAAM is a missile with fire and forget capability. This aspect of the missile makes it ideal for fire and run tactics, significantly improving the mission survival rate for firing aircraft. With a high-performance active seeker, the AMRAAM is extremely functional. Once fired, it pretty much zeroes in on its target with deadly accuracy.
And how do you avoid one of these?
I recommend chaff grenades. The AMRAAM's been reinforced against ECMs. In fact, the missile's been designed to home in on the source of electronic countermeasures. But that only applies to air combat.
Exactly.
It's highly unlikely that the missile's equipped for tracking human targets within precision.
You look lost.
You should be able to sufficiently throw an AMRAAM off course with a chaff grenade. The minute you see one launched, break out the grenade.
They just use iframes.
The Harrier 2 comes equipped with air-to-surface rocket pads on both wings. The Harrier 2 rockets are not guided. You can avoid direct hits by moving away from the targeted area following a launch, but watch out for the blast. We are currently aboard a Ka-60 Kasaka helicopter, a multi-purpose military aircraft of the Russian Kamov Design Bureau. This copter is capable of handling various missions, including troop and supply transport, medical evacuation, target acquisition for attack copters, and all-weather scanning. Equipped with the latest avionics and electronic equipment, and the Kasaka can handle communication and electronic jamming as well as other special operations. The copter's designed for survival in combat, and the main systems are expandable. The rotors are capable of functioning if they can puncture. In addition, the Kasaka features a polyurethane-filled fuel tank to minimize the danger of explosion. However, the Kasaka cannot hold its own against the Harrier. It's only suitable for providing you with air support. What I'm trying to say is that it's up to you to take out the Harrier.
Not a chance.
Yes. That might be it.
You should be able to...
Yeah, he's repeating stuff now. But also fuck with them a little bit by shooting them when they get a chance. Get the best line from Otacon in the game. Where'd it go? Here. Just abused iframes going into hanging at the right time. Hey, what's up, Carly? That one might miss. Nice. And then we have a second, we can mess with them. Nice. We got the best Otacon reaction right away. And during the little scene with the cluster bombs too. You bastard! Where'd he go? That way.
I'll let you go out in style.
Sorry, iframes. Run. This mostly works. That's all that's scary. Go for Ames. The stinger of the particles really slows things down in PS3, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure they modeled them, and also they have targeting reticles on them. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you're able to actually hit one, but you can target them with the stinger. But yeah, maybe like an easy or something that's low enough that you can actually hit one. Who knows? They have hitbox too.
I'll let you go out in style.
God damn it. I'm looking to get in the fucking way. The higher the difficulty level, the more likely he'll get in the way. And we'll just hide here. Nice, now we got one little health left. We can fuck around with it. Attack rotation here.
I'll let you go out in style.
What was that thing the Department said? Not you. Not bad.
Right. Handguns and machine guns can't stand up to fighter jets.
You sure? Whatever you say, Colonel. You can actually do a little tiny bit of damage with any weapon to the Harrier, so it's got a little bit of health left, you can do that.
There's something coming up.
That's Metal Gear! It's already active!
That has to be Ocelot. He's the only one who can pilot the Raiden. We should do a super cut. If there's something coming up, and then it's the Gurlagon. Let the vamp use your cape shoes to run in water.
Vamp, go! Ha!
What's that? It's running on water.
Oh. Off by a few seconds. Hey, what's that? It's bisexual powers. According to MGS4, Snake, Vamp had tape in his shoes. This new advanced technology, and that's how he did this. Okay. At least it's not nanomachines. It's nanotape.
Raiden, you alright?
Yeah. How about you guys?
Barely managed, but we're alright.
The chopper?
We need some time for repairs.
Oh.
The president's all yours.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
What?
Are you the Snake? They said you were dead.
No, not me. There are still too many things.
Vamp versus Running Man. Who wins?
You're a legend, and that's why I need to ask you this.
Legend? A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
I'm here because I was assigned to this mission, not because I want to. If I could, I'd be out of here in a second. How could you come back to all this? Why keep fighting?
There's something my best friend said to me once.
What?
We're not tools of the government, or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at, but at least I always fought for what I believed in.
What about the DNA results from that body? That was Liquid's body. He and Snake are identical on the genetic level.
Liquid?
A deception, for our own protection. We stole his frozen body from some organization. Kind of a hassle, though.
That's all there is to it.
Are you two really an NGO?
Insofar as we're a non-profit organization of civilians advocating a cause, yes. The cause happens to be the eradication of Metal Gear.
We work on our own, but it's a cause worth fighting for.
Why would you stick your neck out for something this risky?
That's the way I used to look at it, 4 years ago. I was holed up in the middle of nowhere in Alaska, drinking too much.
We have a responsibility to the coming generations, to the world.
What responsibility?
To keep track of the mistakes we've made as a species.
We need to remember, to spread the word, to fight for change, and that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
Nah, not as arrogant as that.
What you do isn't grassroots activism. It's more like terrorism.
I admit that.
But our group, Philanthropy, received some information. A new Metal Gear prototype was being developed here, and terrorists were planning to raid the facility. The information came from a very reliable source.
So you're here to...
We're here to stop all that. But I also have a personal motive.
Looks like the terrorists have his sister in the big shell. We're here on our own, not under anyone's orders. We have our own battles. Otacon's here for someone. I'm not.
This is a military mission.
Jack, are you all right?
Just barely.
You almost gave me a heart attack.
Sorry, it wasn't intentional.
I know that, and I know I need to stay stronger.
Say a prayer for me, Rose, so I can come back.
You will make it back. I'm with you all the way, remember?
That means a lot to me, you know.
I'm going to save the data, okay, Jack?
Not a chance. Colonel, Metal Gear's already gone active.
It's not too late. You can still prevent a nuclear strike by securing the president and preventing password confirmation from taking place. Get to the president. He's in the core section of Shell 2.
I'm checking the satellite images. Looks like you can get to the core from the other side of Strut L.
The core hasn't gone under yet from what we can tell. Follow the railings down, then jump onto the pipes.
The only viable strut in the outer perimeter is the L. That attack just now doesn't make any sense. It's like they have no more use for this place.
Colonel, you were monitoring the codec calls. That man was the real Snake all along.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Don't let your guard down with him.
Why do you say that?
Because they were never a part of the simulation. They're an unknown factor.
You can take your simulation and... We're out here, we bleed, we die.
Calm down.
I suggest that you do, Raiden.
Get real.
Even if that is Snake, that has no bearing on your mission.
Colonel, you and Snake used to be on the same side. I don't understand. I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me?
Don't ignore me.
That piece of trash. That piece of crap. Alright, boys, it's that time again. Got some nice timing here. We're gonna switch streamers again. So we're gonna save.
What can I do for you, Jack?
What?
Hang in there.
Cool, just for the hell of it, I'm gonna see if I can make this jump. It's a little tricky sometimes, but I'll have to do it again when we switch. Alright, so I'm gonna put this save on the USB drive. Maybe we'll do some casting theater to kill time while the dog gets to save. It's 3. And just 2. That looks right. Put this in USB. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go mess with the cutscenes a little bit while we send this 3-dog. See, what should we do? Of course, we'll do the dud scene. For those of you who missed the dud, get a second chance here. Let's mess around with things a little bit. Middle-aged lady. Always best to make fortune Otacon. And it heals a bunch of Raidens. Fortune's watching the whole thing. He's like, what the fuck? That's my cutscene. Snake and Otacon kidnap the president. Perfect. And who doesn't want to kill a bunch of Raidens? Hey, Greg, thank you for the 29 months. Yeah, this really was one of the most fun features. They only picked these specific cutscenes to be able to do it because these are the ones that have whatever surround 5.1 audio. Unfortunately, you can't do it in every cutscene.
What the hell is that?
And Fortune's motion capture facial
put me out of my
motions
misery.
on Otacon's face.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call
The
Fortune?
evil look on Otacon's face. Ah, so this is what happened. Snake is the terrorist leader. Okay.
Queen.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades!